black, and if of any length, their hair was pulled tightly into a bun, twist, or knot at the back of their head. The man in charge, about 5'6", had a wide white streak through his ink-black hair. He took Eve's hand, and when she realized he meant to lift it, kiss it, she gave his a hard squeeze and pulled hers back. He blinked his nut-brown eyes, but kept his smile in place. "Miss Dallas." "Lieutenant Dallas." "Yes, of course. I'm Hale Vanderling. It's a pleasure to meet you. We're well aware your husband is an esteemed collector of art. Are you perhaps in search of a gift?" "No, this is police business." "I see." He might have wiped the smile away with a wet cloth. "Then perhaps we should adjourn to my office." Maybe she wanted to needle him, but Eve stood her ground. "This shouldn't take long. This is a murder investigation with connection to art." "How unfortunate." "Yeah, you could say. We're looking for a male, late 20s to early 30s, an artist or one who hopes to be. Have you turned away a man in that age range, bringing in paintings they hope you'll display, take on commission, buy outright?" As he stared at her, she wondered how he could breathe with his nostrils that pinched. "We here at Fine Arts do not accept art brought in off the street. What we house is most carefully curated for the discerning collector. I believe our vision, and therefore our reputation, is unmatched as we offer our clients art selected for their elevated tastes." So that would be a no. Has anyone attempted to bring in their art for consideration? If such a thing were to be attempted, security would immediately block their entrance. Accepted art is never delivered, hung, or set during open hours so as not to diminish the ambiance for our clients. That would also be a no. Has anyone ever offered a large sum of money to get their paintings in the door? Somehow he breathed through the pinched nostrils in a long, audible, and derisive sniff. "Our art is sacrosanct. Our reputation unblemished. We are not to be bribed. Eve cut him off with a raised hand. "I got the no. Thanks for your time." The smile popped right back on his face. "If your official duties are complete, I would be delighted to show you through our current collection." "No thanks. My tastes aren't especially elevated." Enough of that, she decided as she walked out. Just enough of that for tonight. She walked back to her car and headed west in vicious crosstown traffic she liked a lot better than Hale Vanderling. When she finally reached the gates, and those gates opened, the magic happened. The weight of the day and those to come didn't drop away, but it lessened. She could take a breath now, be at home now, be at home with someone who understood her and that weight, and wanted her anyway. So when she stopped the car in front of the house, she took that breath. Somerset and the cat waited when she stepped inside, but she'd expected that. Galahad padded over to Ribbon between her legs, then stopped, arched his back. "Look, pal, the fuzzy dog belonged to a wit, and it was before dawn. Deal with it." He dealt with it by turning his back and ignoring her. "Late," Somerset observed, "but apparently undamaged." She gave him a long look, not unlike what the cat had given her. "I met a guy today who could out-snoot you, so be careful. He could yank your championship belt right off your skinny ass. Perhaps I should call the cops. Don't look at me. She headed for the stairs. I'm over my quota of snoot for one day. And exhausted with it, he thought, as the cat ran up the stairs at her heels. He trusted Roarke and the cat would tend to that. When she turned into her office, Roarke stepped out of his. I see I beat you home after all. Yeah. And looking at him, just looking at him, cut the remaining weight in half. She walked over, wrapped her arms around him, and pressed her face to his shoulder. My darling Eve. He pulled her closer, brushed his lips over her hair. What's all this now? Nothing. Nothing, really. I'm just glad to be home. I'm glad you're here and we're home, even though I have to go out again later. Do we? I need to talk to some of the victim's associates once they hit the stroll. Somebody might have seen him with the suspect. Of course. He stroked a hand down her back. Well, we've time before that. He drew her back to study her face. Had a day of it, haven't you, Lieutenant? It's like pushing a big-ass boulder up a really steep hill. You're making progress, but it's by inches, and you can't see the top yet. We'll take a walk, then, out to the pond. A walk and some wine, and you'll tell me about it. She looked over at her board. I really need to... He used a finger to turn her face back to his. Will it make a difference if you take a half hour? No. No, it won't make any difference. Someone's going to die tonight, and nothing I do here can stop it. Now he cupped her face in his hands, kissed her. Don't carry that, Eve. I can't not. I can know absolutely it's on him, not me. But I just can't not. So, yeah. A walk is good. And wine. He chose a bottle, pulled the cork, then handed Eve 2 glasses. Why were you late? She asked him. Some of this, some of that. A couple of boulders reached the top of the hill this afternoon. A company I acquired a few months ago is now successfully restructured. We've broken ground on some new construction on Olympus, and you'll be pleased we've expanded by several acres our coffee plantation in South America. I've my eye on a small enterprise in Costa Rica. And that, Roarke thought, as they walked outside through the atrium, should have given her time to get her thoughts back in order. How do you keep it all straight? Coffee here, off-planet stuff there, restructuring somewhere else. I mean, don't you ever get the plantation mixed up with the resort, with the company, with all the rest? I'd best not. For whatever reason, I was born with a head for and an instinct for business, legitimate and otherwise, just as you were born with a head and instinct for police work. He lifted her hand, kissed her fingers. And so here we are, Agra, together, never having had to put your head and instincts up against mine. So we can walk through an orchard in New York. Somerset tells me he made jam from the last of the peaches. You make jam from peaches? You can, yes. I believe it's called peach jam. I don't mean that, smartass. I mean, how do you... No, I don't want to know how. That can remain a mystery. When they crossed over to the pond, sat on the bench, Roarke poured the wine. Now then, Tell me where your head and instincts took you today. Well, there was the porn theater, then the naked guy in the Vicks flop before the morgue and the lab, then a conversation with some snotty French woman about fancy costumes. And I thought my day was interesting. This is good. She sipped some wine, leaned against him a little. This is good. And wound back to the beginning to tell him. Clever to consult with Leonardo, Roarke said. Who, well, other than Harvo, knows fabric better. Peabody's having yippies out of working on that end. And pigment. I thought, if he's so detailed on the costumes, on reproducing them exactly like the ones in the paintings, maybe he's using the same kind of paints. And back when they made their own. Clever girl, he murmured. Vermeer used lapis lazuli for his ultramarine, and quite liberally, though it was very expensive. Why the hell didn't I consult with you on this part? I'm no expert on how it's done. I just know some trivia, such as finely ground cinnabar made vermilion. Plants and so forth made different colors. When one's acquiring a painting, however one acquires it, it's helpful to know a bit about it. Peabody's got a cousin who paints, natural paints, like from rocks and grass and stuff. I'm not a bit surprised. And that should be helpful. I also, hearing all this, agree with your head and instincts. He has the financial resources, it seems, the obsession with details. Why wouldn't he want to replicate using the same paints used by the master? Using commercial products would mean he wasn't as good. And he needs to be better, not just as good. I got one more potential hit from a gallery on the Lower East Side. The manager only remembered because he called her a fucking plebeian before he stormed out. But she said it was probably last fall, and she doesn't really remember him well at all, except she thought maybe he had long brown hair, past his shoulders. But she admits that could have been someone else. Frustrating for you. It is all that. The last stop was this asshole who hoped I'd come in and buy a painting for you. Roarke sipped some wine. Why would you? Well, yeah. Anyway, that was a bust. She tipped her head to his shoulder. A lot of it dropped off just getting home. Then more when you were right there. And this was good. But the fucking boulder, Roarke. It's just stuck. I know he's a white male. I know his approximate age. He's got dark blue eyes and maybe long brown hair. He's got plenty of time to paint, to scope out his victims. He's got money and doesn't likely work in the real world. He's got a vehicle, a place of his own. He's not going to be close to anyone. He doesn't care about people. He's what was the word? Pedestrian painter who thinks he's a genius. And he has a connection upstate. You think that because he said he had a show, a successful one there? That could be bullshit, but why upstate? He could have said anywhere, but he said upstate, so that means something to him. He could have said Paris or East Washington or anywhere. He's got a connection in upstate New York, and maybe he or someone paid for him to show his art. Another avenue to pursue. Yeah, one more. She rose. I need to get back to the avenues. They make up a damn city at this point. He rose, walked with her. Fabrics, designers, costume places for rich people, galleries, pigments, LCs, and now wealthy areas. It's going to be upstate. I might be able to help with the costume places for rich people. How? Perhaps I'm contemplating holding a fancy dress ball, and I'm considering various venues for my own costume and, of course, my lovely wife's. Naturally, I want absolute authenticity. I want guarantees there, and I require recommendations from previous clients. She stopped a moment, just stopped and stared at him. Jesus, that could work. It could work because it's you. He gave an easy shrug. It could be fun as well. I haven't had any fun on this one as yet. Not a single finance search for me. It could be fun for you to bullshit snotty French women and their ilk by pretending you're going to have a costume party. Or, she shook her head. No way in hell I'm ever wearing some dopey costume. Darling, I would never want or expect you to wear the dopey. But, come on. She gave him a light elbow jab. Just lie. That can be fun for you. That's true. It'll have to be tomorrow, of course. Tomorrow's good. She glanced over as they went back inside. What costume are you going to lie about? I might be a dashing highwayman with sword and pistol. Stand and deliver. And you? I'd have to be somebody who kicked ass, and I'm never doing it anyway. You'd make a brilliant Grace O'Malley. She gave him the side eye. The Irish pirate? Pirate, queen, and warrior. You'd wear a sword. A sword. It took her a couple of beats, then she shook her head. No. Laughing, he gave her hair a tug. But I had you there for a moment, didn't I then? The warrior and the thief would suit us well enough, but... He kissed her hand again. We hardly need costumes for that. Just lie, Eve repeated as they walked back into her office. Let's call it prevaricate. Whatever works. Now you'll see to your updates. I'll see to a meal. Once she updated her board, she sat at her command center to write up the interviews she'd conducted on the way home. As she worked, Roarke set out domed plates. He opened the balcony doors to the evening air, then walked over to study her board. The costumes are certainly precise replications. There's considerable skill there, I'd think. And Harvo's list, those materials, both costly and exclusive. They had to be. He needs exact. With the clothing, yes, but not the faces. Those he settled for a type. She glanced over before she finished and shut down. That's right. For the girl, it's the eyes, the youth, and the fair skin. For the boy, it's the size, the look of youth, and the confidence. But he needed them, needed live models for whatever reason. Otherwise, he could have simply copied from the paintings themselves. His paintings needed life. She crossed to stand beside him. Their lives. So at the bottom, they're a sacrifice to his art. Here now, sit and eat, and you can handle another glass of wine with dinner. He stepped over, removed the domes. She saw spaghetti and meatballs. For the second time that evening, she went to him, wrapped around him. It's the little things. It's just noodles and balls of meat, but it's comfort. It's that. She remembered what Peabody had said, and it's love. Which reminds me. She stepped back, took the cash out of her pocket. Thanks for the loan. He looked at it, at her, then put it in his own pocket. No problem at all. Now she laughed, then grabbed his face and kissed him. Yes, it is, for both of us, but we did it. And now I'm hungry. I wanted a damn candy bar after I finished the godforsaken paperwork, but I lost it. In a bit? She gave a ha. I'm no Santiago. To the damn candy thief. She wound some pasta, stuffed it in. Yes, comfort and love, she thought. And really, really good. I hid it inside the wheelbase of my desk chair. It was a prime spot. I mean, who the hell is going to unscrew the wheelbase of a chair for a candy bar? Obviously, you. Yeah. She forked into a meatball, then studied him. You're not sneaking into my office and stealing my candy just to keep your hand in, are you? Darling Eve, I'd never deny you candy, now would I? Probably not. And you're too slick to taunt me. She ate, gestured with her fork. They put a big yellow smiley face in there, with those googly eyes. You know, the shaky eyes? It laughed when you pressed it. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! He laughed, not a mocking ha ha ha, but a warm, appreciative roll of it. You can't deny it's clever. I call it escalation. What do you think about coating the next bar with liquid laxative? Wincing, he picked up his wine. That seems a bit extreme. Maybe. Yeah, probably. She wound more pasta. I'll think of something. No doubt. He passed her some garlic bread. You could stop hiding candy in your office and just keep some in your pocket. She just shook her head. It's a matter of principle. Anyway, a street thief tried to pick my pocket today. How stupid is that? Roarke smiled at her. I'm sure they're sitting on a cot behind bars, asking themselves that very question. You ever lift from a cop? Of course. He ate some pasta. It was a matter of principle. Chapter 13. After dinner, Roarke changed from his ruler of a business empire suit into casual pants and shirt. When he came back, Eve eyed the black leather jacket he'd added. You're wearing the jacket because you're carrying. We're going to Times Square in the area of porn theaters and sex shops, so I'm carrying, yes. She only shrugged as they started out. Like you never trolled Times Square in the area of porn theaters and sex shops before tonight. By the time I came to New York, I didn't have a need to resort to picking pockets. It wouldn't have been for need. Amused, he gave her a cheerful one-arm hug. Ah, well, she knows me. If I did so for fun, I'd choose an area where the take would be more profitable, or at least more challenging. He crossed to the door. No doubt if I'd come across you in your uniform, I'd have had other things in mind than your pockets. She repeated her side eye. You think I wouldn't have made you as a street thief, Ace? We'll never know, will we now? She stepped out, frowned at the sexy two-seater in screaming red. That's not my vehicle. Would you like it? Taking her hand, he led her to it. She just shook her head and got in. It's a new model, Roarke told her, and started the engine with its lion's roar. One that will hit the global market next week. What's new? Well now, there's this. Sky mode. He pointed up. She looked and saw the sky through the now transparent roof. And this. The car didn't just shift to vertical. It soared so they were down the drive and over the gates in seconds flat. Okay, I'm giving you this and this. Sky mode's pretty damn frosty. And this car moves. He landed on the street again, as smooth as a man spreading butter on warm bread. The battery's the size of my hand, and will fully auto-charge in under 7 minutes. We've been working on that for near to 3 years. She has all the safety features and anti-theft shields of your DLE, and full luxury options. In a smaller, sexier package. We have a more sedate sedan model, a coupe, and an all-terrain as well as a mini. We'll introduce vans and trucks after the first of the year. That should cover it. How many of those are in the garage back home? Just this and an AT. How about limos and those big party buses? He glanced over with a smile. In design at the moment. It's a wonder you have time to talk to a couple of street Elsies strolling Times Square. Reaching over, he rubbed a hand over hers. A man needs his entertainment. Work is your entertainment. True enough. Aren't I the fortunate one? Stay fortunate and find a lot for this thing. It's going to attract every jacker or booster in a 5-mile radius. With the anti-theft shields, I'm going to end up with a pile of dazed thieves on the street and sidewalk. She took a breath. Which serves them right, but sticks me with a mountain of paperwork. I can personally attest vehicles can be boosted from car parks. Parking lots, he corrected. Not as easily as on the street. She looked at him, and his smile. At least for boosters who don't end up owning the car and the company that made it. All right, then. When he turned into the underground parking of a hotel, and the barricade lifted, she gave him one more look. Your hotel. Which caters largely to tourists who, for whatever reason, enjoy the madness of Times Square. Another barricade lifted when he turned toward a reserved slot. When she got out, Eve noted the roof now held screaming red, and the windows had gone dark and opaque. No one can see personal items left inside. She nodded. Pretty slick. He took her hand. You should have one. In cop blue. Where would I drive something like that? Anywhere you like. She had to admit, she favored a vehicle that moved, but practicalities ruled. The DLE suits me all the way. You knew that when you had it made. I did, and it does. They walked out to what Roarke rightfully called the madness. While I didn't scope this area for marks, even for the entertainment, did you ever work the beat here back in your uniform days? No, and thank God. Backed up a few calls, sure, but never worked Times Square on the regular beat. I don't think I've ever asked you. Where did you meet Mavis? Downtown, just off Broadway. Pretty sure. And you know what? She was nothing like the one I busted today. That one screamed, whined, tried to clock me. When I busted Mavis, she was like, hey, got me. You're really good at this. How long have you been on the job? I like your hair. You're under arrest and reading her rights. You know, to remain silent. She really just didn't. There's nobody like her. There isn't, no. And she recognized you. Sure, she might have seen me in her territory. She started to shrug, then realized what he meant. You mean in an Irish woo-woo way. I do. Maybe. Because she had to admit there'd been just something there, on both sides. After she got sprung, she hunted me up, told me she had a gig singing at, not the Blue Squirrel, not then, Artie's Den, Marty's Den, something. It's gone now, anyway. It made the Blue Squirrel look like a ballroom. I just couldn't shake her off. I don't know why I finally went. As they walked, he skimmed a hand over her hair. You recognized her? Maybe. That's the porn place up on the right. I'm looking for Luce and Ansel. Naked Guy only had first names, and there's no telling if those are their legal names anyhow. She stopped by the first LC she spotted. The woman, with a long fall of curly hair as red as Roarke's new toy, and a trailing vine of flowers down both bare arms, cocked a hip. Look, handsome might be good for business, but cops aren't. I'm licensed and I'm working. Me too, so let's make it quick. Bobby Wren, did you know him? Everybody working the square knows Bobby. And what happened to him? Why aren't you out catching who killed him instead of hassling me? That's what I'm trying to do. Did you see Bobby last night? Before work. He was wolfing down a burger up the block. Me, I eat light and at home before work. I had a good night. Not a lot of time for socializing. I liked Bobby. Don't know any who didn't. Do you know Luce and Ansel? Yeah. Come on, you're costing me. Roarke gave her a 50. Okay, then. Handsome and classy, buy some time. They stroll. Like literally. This block, up the next, down the next. Cover 3 or 4 easy most nights. What do they look like? Depends. Luce has a shit ton of wigs. Frowning, she trailed off, then nodded. No, wait. I saw her before. She's got the short blonde going, with the little petal dress. If she had wings, she'd be a fairy. Little white girl. Looks like she wouldn't know a cock from an elbow. Ansel? Haven't seen him yet. Black guy. Smooth looks. Usually wears his hair in twists and does the tips to match whatever he's wearing. Pausing, she shifted, cocked her other hip. Look, they're especially tight with Bobby. Like next thing to family. No way they'd do a thing to hurt him. Maybe they saw him leave with whoever did. Thanks. When Eve turned her back, Roarke slipped the LC another 50. The streets can be hard. She slid it with the first into a slit pocket. Like I said, you got class, Mr. Gorgeous. I know you gave her more, Eve said, but you didn't see it, so no paperwork necessary. Eve questioned a couple more, got nothing new, then spotted Luce. She did look like a fairy in a short dress that looked to be made out of flower petals. With it, she wore heeled booties in powder pink. Eve cut her off and palmed her badge. I'm 21 in 10 months. I got my license. This is about Bobby Wren. Instantly, baby blue eyes flooded with tears. Here now. Roarke spoke gently, put a hand on her arm. Why don't we move a bit out of the crowd? Somebody killed him. They just killed him. He didn't hurt anyone. Not never. Not ever. He's my friend, and they just killed him. I want to find out who killed him. Did you see him last night? Sure I did. Sure. He had his spot. I do the roam, so I saw him a few times. We were going to have breakfast after work, but he didn't show. And I thought... The sobs came next, and so did a smooth-looking black man in a gold vest and skin pants with his dark twists tipped in gold. You better move along. Eve held up her badge. He gave it one snarly look. "She's not breaking any laws, so leave her alone." "It's about Bobby." On a fresh sob, Luce threw herself into Ansel's arms. "I'm primary on his murder investigation." "You were friends." "Best friends," Luce wailed into Ansel's bare chest. "Here now," Roarke said again, and handed Luce a handkerchief. "There's a cafe just up there. Why don't we go in, talk a bit?" "Bar right here," Ansel said, and jerked his head toward it. Fine. Eve decided it had to be better than the noise and the bodies on the street. It wasn't. Music banged out of the speakers. Asses filled the stools at a bar that looked like it hadn't been properly wiped down since Christmas. But Roarke nudged them all to a booth, and as if hosting guests, asked politely, "What would you like?" "I'll take a brew." Luce sniffled. "A half zombie. I wouldn't do a whole one when I'm working." "I'll see to it." Eyes narrowed. Ansel watched him go. "What kind of cop's the slick guy?" "Consultant, civilian." "Figures." "When did you last see Bobby?" Ansel shrugged, but Eve saw grief rush into his eyes. "I don't know the time. Just passed by him a couple times, I guess. It was a good night, and I figure he was as busy as me. I hit 2 women who both wanted full service. They paid for a room. I know I wasn't done there until after midnight. I only know that because I made enough to take a break, and Bobby wasn't out, so I figured he was working inside." "Did you see him after that?" "No. The customers were a block south and the hotel another block. If I had to guess, we made the date about 10:30, but I'm guessing." Roarke brought back the drinks. "How do you get to be a consultant?" Ansel asked him. "Try to be useful." "You said you saw Bobby." Eve shifted to Luce. "Several times, yeah." She took a tentative sip of her drink. "We were going to have breakfast." She looked at Ansel, gripped his hand. "But he didn't show. We tried tagging him, but it didn't go through. I mean at all." "Figured his link died." "Didn't think any more about it." The grief deepened on his face, in his voice. "I should have gone by his place." "We didn't know." A tear slid down Luce's cheek. She took another small sip. "It wouldn't have helped him." Ansel stared at Eve. "We heard somebody painted him fucking blue before they killed him." "That's not accurate." "When did you see him last?" she asked Luce. "Well, I don't know when exactly. You're going to work till about sunup, so what's the difference? I passed him on my stroll, then he wasn't there, then he was. Then I saw him walking up toward the breakfast place. I figured he wanted a break. I thought maybe I'd take one, since he was. But he wasn't in there, so I went back to work." "You saw him walking north?" "Oh, yeah, I guess." "With someone?" "I don't think so, but maybe." "Another man?" "Maybe. There's always a lot of people. It's why we work here." "If Bobby left his spot," Ansel put in, "and it wasn't for a quick break, it was with a customer. And they'd have to make it worth his while. He's got the prime spot on the block, and he could handle himself, okay? You have to be able to handle yourself." Ansel stared hard into his brew, then took a long drink. "He'd have left some marks on whoever did him. He'd have made the bastard bleed first." "Maybe he was with somebody," Luce murmured. I didn't think of it, but maybe there was a guy with him. Do you remember anything about the person with him? I think... Yeah. Bobby looked over at him, like they were talking. He was taller than Bobby, but not by much, and Bobby's kind of short. Long hair, I think. Longer than yours, she said to Roarke. But there were a lot of people, and I'm quite short, so I didn't really keep track of Bobby. I just thought he was going to grab some coffee. But he wasn't. She looked over at Eve with drenched eyes. What's going to happen to Bobby now? His mother's making arrangements for him. He loved his mom. We never met her, but he really loved her, and his sister too. Are they doing like a funeral? I can't give you her contact, but if you give me yours, I'll check with her. If she okays it, I'll let you know the arrangements. Luce looked at Ansel, who nodded. You can have mine. Luce gave Eve her link number. It's Lucille Mulligan. And... Ansel nodded again. Ansel Porter. Can you tell Bobby's mom we loved him too? We really did. And we're sorry. Yes. Eve slid one of her cards onto the table. If you think of anything else, contact me. They shouldn't get away with it, Luce said. They shouldn't get away with killing Bobby. No, they shouldn't. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure they don't. Luce read the card, then, blue eyes wide, stared at Eve. Eve Dallas? Like in the vid? Eve Dallas, like with the NYPSD. She nudged Roarke. He slid out, then laid 200 on the table in front of each of them. Ansel looked at him. Why? I've lost friends. When he stepped out with Eve, she said, I'm not even gonna bother. Good. They did love him, clearly. We're gonna work our way north. Maybe somebody saw them get into a vehicle. She tried more LCs, street vendors, the annoying hawkers, and finally hit on one that thought, possibly, they'd seen Bobby turn at 45th Street, maybe with some dude. Since some dude turned out to be the best description, she turned on 45th. Could have parked along here, or somewhere on 8th. I'm happy to walk as long as you like, but... Yeah, but... Party's over down this far out, and the odds of anyone taking note of a couple of guys walking this way or getting into a parked car are slim to none. I'll have uniforms canvassed tomorrow. Let's head back. You can't feel this was a waste of time. It's never a waste. And no, he walked this way with his killer. Killer taller than him. She didn't say tall. Bobby was 5'7". The other LCs said around 5'8" or 9. I'm going with about 5'8". Long hair, Luce said, so I'm going with long brown hair. And I'm hoping Yancey can get something more solid from the gallery manager. Get enough pieces, you get a picture. As they headed back to the car, the noise level rose. Eve saw a man in swim trunks, face mask, and snorkel mime swimming along Broadway for a crowd that found it absolutely hilarious. Do you have extreme soundproofing in that hotel of yours? We do have excellent soundproofing. We also have windows that open a few inches. You'd be amazed at how many prefer the noise. That's because they probably live on some prairie somewhere and never hear anything but whatever else lives on prairies somewhere. Gophers? Okay. Do gophers make sounds? I can't say I've ever actually heard one, but mammals tend to. They're like big fat squirrels, right? They probably make squirrel sounds, but bigger. Well, now I'm curious. As they walked, he pulled out his PPC, did a search, and came up with a kind of squeaking. See, like a rat. And squirrels are furry rats, so gophers are big squirrels. She scrubbed her hands over her face. I'm punchy. I'm having my ears assaulted by crazy people everywhere and talking about gophers, so I'm punchy. They turned into the hotel parking. But I'm driving. And while she did, Jonathan Harper Ebersol walked up First Avenue. He felt excited, vindicated, prepared. He knew the 2 portraits he'd begun, and he considered the first, nearly finished, were his best work. The blind to true talent gallery managers, the ignorant art critics, the short-sighted art collectors would all eat their words. Galleries would soon vie to show his work. They'd beg, they'd grovel. The critics would shower him with praise, and the collectors would pay, oh, they would pay, for the privilege of owning a J.H. Ebersol. He could see it. He could feel it. He could taste it. Tonight, he would begin a 3rd portrait. He'd thought to wait, to complete the first 2 before beginning another. But he simply couldn't. Nothing, he understood now, could replace that energy, that flood of power when he squeezed the life out of the model and into his hands. Then onto the canvas. It was that energy that propelled him, that life that streamed into his art. No, he couldn't wait to begin the next. And because he couldn't wait, he'd come earlier in the evening than before. But he saw her, the one he'd chosen for a kind of immortality. The shape of her face worked for him, with its softly rounded chin and the slightly bowed mouth. He could see her with her face cleaned of the layers of makeup and the luxurious wig covering the ridiculous blue hair. While her skin tone was deeper than he wanted, he could overlook that because she had the long, slender neck he needed. He caught her eye, and as he'd hoped, she strutted toward him, farther away from the others who worked her trade. Looking for some fun, sweet cheeks? He shifted so she blocked him from any of her co-workers' prying eyes. I'd like to hire you. That's what I'm here for, sweets. You pay, we play. I want to paint you. She grinned, ticked her shoulders back and forth. What color? No, I want to paint your portrait. In my studio. If you want me to leave the stroll, it'll cost you. I'll give you 1,000 now, and another 1,000 when it's done. It'll take a few hours, and I'll compensate you. He knew he had her by the way her eyes widened. Let's see the money. He had it ready, folded in his pocket. If you wouldn't mind not counting it here, you could check, discreetly, as we walked to my car. She ignored that, annoying him, and flipped through the bills. Where's the car? It's not far, a couple of blocks. They were standing in one spot too long, so he tried something else. If you don't want to do it, I understand. I'll find another model. I didn't say no, did I? She tucked the bills in a little black purse chained around her waist and began to walk. So, you're an artist or something? I'm an artist. He kept the conversation going as they walked. I'm working on a series of period pieces. The costume you'll wear is lovely. It's a recreation of a chemise en gaule from the 18th century. She snorted a laugh. Listen to you. You're hiring me to wear a costume? You're one strange dude. Not my strangest, but up there. But you're paying me $2,000, so be as strange as you want. When they reached the lot in his car, she widened her eyes again. Woo-wee! I guess you can afford the $2,000. Guess it pays to paint people. He relaxed when he had her in the car and smiled. It can, but you have to paint for the love of it first and last. For the love and the life. You'll help bring this portrait to life. She settled back as he drove. For $2,000, honey, I'll give it all the life you want. Oh, yes, he thought. You'll give me all the life I want. I'm Chablis, by the way, she told him. He had to bite back a laugh at that absurdity, and when a little bubbled out, he added a smile. As fate would have it, I have a very nice bottle of Chablis at home. You'll have a glass, if you like, to relax you. It can be tedious to hold a pose. If you hold it well, I'll add a $500 bonus. I'm Jonathan. Well, Johnny, for $500 extra, I'll stand on my head. He laughed as if amused, and could hardly wait to kill her. She gave him the expected reaction to his home, his studio, and with it, he caught some calculation. No doubt she'd try to squeeze more cash out of him. He could let her believe she'd succeeded there. After all, it cost him nothing. She complained about removing her makeup, but complied. She had more cleavage than he wanted, but he'd deal with that, he thought as he adjusted the white silk tie of the frilly white collar. She smiled at him. Sure you don't want to have some fun, Johnny? Art first. Yeah, you're a strange one, all right. He drew a long curl of the wig down her left shoulder, added the props, set the angle of her arms, her hands. Look straight at me, he told her, as he began mixing the paint on the palette. The slightest smile. No, a little less. There. That's fine. To his pleasure, she held the pose very well. Better, in fact, than either of the others. When she whined for food, he buried his impatience and gave her cheese and flatbread, a little more wine. And with that got another full hour. Though he could have worked on, he knew timing mattered. So a last glass of wine, an invitation to sit and relax. When he squeezed life out of her unconscious body, he felt that thrill, that indescribable power pour into him. He used it to put her back in the pose with wire and glue. He'd planned to put her on a board like the second, but he discovered that method was cumbersome. And since it wasn't a full length, he dispensed with it. He drove her back across town, then carried her inside the useless gate of a tiny courtyard of a dignified brownstone. Working in silence, he propped her against a wall of the house, took time to fluff at the shawl, the white collar. Then, still riding on the thrill, he drove home to paint. Chapter 14. When she finally slept, Eve slept deep. As night slid slowly toward morning, she dreamed. In the dream and alone, Eve walked into a gallery through air absolutely still, like a breath held. On the white walls, paintings hung in ornate gold frames, but they all blurred, their subjects indistinct, as if someone had wiped their hands over the canvases before the paint could dry. She saw only vague shapes and smeared colors. She heard only the sound of her own bootsteps, echoing as she crossed the white floors. Light flooded the spaces she walked. It seemed to soak the large rooms joined together by wide open archways, like a museum empty of life. She passed from one room to another, unsure what she was seeing or why. She caught a glimpse of a window, wide and crystal clear, and through it the lights and movement of New York at night streamed. On the sidewalk, LCs, almost like paintings themselves in their bold colors, strutted and strolled. The Johns and Janes who wanted them took their pick. And still she heard no sound, not the street chatter, not the lives being raucously lived, not the traffic cruising by. Only her own footsteps echoing as she walked alone in the empty space, over pristine white floors inside pristine white walls. Then she turned toward a room as dark as the others were light. When she stepped through, the light sprang on, so sudden and bright it shocked the eyes. She saw the portraits on the facing wall. She knew them now. The girl with the pearl, the headscarf, the boy all in blue with ribbons on his shoes and a feathered hat in his hand. But unlike the paintings she'd studied on screen, these had the faces of the victims. Is this how he saw them? She wondered. Is this how he painted them? As she watched, Lisa's lips twisted into something between a sneer and a pout. I had plans, she told Eve. I was going to be at top level and live as large as it gets, larger. Then he killed me, and now I'm stuck up here wearing this stupid outfit. It blows hard, Eve agreed. Tell me something I don't know. Or I guess it's tell me something I haven't figured out I know. You're the damn cop. I was just trying to make some easy money. He picked me because I was better than the rest of them on the block. Oh, bullshit. Inside the elaborate frame, Bobby turned to her. He picked you because you fit the outfit, and your face was close enough to some other dead girl. What do you know about it? Because he picked me for the same goddamn reasons. I fit the outfit, and my build is close enough to the dead guy who wore it. Nothing special about it. Just bad luck. I was plenty special. You were street level, just like me, making rent, giving BJs and hand jobs. So what? I liked my life fine. I was having a good night. He turned to Eve with that. A pretty good night. I was supposed to have breakfast with friends. I had friends, which is more than she ever had. When you're the best, when you're looking down from a penthouse, you don't need friends. And that's where I was going, to the top. Yeah, right. All I wanted was to get solid enough to move to the business of sex, right? And I'd have taken my friends in with me if they'd wanted. Now I'm dead, dressed up like some weird-ass doll. Maybe worse. I'm stuck up here with her. And all she does is whine and bitch and whine. Fuck you, Bobby. Being dead means I don't have to fuck you, whining bitch, even if you had enough to pay me. If I were alive, I wouldn't do you for triple rate. You're nothing special. On a sigh, Bobby shook his head. You dumbass. That's the whole damn point. We weren't special. We just fit the stupid outfit. Is this how you want to spend your time now? Eve wondered. Bitching at each other? Bobby shrugged. Nothing much else to do. I'm hoping the next one isn't a whiner. He looked over, as Eve did, to the empty frame beside him. Then there were more empty frames filling the wall, waiting to be filled with the dead. I'm gonna stop him. Yeah? Then you'd better wake the hell up and get going on that. And with another shrug, Bobby shifted and held the pose. In the dark, in the stillness, Eve woke. When she rolled to her back, the cat gave her a quick jolt by climbing onto her chest, then sitting, staring. "You've got weight, pal." She gave his ears a scratch. "Just a dream. More weird than bad. Display time. 5:36. If Bobby and Lisa hadn't decided to invade my subconscious to bitch at each other, I could have caught another 20. Instead, she rolled the cat over, gave him one long head-to-tail stroke, then called for lights at 50%. She got up, got coffee, wondered vaguely what sort of gazillion-level deal Roarke directed in his office with somebody probably somewhere on the other side of the globe. Then she decided to take that 20 in the pool doing laps. Staring at the communicator on the table beside the bed, she wondered if she could will it to stay silent. Since she couldn't, she walked over, picked it up, and took it with her. She rode the elevator down to the tropical wonder with its crystal blue water. Then she stripped off her nightshirt and dived. For one moment she let the water take her, let the cool silkiness surround her and smooth away the rough spots from the dream. Then she cut through it, a sharp blade bent on speed. At the wall, she rolled, pushed off, and struck out again. After 10 hard laps, she slowed and varied her strokes for another 10. Then, breathless, muscles loose, she floated for 2 more precious minutes. When she came back upstairs, the cat sprawled and slept. The lights remained at 50. Long meeting this morning, she thought, and topped off her swim with a hot, steamy shower. She came out to find the lights on full, breakfast already under warming domes, and the cat sprawled over Roarke's lap. "There she is. You're officially displaced." He nudged Galahad to the floor. "And you look reasonably rested as well. Come sit, eat." She sat, lifted a dome to a full Irish. "That's a way to start the day. If you have another long one, you'll need the good start." "You were up a bit early," he added as he poured her coffee. "I had a dream that told me I'd better. Not a nightmare," she said quickly. "You'll tell me about it." As they ate, she told him. "It's not really weird to have victims talking to me that way. But paintings? They were like talking paintings. Not weird as much as straight-out creepy. But interesting. Like horror-vid creepy and interesting. I mean, sometimes you'll look at a painting of somebody and imagine it talking. But you don't expect it." He rubbed a hand on her thigh. "Disturbing." "Yeah, put creepy and interesting together, you get disturbing." So was the way they bitched at each other. "From what you know of them, it's unlikely they'd have been friendly in life." "Highly unlikely," she agreed, and eyed Galahad as he eyed her when she ate some bacon. They were in the same line of work, but they approached it and life in completely different ways. He had friends and family. She didn't. And clearly she didn't want them. For him, it was a business, and he made deals, made contacts. For her, it was a way to beat back the competition and end up in a penthouse. But... He buttered a triangle of toast, passed it to her. "What did you learn from it you didn't think you knew?" They were both for hire, and that made them easy pickings. That's been clear, but first they fit the costumes, or close enough. Since the costumes are custom, have to be, he needed them to fit. It couldn't be the other way around. I mean, he didn't pick them, then have the costumes made. For all he knew, they'd have moved on by the time the outfits were finished, or they'd turn him down. Too many variables for it to work that way, and he plans too well for all those variables. She bit into the toast and wondered why it always tasted better when he buttered it up. Second, he took the money back. I hadn't given that much thought before, and still don't know if it matters. It all matters, she corrected. I can't see either of them leaving their spot without a down payment, a substantial one. They're not going to just say sure and drive off with some John, then put a couple hours in wearing a costume, unless they had the cash in hand. Roarke pointed a warning at the casually approaching Galahad, who sat, turned his back, and began to wash. And neither had that cash, or any at all. None. Which tells me he kept whatever they'd earned before he hired them, too. And it's not the money, Roarke. The costumes cost a hell of a lot more, but he left those. To prove he's, what would it be, a master of details as well as a gifted artist? Exactly. Most likely, they'd have kept the money on them. They weren't hired for sex, and they're not going to leave their take somewhere he might try to snatch it back. But he took the time to remove it, all of it. What does that tell you? They get nothing from him because they are nothing to him. The money's his. Whatever they brought with them, it's his. I'm betting he's the type who, as a kid, when somebody else had a toy he wanted and he couldn't have, he busted it. Culver and Wren, just objects that suited his requirements. And yet, he killed them with his hands. Since he poured her more coffee, she didn't mention that was cop thinking. And that matters. He dosed them first. That's cowardice, but it's also making sure. Then he used his hands to kill, and face to face. What he took from them, the life people told him his paintings lacked, transferred to the art, Roarke concluded. Okay, Jesus. I didn't say it the first time, but don't blame me if you think like a cop. A good one, too. I see it as a man who knows his cop, he corrected. You dream of living paintings. You see the killer as taking lives to create them. I'll let you pass with that. She got up to face her closet. He might even think it works. An ad, when this type kills, it brings a sense of power, sexual gratification, a thrill they crave to feel again. But whatever he thinks, killing doesn't make him... Who's another one? Like a Rembrandt or whoever. His work's still going to be that word. Pedestrian. Why does that mean, like, average, anyway? Pedestrians walk. The sidewalks are loaded with pedestrians, and some of them are either way over or way under average. Language is fascinating, isn't it? She turned because he stood in the doorway of her closet. Did you forget the cat? I didn't, no. I banished him. Since he refuses to behave in a civilized manner, I put him out of the room and shut the door. Yeah, that'll teach him. She pulled on black trousers, but now with Rourke's judgment looming, went for a jacket in some sort of bluish green or greenish blue. Lovely color, he said easily, and plucked out a shirt in the same color blend, but a couple of shades deeper, to spare you the anxiety. I never had wardrobe anxiety before you." He just smiled. "You never had real coffee, either." "Okay, that's definitely your point." Since she apparently had a belt the same color as the shirt, she put it on, but went for simple black boots. "Then there's the sex," she added. "It's pretty good." With the jacket in one hand, she tugged on his tie that perfectly melded the pale blue of his shirt with the deep midnight of his suit. "Maybe I'll pick out your wardrobe one morning." "You're welcome to try." "But that would mean I'd have to get up at 0 Christ knows 30, so you're probably safe." "What solar system did you buy before dawn?" "Oh, only a minute speck on planet Earth. A rather intriguing castle in County Waterford." She stopped as she reached for her badge. "You bought a castle?" "One being run as a hotel, and in dire need of a good infusion of cash for updates and repair. We should have a look next time we're in Ireland." "He bought a castle," she murmured. "And since that deal went smoothly, I was able to contact the costume company in Paris. None of the European venues open before noon. Their time, darling. I'll try the others later today, but I can tell you to cross that one off your list." "You're sure?" "Very. They were cooperative. While they have created the Blue Boy costume twice in the last 18 months, both were for clients living in Paris, one an actual boy of 12. And for the Vermeer, they've done one this year, but the client chose a different fabric than what you've got for the jacket, and both different fabrics and colors for the skirt." "Why couldn't they have just told me that?" "Never mind. Thanks." As she hooked on her weapon harness, her communicator signaled. "Well, fuck and fuck again." She pulled it out of her pocket. "Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Report to residence, 212 East 5th Street. Possible homicide. Officers on scene." "Copy. Notify Peabody, Detective Delia. I'm on my way." "I'll drive you." "What?" Eve swung on her jacket. "Why?" "Because I have the time, and will, most likely, be able to identify the painting and artist. I'll get myself to Midtown afterward. I have an early meeting in any case." "Fine. Let's move." As she opened the door, the cat sat outside it. As she'd learned before, cats could definitely scowl. "Don't look at me! He did it!" And Roarke closed the door behind them. "And he did it again. So take your complaints down to Somerset." "Don't think he won't. Unless he figures out how to open the door first." "Bloody hell. I wouldn't put it beyond him." "Another costume," she said as they jogged downstairs. "I'm thinking he may not, probably didn't, have them all made at the same place. They have to have or order the specific fabrics. Then, maybe I'm wrong on the costume first. How and why would he choose the size, even more or less, unless he had specific models already picked out? If you don't accuse me of thinking like a cop, I'll tell you what occurs to me, as a consultant. Deal. What? You've said he's meticulous, and details matter very much to him. He could calculate the size, height, weight, at least a close approximation of the original models, using the paintings for his guide. There are programs that would calculate that approximation. I like that, Eve repeated as he drove through the open gates. It sounds exactly like something he'd do. He can't use the original models, but he needs to get as close as possible. In the end, the people he kills, are just fillers for the costumes, the canvas. And that's how we'll get him. Through the costumes, the paints he uses, because they're going to be what the original artist used, or as close as possible. You may have his face later today from Yancy. Yeah, and I'm hoping we do. I was looking for mistakes, and I couldn't really find any, but it was right there all along. His need to make himself great by copying the great, down to shoe ribbons and pearl earrings. That's the mistake. We'll track it. We will. 3 people are dead, and if we don't track it in time, there'll be another. But we're going to track it and track him. At some point, the LCs on the street will start paying attention. We'll pass the word on what he's doing and how. Some will still fall for it because he flashes enough money. It's not just LCs working for tricks. It's people who have to pay the rent. You wouldn't have fallen for it. She shifted to him. Back in Dublin, you're too smart, too cagey to fall for it. But plenty would. We've already got 3. She leaned back. And he might not stick with LCs. He could pick out a sidewalk sleeper, a street thief, a grifter. But you think he will stick with LCs. 1 is 1, she thought. 2 is a repeat, but 3 was a pattern. Most street levels have a territory and stay inside it. They've got routines, basic hours, and you pay for the service. So, yeah, they're the easiest to lure. The day had dawned with the sky so blue, so clear, the buildings looked etched on it. A painting of its own, Eve thought. Alive, too, with people walking dogs or jogging their mile. The street LCs would have called it a night. Some would grab some breakfast, others would go home to sleep. Some at that level worked by day, maybe taking a shift in Times Square or haunting dive bars. The one on East 5th hadn't, she thought. They'd embrace the night as most did. The night paid better. When he turned onto East 5th, Eve saw the squad car. And noted that the first on scene had had the time and the forethought to put a shield around the body in this nice, quiet neighborhood. From the position of the shield, the body had been propped or placed inside a small courtyard against the front wall of the house on the right-hand side of a set of stairs. A woman, mixed race, about 40, dark hair clipped up in a messy knot at the back of her head, sat on the steps. She wore blue yoga pants and a sports bra on a well-toned body with an unzipped hoodie over it. The 2 uniforms nodded as Eve held up her badge, and the woman looked up. Eve noted relief when she spotted the badge, then surprise and a gleam of tears when her gaze skipped over to Roarke. "Roarke!" She rose, rushed over, and threw her arms around him. "Oh, God!" "Natalie, where are the kids?" "Sleeping. They're still sleeping. I have to get them up for school, but Carter's coming back from Chicago this afternoon, so I have to... God! God!" Pulling back, she swiped at her face. I'm sorry. You're Eve Dallas, and I'm so glad you're here. Both of you. There's a woman, and she's dead. She's right over there, just sitting over there." And shuddering, Natalie looked away from the shield. "I was going to do some yoga, sun salutations. It gives me a better outlook on the day. And I wanted to water the pots out here first because the sprinklers don't reach them. And when I came out, I saw her. I I don't know what." She took one quick breath before more words tumbled out. "I shouted because I was so surprised. I went down and I saw she was dead. She had a little smile on her face. She's all dressed up in an old-fashioned pink dress, but she was dead. I ran back in to check on the kids. I don't know why, I just did. Then I called the police." "Did you recognize her, Ms. Natalie Hornsby?" Roarke provided. "She works for me, a top-flight mechanical engineer." "Hello, it's good to meet you." Natalie brought a hand to her face. "Oh, Jesus, that sounds so wrong." No, I don't know her. I don't know what to do. She has terrible bruises on her throat. I could see them." Eve glanced back as she heard Peabody's hurried clomp and, yes, McNabb's quick prance along the sidewalk. "Miss Hornsby, I see you have security cameras." Yes. We bought the house last year and it came with them." "Why don't you go inside with my partner, Detective Peabody? You can give her your statement and show Detective McNabb from EDD where you locate your security feed." "The security feed." Natalie pressed a hand to her temple, rubbed as if at an ache. "Of course. God, of course. I didn't even think." "Peabody, take Ms. Hornsby inside and get her statement. McNabb, check the security feed." "The kids, I don't want them to see—" "Let me know when they have to leave for school. If we're not finished, we'll make sure the shield's in place." "Thank you. Thanks." "Miss Hornsby, what's your connection to the art world?" She sent Eve a puzzled look. "That's so strange you'd ask. I don't know much of anything about it, but my husband, well, his family, owns the Morgenstern Gallery on 3rd Avenue. Carter, my husband, he's in Chicago now looking at an emerging artist. I need to contact him. He needs to know. He could get an earlier shuttle home." "He acquires the art for the gallery?" "Primarily, yes. I don't understand." "Detective, if you'd take Ms. Hornsby inside for her statement and explain what's relevant." "Yes, sir." While Peabody and McNabb led Natalie inside, Eve walked over to the shield. "You be the judge, Lieutenant," the first officer began. "We were to be on the lookout for something like this. She sure fits." He lifted the shield. She did fit. "The victim," Eve said for the record as she sealed up, "is a mixed-race female of about 30. She's been posed to sit with her back against the wall of the residence. Due to visible bruising around the neck, strangulation is apparent cause of death. As the victim's clothing is relevant, she is dressed in a pink gown, belted at the waist by what appears to be a scarf that trails down her right hip. The low V of the bodice has a white frilled collar tied with a bow and white cuffs at the wrists. There is a black shawl draped just below the shoulders." Eve slid a finger along the hairline. A light brown wig is glued in place at the ears, and a straw-colored hat is glued to the wig. The hat has flowers around the crown and a large feather curved over the left side of the wide brim. The eyes are glued open, and the mouth glued into a subtle smile. A brown artist's palette with blobs of paint has been wired to the victim's left forearm, and, she counted, 7 artist's brushes are in her left hand, wired and glued to hold them in place. Her right hand is posed in a downward position with the fingers slightly curled. Pausing, she looked up at Roarke. "Do you know what painting she's been mocked up to replicate?" "I do," Yes, it's Vigie Lebrun's self-portrait in a straw hat. Who was he? She. Elizabeth Louise Vigie Lebrun, 18th century France. You'd appreciate that in a field dominated by men, she became the most successful portraitist of her era. From what I can see, the costume is exact, as are the props, down to the color of the daubs of paint on the palette. But in the portrait, she stands against the backdrop of the sky. Not sitting like this? No, the arms are correct. But though it's not a full-length portrait, she's clearly standing. He didn't want to bother with the board again. Hard to manage that, so he lowered his standards for convenience this time. With a nod, she pulled her gauges out of her field kit. TOD 0307. Officer. Kingsley and Owens, sir. Kingsley, do me a favor. Go ask Miss Hornsby what time her sprinklers run. Eve took the pad, started to press the victim's right thumb onto it. Something under the nail of her index finger. Just something. She got out micro goggles, angled herself, and carefully scraped under the nail, then studied the result in the clear tube. It's fabric. It's a trace, dark gray. Satisfaction ran dark, and it ran deep. Here's a mistake. Here's a fucking mistake. Just a couple threads caught under her nail. He missed that. Had to get there after he glued and wired. Closing her eyes, she imagined it. Against his clothes? Maybe, possibly, but more likely scraped across a rug as he was moving her. That's it, she murmured, studying the threads as another might a precious gem. The way he's glued her fingers, the index is lower, and it catches on a rug. In the transpo. It's glued to the next finger at the first knuckle, so it can't really bend. It's scraped along the carpet just enough to pick up some trace. You're a wonder, Lieutenant. She shook her head at Roarke. Just a cop. Flag for the lab, flag for Harvo. Top priority. She set the sealed tube in her field kit and once again picked up the identipad. Victim is identified as Jeanette Withers, age 31, mixed race, street name Chablis, license companion, street level. Avenue B address. Most work close to where they live. No marriages, no official cohabs. Parents married 33 years in Wichita, Kansas. 2 siblings, brother age 29, sister age 26. Kansas residents. Eve sat back on her heels. So Chablis came to the big city. She's been here for 7 years and ends up just as dead as the woman who painted herself in this outfit a few centuries ago. She turned back to Roarke. How about the face? Is it close to the original? The skin tone's deeper, but the features? It's fairly close, yes, particularly the mouth. Here. Since he'd already brought up the image, he turned the screen of his PPC so she could see. Yeah, the shape of the face, the mouth. Nose is wrong, and the skin tone. He has to settle on some points. Sir, the sprinkler system's timed to run from 3:30 to 4 every morning. Okay, good. She's not wet, but the dress, where it's laying on the ground, it's damp, so the body was placed here after 4. She eased a hand behind the body. Dry on the back, and the ground's pretty dry now. What time was the 911? We got the call at 06:45, Lieutenant. All right. Probably put her here before 5. between 4:30 and 5. Quiet neighborhood's gonna be quiet. McNabb pranced out in his red and blue checked baggies, long tail of red-tipped blonde hair swinging. Security system went down at 04:36, Dallas. We've got a 15-minute jam. It's a decent system. Not one of yours, he said to Roarke. No, not one of mine. He needed a decent jammer to interrupt the feed for 15. He can afford decent. So it took him 1 hour and 19 minutes after he strangled her to glue, wire, transport. She turned back to the body. He wouldn't rush it. He's too precise. Still, she's dead. So how long would it take? 45, maybe 50 minutes? Then he needs to load her into the car, drive here, and you've got to take a few minutes, check for lights, movement, insomniacs before you park, double park because there's cars on the curb. Then jam the feed before you get her out, carry her through the little gate. He lives downtown. He could live more midtown east side, but New York's loaded with art. But what areas do you associate with art first? The Village, Roarke said. Soho, Tribeca. That's exactly right. If he doesn't live there, he has a studio there, in the heart of it. Private, no neighbors in the building, with a garage. McNabb, you just closed one, right? He rubbed his hands together. A big, fat, juicy one. Check with Feeney, and if he clears it, you could start running a search for a single occupancy building with garage. Upscale, nothing low rent. Got you. I don't see him sharing a building, but filter in a multiple occupancy with a unit with a private elevator to a garage. I don't want to miss him by keeping the search too narrow. Commercial buildings? Not yet. If we crap out on this, we'll try that. I can run a parallel auto search on commercial without pulling time from the primary. You're the e-geek, your call. She turned to Peabody as her partner came out. She's got to get her kids up in about 15. Contact the morgue. Give them the situation with minors on site. Then tag the sweepers. I need a few more minutes with the body. We need to bag the left arm holding the board thing in the brushes. She crouched down to work. The paint's dry, and the brushes look new. We may be able to trace those. He'd need the paint dry enough so it wouldn't run or drip because of the angle of the board. The board, palette, whatever, looks new too. No other signs of paint on it. No smears, no drops, no wear. When she'd finished with the body, she stepped back, closed the shield. Morgue's on the way. Sweepers are tagged. Good. She had a place on Avenue B. We'll go check it out. We have to run evidence to the lab. She had some trace, fabric threads, under her nail. Well, hot shit. I can take it to the lab, Dallas, McNabb offered, and straight to Harvo. I've got a car coming, Roarke added. I can give you a lift there. Bonus round. Appreciated. Both counts. Eve looked out at the quiet street. There's a crack now. I can feel it. I've got some direction from my cousin on pigments from way back when. Good. You can fill me in there after I fill you in on the victim. We've got maybe 15 hours before he hits again. Let's not waste any of it. She put the sealed tube in a small evidence bag, sealed and labeled that. Talk to Dickhead first. He can get bitchy otherwise. McNabb grinned. He likes me. I don't believe I've ever heard anyone say that before in reference to Dickhead. Let Harvo know we'll be in later this morning." "Here's our ride," Roarke told him as a sleek limo pulled up. "Oh, doggies, fancy time!" He did the finger twiddle thing with Peabody. "I'm off stylin'." "Thanks for the help." Eve gave Roarke a look that warned against any and all public displays of affection, and made him smile. "I'm at your disposal, Lieutenant. I'll let you know if I have luck with the costumes. Good hunting to both of you." Since she had the scent now, Eve counted on just that. Chapter 15. The victim's Jeanette Withers, age 31. She went by Chablis, street level. She's got family in Kansas. We'll notify later this morning. "What's the painting?" "It's one of the self deals. Self-portrait in a straw hat, which she was wearing. A French artist, 18th century, but sitting instead of standing like in the original." "The second victim had to be a bitch to carry on that board." "She had props glued and wired, paintbrushes, a palette with blobs of dried paint on it. Lab needs to identify the kind of paint. The brushes looked new to me, and exactly the same as in the painting. I'm betting the palette's real wood, because that's what the artist would have used back then. We've got more to tie in. Plus, the fabric trace. I can feel the crack, too." Meanwhile, Rourke's doing the Roarke thing with the costume vendors. He got enough out of one in Paris already to cross them off from the first two costumes. "We got a French artist now, and since a self-portrait, a French model. That's why the Paris place is back on the list. We'll have this family gallery to hit, the husband to talk to. Someone there rejected this bastard. And Yancey's working with the other gallery manager. The crack could widen enough to get us a face. I've got the fabric vendors lined up to knock down. I actually eliminated one before dispatch contacted." Peabody added a smug smile, while sitting on my side of our new partner's desk in my pajamas. It felt really good. You can pick that up again when we get to Central. Seconds after a beater pulled out of it, Eve shoved into a street slot between a Mini with 4 flats and a coupe with the broken windshield. Peabody studied the graffiti-laced prefab and counted 12 floors. "You know, I'm getting pretty regular workouts in, but if you tell me she's on the top floor, I might cry. I'll try to do it quietly, but tears will fall." She was on 2. "Really?" Since the building probably hadn't had viable security since some contractor tossed it up, Eve didn't have to master in. "Would we have walked up 12 flights if—" Eve glanced toward the pair of elevators. Someone had drawn a damn good example of a skull and crossbones on the one to the right. "What do you think?" she said as she shoved open the door to the stairwell. "I think I'm glad she lived on 2. Peabody wrinkled her nose. "What do you think that smell is?" The moldering corpses of people who took the elevators, combined with the sweat and despair of tenants who live above, the 5th floor. I hate to say it, but I think you could be right. But look! Oh, somebody painted a rainbow on the wall here. What's at the end of that rainbow, Peabody? Peabody took a closer look. It's a big pile of shit. Well, if you ignore that, the rainbow's pretty. No one ignores a big pile of shit, Peabody. No one. Eve shoved open the door on the 2nd floor. Though the smell wasn't much better, and the street noise reverberated, the hallway was almost preternaturally quiet. No thumping music, no screaming babies, no blasting entertainment screens or shouted arguments. Night shift workers, Eve concluded. Street LCs. As they started down the hall, the elevator behind them opened with a grind and thump. Two women stepped out, one with the pink cloud of hair, the other with a fall of blonde with roots done in what Eve thought might be vermilion. One risked various infections and parasites in her bare feet with a pair of 6-inch, shiny black spikes held in one hand. The other wore hers with the crisscrossing red straps that climbed to her crotch. Eve held up her badge. Pink Cloud shrugged. So what? Chablis, either of you know her? Red Straps added her own shrug. So what? So she's dead. At that, the two women looked at each other. What the fuck's wrong with people? Pink Cloud demanded. I mean, what the serious fuck? She kept out of trouble, did her job, kept clean. How the hell did she get dead? Did you see her last night, on the stroll? Sure, we saw her. Hell, I walked out and down with her. Shit, this is really upsetting, you know? I gotta sit down. My feet are screaming and I gotta pee. Do you mind if we come in, ask you some questions? Yeah, come on. Jesus, Chablis. We liked her fine. Marty? Yeah, we liked her fine. And yeah, I'll come with you. We look out for each other when we can, Red Straps told Eve. They walked down to 205. Inside, the efficiency apartment was cluttered but clean enough. Pink Cloud tossed the shoes in the general direction of a lumpy sofa and went straight through a door to the bathroom. Shut it. Might as well sit down. Could we have your name? I don't see why not. Martine. And that's real. Saxton. This is Tracy's place. Tracy Barker. Chablis. Shit. We always called her that. We have her legal name. Eve sat and ignored the three faceless white heads that held wigs. Did you see Chablis last night? I guess I did. Sure. Yeah, early. And she said something about how she was thinking about heading south when the weather turned, doing at least some of the winter down there. She's got like 5 years in, no violations. She can get a winter license maybe out of the city. How early? I don't know. Not long after I went out. Hell, this blows. It just blows. She looked over as Tracy came out. You okay? Just not. She swiped at her eyes. She was nice to me right off when I moved in a couple years ago. Gave me pointers. Looked out for me some. You too, Marty, you looked out for me. We look out for each other when we can. Ms. Barker, can I get you some water? Swiping at more tears, Tracy shook her head. I'm okay. I'll be okay. It's really hitting me is all. What the hell happened to her? Eve looked at Marty. She went with someone. And Marty snorted. That's what we do, Slim. She went off with the wrong someone. She was smart, Tracy insisted. A good judge. And she had a screamer. You know, the button like this. She pulled one out of her pocket. If you press it twice, it lets out a scream you could hear in Hoboken. She told me to get one, and I did. Never had to use it. He would have looked right, Eve explained. Clean, well-dressed. And he'd have offered her cash to leave the stroll and go with him. Marty shook her head. Had to be a lot of cash to get her off the stroll. She's good. She can pull in 4, maybe 500 on a good night. It would have been enough. He'd have had a vehicle. Did either of you see her walk off the stroll with someone? I only saw her, now that I'm thinking, right after I came on, like I said. We talked for a minute, then I got a customer. He's a regular. Shy guy, she said to Tracy. Oh, yeah, he always goes for Marty. You didn't see her after that? Eve pressed. I guess I didn't. I didn't notice. You kind of keep track for the new ones, but she's got a solid 5 years. She was thinking of applying for the next level, Tracy added. That's right, I forgot. What time did you go out? Speak to her. I don't know exactly. She goes out earlier. Mostly I don't head down until later. Maybe this time of year? Close to 10? I don't know. It's not a time thing, it's a hit thing. How many customers you log in a night? Did you see or speak to her once you were on the stroll? Peabody asked Tracy. Not really. Not after the first little while. I mean, you have to work it. And if you all stick too close, it makes it harder to score a job. But I guess I did see her talking to a guy. You said clean, well-dressed? Like that. Can you describe him? Not really, except he looked, from the back, like that. Clean, nice clothes. That was when this carload of assholes cruised up, and one's hanging out the window and he's yelling how I should give him a freebie because he's got such a big cock. She rolled her teary eyes. I yelled back how if it's so big, I'd have to charge him extra. So instead of getting pissed off or nasty, he laughed. Oh, and that's after Shy Guy came up. I saw him before the car pulled up. You didn't see Chablis after that? I didn't. I didn't think about it. Sometimes we take a break together or walk back home together. Sometimes not. So I didn't think about it. So somewhere around 10, you saw her with someone? Yeah. If Marty came on about 10, I guess it wouldn't have been much after. Maybe like 10:30, but it wasn't that long after. Okay, thanks. Can you tell us what happened to her? He offered her money to pose for him, for a painting. He'll say he's an artist, and he'll pay you to come with him to his studio so he can paint you. A lot of money. That's what we believe. If anyone approaches you like that, don't go. Get the word out on this. Be damn sure of that, Marty said. You've got a screen there, Eve said as she rose. Do you ever listen to media reports? Not really. Who has time? Marty added. Make time. Just one thing, Tracy said as Eve and Peabody walked to the door. Chablis, see, she has family in Kansas. Yes, we'll notify them this morning. It's just that Tracy exchanged a look with Marty. They think she works in, retail. She said it was just easier that way. Maybe you don't have to tell them she didn't. We can't lie to them. If questions about how she earned a living don't come up, they don't come up. If they do, we have to stick to the facts. Did she have a good relationship with her family? Peabody asked. She really did. She went back every year for Christmas, and she talked to them every couple weeks for sure. Then I think if we have to tell them, it won't matter how she made her living. What will matter to them is she's gone. They'll want to bring her back out there. Marty shrugged, but Eve saw tears glaze her eyes. Maybe you could let us know where to send flowers. Chablis liked flowers. Tracy gripped Marty's hand. Can you do that? Can you tell us? Yeah, we can do that. We're sorry for your loss. When they went out, Peabody glanced back. Looks like Chablis had a kind of family here, too. Why the hell aren't they paying more attention to the media reports? Work all night, sleep most of the day. But I get you. Word needs to spread. I'm doing a departmental memo. Sergeants to brief patrol officers to inform street levels on the situation. Some will listen, Eve said, as she mastered into Chablis' apartment. Some won't. A mirror image of Tracy's apartment, space-wise. No cheerful clutter here, but a clean, ordered room with a pumpkin-colored sofa hugging a trio of flower-covered pillows. A chair covered in flowers hugging a pumpkin-colored pillow. A series of candles ranged over a low table, and a floor lamp with tiny colored beads at the hem of the shade stood beside the chair. Under a small wall screen, she'd placed a small dresser and arranged framed photos on it. Family, Eve noted. Biological and found. She made it nice. Peabody nodded at the vase of flowers on the table in the eating area. Kept it nice. Eve opened the door to the bathroom and doubted Somerset could have kept it cleaner. She'd wedged a narrow floor-to-ceiling stand against a wall and lined it with skincare, hair care, makeup, and all the rest. In the closet in the short hallway, clothes hung in careful order. Above them, head forms held wigs. Shoes ran up the side walls on shelves. Eve's feet hurt just looking at them. Let's get started. It didn't take long. Eve found a tablet where the victim kept her calendar, family birthdays clearly marked, as well as her required health checks and screening appointments. The financial records on it proved as organized as the dresser drawers. She made a decent living, Eve noted, built up some savings. She'd already booked an econ flight to Wichita for December 23rd, return on December 27th. I've got $200 cash from this stand. She used it as another dresser. More conservative clothes and winter wear. Stuff I'd say she wore when she went home. Some jewelry, same deal. Not like what she kept in the other dresser in the living area. Separate lives. We'll keep it that way for her if we can. She checked the time. God damn it. What time with the Earth's stupid rotation is it in Kansas? Unless they live on a farm, it's probably too early yet. Then let's see if Harvos worked their magic. The lab hummed and buzzed. This time, Eve bypassed Berensky and made her way straight to Harvo. The queen of hair and fiber had gone with bibbed baggies today in the sunny yellow and high-top kicks as pink as Peabody's boots. She stuck with the rainbow hair and added a number of studs to both ears, all connected with thin chains. Eve imagined having those chains ripping through earlobes during a street fight and nearly shuddered. You guys are quick. Harvo took a long pull from a carry-around bottle filled with something green. Eve suppressed another shudder. My beauties and I are too. You identified the fiber? Harvo fluffed her rainbow hair. Was there any doubt? Not even a smidge, Peabody told her. Smidge. Good word. You brought me less than a smidge, but enough. You've got premium wool, 100% Wilton wool, dyed in number 15B, which is basically dark grey. Loomed this way, it's used primarily in carpets and floor mats for ultra-luxury vehicles. The vehicle make is going to have its own fancy name for the color. Can you give us the makes, the models? You bet your fine-toned asses. She swiveled, tickled some keys. Sent. Just to add, you can also, with the Ultras, option it if it's not standard. FYI, Roarke uses this material in some of his ultra-luxury models. I fail to be surprised. It's going to be plush, baby. Lush and plush. Soft, dense. Nothing you'd want to spring for in a family ride with little critters munching cookies in the back. What about vans? Vans? Or ATs with large cargo areas? Don't see why not. You got the moolah, you get what you want. The chief took the paint dabs. He's a little backed up, but he'll get that going inside an hour. Harvo paused, smiled. Just a heads up on that. Give him a little time and space, quicker and less bitchy results. Noted. I'm just starting on the costume, so also a little time and space, but I eyeballed it already. You've got silk. I'll be getting specifics, but the dress is silk and really fine material. Human hair for the wig. Paintbrushes. You took the paintbrushes? Hair, Dallas. They're hog hair, and they're attached to the handle with quills. Natural feather quills. Struck me all kinds of weird, so I did a little poking. They didn't use metal for the collar deal. It's called a ferrule, until into the 19th century. He needed 18th. I bet you can't pop into your average art supply and pick up 7 of those, and 7 that precisely matched the ones in the painting. No, you cannot. Harvo grinned. Frosty, huh? It ranks frosty. Somebody made them for him. Made them custom. This is excellent data, Harvo. It's all ego, Peabody. We're going to wrap him up in his own ego. Appreciation galore, she said to Harvo. Let's move. I can start on brushmakers. Peabody jogged to keep up with Eve's long stride. Or the vehicles. Take the brushes. You're more likely to speak that language. You've got brushes, pigments, fabrics. Pigments mean you tag Dickhead in another hour or so to see where he is on those. There goes my yippee. Cross-reference any purchases or shipments. If and when Roarke narrows or hits on the costumes, we have that. I'll take the carpet. Head back now. I'm going to make a quick stop at the morgue. Do you think Morris will have anything new? It only takes one thing. The crack's getting wider and wider. Wrap him in his own ego, Eve thought again. Because that was his big mistake. His egotistical certainty that he could do what those famed artists had done, but better. Every freaking detail of their work, but better. Morris stood over the dead with his protective cloak over a forest green suit. The shirt reminded Eve of the gold jacket the first victim had died wearing. His tie carried minute checks of both colors, and cords of both wove through the braid, rounded into a knot high on the top of his head. The music, a woman singing in what Eve thought might be French, sounded both sad and defiant. The late, great Edith Piaf, Morris said. She sings, she regrets nothing. I hope our victim could say the same. I bet she regrets going with the son of a bitch who put her on your table. Up until then. He walked over to wash his hands, got them both a cold tube. She was in good health, No signs of alcohol or illegals abuse. She broke her left arm about the age of 12. It healed well. I have her street name as Chablis. That's right. It may have been for his amusement to have served her Chablis. 6 ounces at about 11, another 4 at about 2, along with some rosemary and sea salt flatbread crackers and Saint-Nectaire. What the hell is that last thing? Cheese. A soft French cheese. He touched a hand to Chablis' shoulder. I hope she enjoyed it. Is it common? The cheese? You know, like cheddar or mozzarella? My computer tells me it's a washed rind cheese from the Auvergne region in France. He turned, called it up again. Here we are. An uncooked, pressed cheese produced from Solaire's cow's milk. I have no idea what sort of cow that might be, he added, but apparently they graze on the volcanic pastures of that region, which gives the cheese its flavor. How many kinds of cows are there? Too many, she decided instantly. Who decided in the first place to grab a cow by the tits and squeeze out milk? Then drink what they squeezed out of a cow's tits. Then, hey, let's make cheese from what we squeezed out of a cow's tits. What kind of mind goes there? His smile filled with amused affection. They do the same with goats. I don't want to think about it. I like cheese. How am I supposed to eat cheese if I think about it? Solaire's cows. French cows. You probably can't pick up that kind of thing at your neighborhood 24/7. Doubtful. More likely a fromagerie or high-end market. Fromagerie, she muttered. A cheese shop. Yeah, I get it. French cheese, French wine, French painting. Yeah, they'd hit Paris again on the costume. When did he dose her? Her last glass of wine he laced with the same barbiturate mix as your other 2 victims. It would have been around 3 this morning. He studied Eve as she studied the body. You don't need any of this at this point. No. Well, the cheese gives me something else to look for. It's a detail. It's specific. We're picking up solid details this morning. You came for those, yes. But first, Dallas, you came for respect. Sighing, she rubbed at the back of her neck. We didn't have enough, Morris. I hope we do now, but didn't have enough to save her from this. She had friends. She had family. Now Eve shoved at her hair. Her family doesn't know what she did for a living. She told them she worked in retail. I don't know if any of them will come. They live in Kansas. But they'll want to bring her home. She talked to them regularly. She went home every Christmas. There's a photo of her with her family in front of a big Christmas tree on her dresser. If they come, or simply contact me for arrangements, I won't mention her work. I have her now, Dallas. Go, do your work, and I'll see to her. Thanks. At the door, she paused. I really hope we don't have this conversation over another tomorrow. But when she walked back down the white tunnel, she saw Chablis on the slab under Morris's compassionate hands. And she saw her dressed in rosy pink silk with a straw hat standing in an ornate frame against a white wall. She knew if she couldn't bring those details together, someone else would fill a fourth. Chapter 16. Eve caught the scent of chocolate before she turned into homicide. She saw Nadine first, camera ready in a red dress with a short matching jacket, perched on the corner of Jenkinson's desk. She momentarily blocked Eve's view of the tie, but when Nadine shifted, rose, Eve saw cows. It just had to be cows. Dozens of cows standing unnaturally on their hind legs, their front hooves joined as they spiraled down the atomic green field. That's just sick. It's sick. Not sick cows, boss. Happy cows. Sick! She held up a hand before Nadine could speak. Peabody, does your family make cheese? Yeah, sure. Do you know anything about Solaire's cows? No. Why? Later. Nadine, since you're good at your job, you know I've got 3 bodies. Since I'm good at mine, I don't have time to talk to you. Then I'll start the conversation, she said, and followed Eve into her office. Plus, I brought you a brownie. I don't have time for a brownie either. Then save it for later. Nadine reached into her elephant-sized bag, took out a small pink box that smelled like heaven wrapped in glory. I do know you've got 3 bodies. We've reported. I've hit it pretty hard. I want to hit it harder, and I will. Now, very much at home, Nadine eased a hip on Eve's desk as she had on Jenkinson's. It might help get the word out to street levels. It's clear they're being targeted, and you've already considered using the media for that. On her list, Eve thought, and she could adjust priority rank, since Nadine was currently sitting on her desk anyway. If you can give me any details, Nadine continued, anything I can air that gets through. She lifted both hands. We're both trying to save lives here, Dallas. Eve looked at her board. She'd be putting another victim on it now. She walked to her auto chef, programmed coffee for both of them. A source from the NYPSD states, we believe the suspect is a white male between 25 and 30. We believe he approaches a street-level licensed companion with the offer to hire them for the purpose of posing as a model for a painting. We believe he offers them a substantial amount of cash in order to persuade them to leave with him. Nadine sat, absorbed. That's it? That's all you can give me? Eve considered. We believe the suspect is a failed artist whose substandard work has been rejected by multiple galleries in the city. Nadine angled her head, her sharp green eyes narrowed. You want to insult him. I can get behind that. Yeah, I do. Pissed-off psychopaths make more mistakes. Has he made any yet? I can hold it. You know I'll hold it until you tell me otherwise. And since she did, Eve said, hold it. His precision and obsessive attention to details are mistakes. They're adding up. He's got money. He's got a place, a home, a studio that costs money. He's got what Harvo calls ultra-transportation. Nadine pursed her perfectly dyed red lips. I'm seeing a spoiled rich kid who's recreating famous portraits, then killing the models because nobody recognizes his genius. Close enough. I have some contacts on the stroll. I'm sending out a memo for patrols to spread the warnings. Good, but some might listen to me before they listen to a cop. If it's a substantial amount of money, it's a tough turn down. Talk to them, that's fine. That's good. If you go out tonight, don't go alone. He's got a pattern, but that doesn't mean he won't change it and go after a well-known reporter, especially one who's reported his work's crappy. Jake'll tag along. He's trying out Mavis's studio right now. I haven't had time to go by and see it since they finished. How is it? It's flat out amazing. I'll get there soon. And I'll get out of your way now. Eat your brownie, Nadine added as she walked out. You look like you could use it. She eyed the little pink box. Maybe she could use it, but not now. Instead, she added Jeanette Withers' Chablis to her board. She updated her board and book, and still ignoring the brownie, got more coffee. Sitting, she wrote and sent out the memo. Maybe, she thought, just maybe it would do some good. She brought up Harvo's list of vehicles. More makes and models than she'd hoped for, but she could eliminate sedans, two-seaters, compacts, sports cars. He probably had a sports car, Eve decided. Might even use that for the pickup. But for the body dump, he'd need a van or an all-terrain with enough cargo area. So she rubbed her eyes, rolled her shoulders, and began. For a city with solid public transportation, New Yorkers sure as hell like their luxury vehicles, she discovered. As someone who drove one, despite its dead ordinary looks, her DLE had all the chimes. She couldn't bitch. At least not out loud. Add to that, she'd married a man who had a garage full of them. And as she skimmed the long, long list of Harvo's Ultras, cross-checked with ownership, she deliberately refused to count the number registered to Roarke personally or any of his businesses. Then again, she doubted she knew the names of all his businesses. She eliminated what she did know, filtered out all but vans, minivans, all-terrains, and noted she still had her work cut out for her. Roarke wasn't the only one, by far, who had vehicles registered to businesses. The killer might have the same. He had money, she considered. Someone at some point had to have earned it. For individuals, she fined it down to registrations with addresses in the area she deemed most likely. But for businesses, organizations, corporations, she accepted she had to spread it out. All boroughs, and into New Jersey and Connecticut. Hell, she muttered. They could have their HQ any fucking where. Start here, she told herself. She got up, got more coffee, studied the board, walked to the window. Roarke had a garage full, she thought again. Computer. With current data, run a search on individuals or businesses with multiple vehicles registered in New York State, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Acknowledged. Working. He wants to impress, she thought. He doesn't make an impression, but he wants to. Fancy cars. Something big enough to cart bodies around, sure, but doesn't he want some shiny toy? Search complete. As she walked back to her desk, her link signaled. Dallas. Lieutenant, it's Natalie Hornsby. Carter, my husband's flight's delayed. He booked an earlier one as soon as I told him what happened, and he wanted to speak with you, see if he could help. But there's a delay, and I told him I'd let you know. Storm's in Chicago, so he might be stuck there another hour or two. Thanks for letting me know. If he could contact me as soon as he arrives. Is there anyone else I could talk to about rejected art? Carter really is the one, and his assistant's with him. I understand as much about Carter's work as he does mine, which is not a lot. The gallery's open, or will be at 11, and the staff on duty would absolutely cooperate. but they'd refer any artist who came in to Carter or his assistant. She could try tugging at his memory over the link, but Yancey would be tugging on a verified witness's memory. Understood. Please have him contact me as soon as possible. If his flight's delayed again, I'd like to arrange to interview him via link. If his flight's delayed again, I think he might explode. He's upset about what happened, about not being here when it did. He'll get in touch as soon as he's back, I promise. A few more hours for that, she thought as she sat again. A couple more at least for Yancey. She wanted a face, but she'd push on getting a name. Her link signaled again and read out as Brendita Klein. Lieutenant Dallas, Miss Klein, thank you for getting back to me. No problem at all, since I'm sitting at a sidewalk table in Barcelona having a lovely glass of wine. The sturdy-looking woman with flyaway blonde hair and huge sunshades lifted a glass of red. But I don't know how I can help you. An artist you rejected, Eve began. A white male, 25 to 30. Brendita tipped down the sunshades to reveal hazy green eyes full of humor. My dear Lieutenant, imagine in my decades at the gallery how long that list runs. Long brown hair, dark blue eyes, sometime within the last year or two. Bad attitude. So many own that. About 5'8", probably well-dressed. He does portraits, not very well according to others I've interviewed, and claimed he had a successful show upstate. All right. Lips pursed, Brendita nudged her sunshades back in place, sipped more wine. I'm getting a glimmer. Miss Klein, we believe this man has killed 3 people. Anything you remember could help us stop him. But no pressure, Brendita murmured, and pushed at her flyaway hair. I know, Annie, but... My wife's reminding me I bitched to her about someone like this, but I just can't see him. Young, yes, and as unimpressive as his work. Did he give you his name, a card, a contact? No. I'm nearly sure there. What I have are vague impressions at best. I'll take them. Family money, as he certainly hadn't earned it himself. Arrogance, ego, extreme. Anger, though he was careful not to let it fly too high. It was in there. The eyes. Oddly, I couldn't swear to the color, but there was something missing in them. Again, like the paintings. Pausing, she shook her head. I'm sorry. It's true my brain's on extended vacation, but beyond that, he didn't impress. And I think it was months ago when he last came in. If I'm even thinking of the right person. The glimmers mostly from the bragging about the successful showing. And something else. He said something else that struck me. What the hell was it? What? She looked away from the screen again. That's right, I did. My wife's reminding me during my bitching I called him a mama's boy. Why? Digging back, she muttered. It seems to me, and again, it was months ago, maybe longer, but it seems to me he said something like his mother could buy the gallery and everything in it before he made his dramatic exit. Eve noted down Mama's Boy, highlighted it. I wish I could remember more. But I honestly can't call up his face or the paintings he brought in. Eve pushed a bit more, But Brendita spoke the truth. She simply didn't remember more. After the conversation, Eve looked at her notes and tapped a finger on Mama's boy. "That's one more thing," she murmured. "One more piece, and it'll fit somehow." But for now, she shifted focus and looked over the search results on vehicles. "Jesus, people, take the subway, ride a bus, hail a cab." She shook off annoyance and dug in. Some businesses had a fleet, some a handful. She couldn't discount either. The individuals range from 2 to a dozen or more, but most hit the 2 to 3 range. She got up, paced. He doesn't work. Not a job. No work week for him. He's an artist, and I swear he's living high on someone else's money. Family money hits for me, too. Mama's money, and he's the spoiled son. So why would he want a van or a cargo AT? He's young, single, has to be single. He's fucking important in his own mind. She actively yearned for 15 minutes to put her feet up, close her eyes, and think. But time and the empty frame of her dream pushed her to keep pacing. Computer, filter results for cargo all-terrains, vans, minivans purchased within the last 2 years. Acknowledged. Working. It's probably less, she muttered to herself, but we can't go too narrow. He's thought about this for a while, planned it out, detail by detail. Had to do at least a little research on the wardrobes, the props. Had to. She sat again, considered giving her unit a little punch. Come on, give me something. Search complete. Just as she leaned forward, she heard footsteps, and recognizing the stride, got to her feet. "Commander," she said, when Whitney filled her doorway. "Lieutenant, I didn't want you to take the time to come to me." He stepped in, a big man, broad in the shoulders, dark skin, dark eyes, close-cropped dark hair sprinkled with gray. Like his suit, command fit him well. "I haven't requested an oral report." He glanced toward her board. "But now there are 3, and 3's the magic number." "Yes, sir. We could request federal assistance. I've discounted that for now, as in a matter of hours there could be a 4th. We're pursuing multiple viable angles. I don't want to take time away from those pursuits to spend some of these vital hours briefing the FBI. You're convinced he'll hit again tonight? We can't know how many he's planned for. We can't risk he'd only planned for 3. Agreed. And if those angles don't pay off in time, and he kills another? Still watching her, he gestured toward her auto chef. "Sir." While she programmed coffee for him, he shifted to scan her screen and saw the pink box. "Is that a brownie?" "Yes, sir. Would you like it?" "More than I can say, but she'd know. She always does. Anna has a way." He shook his head over his wife's ways and settled for the coffee. "No one wants another life taken," he continued. "God knows we don't want a serial loose in New York. The media's heating up. They're calling him the artist." Well, of course they were, Eve thought. He'll love that. He'll celebrate that. She'd have paced if Whitney hadn't taken up half her pacing space. It's acknowledgement, adulation. But I believe the media can help. The more warned and informed, the less likely the next target is to go with him. I've covered all 3 victims' financials, and all 3 earned, as a rule, $300 to $500 a night. All 3 could and did hit on bigger nights, but that's the general range. To get them to leave with him, it had to be more than their nightly take. So all 3 went. But they weren't warned and informed. He could overrule her, and she'd accept that. She expected he'd temper that with a deadline. Though she knew he'd have read all her reports, she made her case. I know what he is, Commander. He's rich, he's spoiled, and he's a second-rate artist at best. I lean toward family money and an indulgent mother. He drives a luxury vehicle. He lives, in my opinion, in an area from Tribeca up to the Village, possibly Chelsea. A private home, and it's a luxury because he can't settle for less. It has to have a garage or a place for his transportation. That has to be on site. He's single, around 30, he's white. He wants to make an impression, but he doesn't. People don't remember him well, or remember his work. He sees himself as great, as not just a master, but better than those who earned that title over the centuries. He's taken time, a lot of time, trouble, expense, to create the art he's killing for. The time, trouble, and expense to have the costumes replicated, perfectly, every single detail. French and Italian silks and satins, handmade Irish lace, and all of that's being tracked. We will find who made the costumes and find him. His mistake is that need for exacting details. Not the victims. They just have to fit, have to be close enough. They're nothing but a vehicle. He takes their lives because his work lacks it. But the rest, she continued as Whitney drank his coffee and watched her. It has to be just right. Otherwise, he can't prove he's better than the artist he copies. The wigs, the hats, the pigments used, the glue and wires to hold the pose exactly, the brushes he... She turned on her heel, stared at the brushes on her copy of the original, on the crime scene shot. Son of a bitch! Wait! She ran out of the office and straight to Peabody's desk. The paintbrushes! Where's an 18th century French artist going to get the brushes? France! They have to be exact. Focus on people or companies who make custom brushes in France. Forget New York. Forget the rest. France. The first one, the earring girl. Vermeer. Dutch, right? Where would she have gotten the outfit? She shoved at her hair. The material on the Vic. French again. But people traveled back then. They traded, but somebody had to make it. The original. She might have made it herself. Maybe, but somebody had to make it. Pacing the bullpen, she yanked out her link and tagged Roarke. Tell me if you don't have time and I'll put someone else on it. I'll make time. What am I making it for? The Dutch painter. That one. Where the hell are Dutch people from? The Netherlands, darling. Okay, there. Costumes, high-end from there for that one. The second guy, Brit, right? So, I'm following you. It'll take some time. I'll get back to you. She shoved the link back in her pocket. That's how he does it. Exact, precise. Duplicate as close as possible to the original, and that spreads it out. No big multiple orders from one source. He's not going to have them shipped. He can't demand any adjustments, can't see and feel them at the source if they ship them. He goes there to vet them, approve them, bring them home. Private shuttle. She turned. Detective Carmichael. Start checking for private shuttles from New York to the Netherlands, to England, to France. Most likely one trip for all three. Start with all three. There may be other locations, but those three. Shit, Ireland. Add Ireland. He had the lace made there. Detective hat, luxury hotels. Shit, he may have a second home. But luxury hotels in those 4 locations. Impressions, she muttered. If he'd had an accent, they'd remember that. You're looking for an American from New York who stayed in all 4 locations, no more than a few nights in each, and all within... She hissed. Damn it. Can't afford to narrow it. The last 2 years. Can't find that? Work it with 3. Bonus round for 2 trips. Detective Trueheart, are you clear? I can be, sir. Peabody's got a list of fabrics, yardage included. I want to know if an American man, late 20s, white, came in personally to select those fabrics. Same time period. Start with the 3 locations. Peabody. Working on it. He'd have picked up the brushes. Dallas, the pigments. He got them over there, in Europe. Baxter, New York. Fancy cheese places. Same description. West Side up to Chelsea. San Nectaire cheese. Feeling pretty left out over here, aren't we, partner? Sad and lonely, Reinecke agreed. You're clear? Clear enough. You bag this fucker, or the feds are gonna want a piece. I say you bag him first. I have a mighty list of luxury vehicles. I'm tossing you registrations in Connecticut and New Jersey. If registered to a company, locate the HQ and add that to the search. She stuffed her hands in her pockets. We cross-check it all. McNabb's doing a search on potential residences, so add him into that. This fucker's in there. He's in all of this, and he's gonna show up. We're gonna bag him. Detective Yancey's working with a witness on his face, she added. I've got another coming in who may help with that. She pulled out a hand, checked the time, let herself curse mentally. We've got maybe 9 hours before he will likely pick up his next victim. I want his ass in the box first. Hunt him down. She turned, saw Whitney, and realized she'd completely forgotten him. Sir, I apologize. For doing your job? Unnecessary. 9 hours, you said. How many before the kill? 14, sir. Maybe less. You've got 12. You're cleared for overtime. He nodded at the bullpen. Get it done, he said, and walked out. Be prepared for a briefing this afternoon on a takedown op. You heard the commander. Get it done. He'd show up, she thought, as she went back to her office. His ego would wrap him just as tight as she would. She got more coffee, sat, then sent the data on the vehicles to Jenkinson and Reinecke, and eyed the pink box. As Eve opened it, she heard someone coming again. Heels. What now? Rio walked in on those heels, ones of bold scarlet that conflicted with the all-business navy suit. Eve supposed that was intentional. I've got your international warrants. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't pretty, but I got them. Maybe not necessary now, Eve thought, but didn't say, and still handy. I may need one for the Netherlands. Rio just sighed. I'd hit you, but you'd hit back harder. Yeah, I would. Rio narrowed her eyes. That's some brownie. Did I mention how much time and sweat getting those warrants took? Eve broke the brownie in half, offered one. I'm gonna need a search, seize, and arrest warrant, too. You got him? I heard he hit again this morning. Court recessed early. Not yet, but we will. Too many good solid lines to tug not to. And I really have to get tugging. Let me get coffee in a go-cup and I'm gone. Fine. Rio stepped over, programmed. I'm walking over to see the new house. You're walking over there in those shoes? Rio hitched the strap of her briefcase more securely on her shoulder, took the go-cup in one hand, tried to nibble of the half a brownie with the other. You've got your superpowers, I've got mine. Tag me when you've got a name and location. Eve added, eliminated, cross-checked. Little by little, as time ticked by, the list whittled down. When her desk link signaled, she saw Carter Morgenstern on the display and snatched it up. Mr. Morgenstern, this is Lieutenant Dallas. Thanks for getting back to me. I just got in. Jesus Christ! Somebody put a dead woman in my front yard with my wife and kids alone in the house. Yes, sir. I wasn't here. Then I couldn't get home. We have security. I don't know how this could happen. I'll have answers for you. Mr. Morgenstern, Nat says you're married to her boss. That's correct. I'm also the primary investigator in this incident. Why would somebody kill somebody and leave her at my house? I believe you were targeted because of your gallery. Mr. Morgenstern, please, she said as he started to interrupt again. I understand this is very stressful. That doesn't begin to cover the day I've had so far. I'm sorry. She heard him take a breath. I'm sorry, he repeated. Our gallery? My God, did she work for us? I haven't checked all the— No, sir. If you'd come into Central, I can explain. We could use your help. We believe the person responsible hoped your gallery would take his art and was refused. Well, Christ, that happens several times a week. I don't see how— I'm apologizing again. Yes, I'll come in. As soon as possible, please. Cop Central, homicide level. Lieutenant Dallas, I'll arrange for a visitor's pass. I'll come in now. I need those answers. Thank you. She heard Peabody coming. Carter Morgenstern's coming in now. Get him a visitor's pass. Okay. Dallas, I think I've got something on the brushes. The owner— It's a shop in Paris— isn't in. He's at a party. He and his wife's 50th anniversary party. But the woman who answered the link— I caught her right before they closed— said she thinks she remembers Monsieur Cabot working on the brushes. She remembers he had a print of the painting in his workshop because it's one of her favorites. Did she see the guy who ordered, pick them up? She thinks so, but she's vague. It was, she thinks, months ago. But an American artist. She checked the records for the last 6 months. It's as far as she could go back. The owner needs to access anything prior. She didn't find the order or a payment, but— Peabody held up 2 fingers, one on each hand, and shook them. She's seen the vid! She's in France and she saw the vid! She got invested because of that, I think. She's going to contact the owner, tell him it's vitally important. She'll give him my contact. It's him, Dallas. It has to be. It's going to be. Good work. Get the visitor's pass. Help Trueheart tug on fabric until Morgenstern gets here. These companies are going to shut down soon, if they haven't already. Tug fast, and let me know when Morgenstern gets here. We've got momentum. We're not going to lose it. She checked the time. got more coffee, got back to work. Chapter 17. After sleeping the sleep of the proud, Jonathan Harper Ebersol enjoyed brunch on his rooftop garden. One of his 3 house droids tended it, kept it lush year-round. From first frost to spring, the retractable glass shielded the plants and dwarf trees from the cold. But Jonathan liked it best when that protection was tucked away, and nothing separated him from his lofty view of his part of the city. He liked to imagine people looking up from the street, or out through their windows, envying him, wondering about him, admiring him. Now and again he brought an easel up to paint, en plein air, and basked in the knowledge he could be seen at his art and envied all the more. He would rather be envied than loved. Love, from his view, demanded time, attention, reactions he didn't care to spend energy on. Comfortable in the warm September sun, he sipped his cappuccino, boosted with a double shot of espresso, and the frittata prepared by the droid who dealt with such things. With a sense of pride, with a quickening thrill, he scanned the media reports as he ate. He hadn't expected such notoriety, not before he revealed his portrait series. After all, the models he'd disposed of had been nobodies. Nobodies, he corrected, until he'd made them special. He'd given them immortality. They called him the artist. The artist. And that sparkled through his blood like wine. Of course, it wasn't about the models at all, but his creativity. He'd simply needed to shock the world awake. And he had. Bathed in the sun, he looked out over the city and could see, perfectly see, the crowds at his major show in New York. How they'd look on his work with awe, how they would vie to have just a word with him and praise him, how they would wonder at his gift. He could despise them, all of them, for making him wait for that praise, but he'd soak in it nonetheless. His work would hang in the great museums of the world, donated by his generosity. The law would deem it murder, but the law would never stand against the art, or the money his mother would pay to protect him. He had to continue to be careful, to protect himself until the series was complete. But once it was, he would be envied, not only for the wealth and luxury he deserved by birth, but for his unmatched talent, and with it the gift he'd given the world. Jonathan Harper Ebersol, the artist. After the showing, he thought he might spend at least part of the winter in New Caledonia, where he could refresh himself, take time away from the obligations of fame. He could paint in peace while the art world speculated on what he would bring to them next. He would have to ask his mother, of course, for use of the family home there for a month or 2, but she wouldn't refuse. She never refused him anything. Or he might spend some time at the chateau in the French Alps, a complete change of pace. Snow-drenched mountains, the icy blue lake, a roaring fire. Something to think about, he decided. But either way, he'd need some solitude, some time away from the demands of the adoring public, time to focus on himself and his gift. Inspired, energized, he rose. He took one last look at the city that would soon celebrate his name. He went directly to his studio, as his work wasn't just his joy, his passion, but his duty. He uncovered the 3 canvases and with pleasure studied the progress on each. Then he stepped over to study the long scarlet robe, the white shirt with its ruffled collar and cuffs, the embroidered slippers. Tonight, he'd fill them with a model, one that had taken him several weeks to select. The face mattered, of course. The model's dark beard would require some filling in, but he had that ready, as well as the wig. But for this, the hands had to be elegant, narrow, long-fingered, sensual. It was a shame the full length had proven so difficult to display, even with the droid's assistance. Then again, the model display was only, in essence, an advertisement for the painting. He turned back to the canvases. He'd finished the first today. If that went well, and he knew it would, he'd work on the second. Most important to him to finish the first, to have that accomplishment before he brought the 4th model into his studio. He chose his pigments, his oil, carefully mixed his paints. With his selections on his palette, brush in hand, he began. The painted eyes watched him as he worked. To his mind, they looked on him with gratitude. And in his mind, he heard her say, "I was nothing. I was no one. You've made me beautiful. You've made me worthy. You've made me immortal." "Yes," he murmured, as he carefully added a glimmer of white to the girl's lips. "Yes, I have." With the same white, he dabbed an accent on the pearl earring. Switching brushes, he gave his attention and skill to the blue of the turban to bring out the folds, the shadows. Then the gold, lighter, a bit lighter there along the shoulder, there against the white collar. He felt himself glowing with his own brilliance, energized by his own commitment. When he finally stepped back, tears burned at the back of his eyes. "You're magnificent. I created you. I gave you life, and a life that will never end." After dabbing at his eyes with the back of his hand, he cleaned his brushes. He paused only long enough to call for the droid to bring him a double espresso he'd used to down what he thought of as his energy pill. He wanted the jolt to carry him through his work on the next. As he drank, his link chirped. When he glanced at the display, he saw his mother's name. He could ignore it, but though he cast his eyes to the ceiling first, he answered. He could consider it a sign to decide between the island or the mountains for his winter retreat. "Mommy, I was just thinking about you." He let her chat, laughed when he knew she expected it, inquired, also expected, about the rest of the family. And since he knew how to manipulate her, gradually wound the conversation around where he wanted. "You timed it so well, Mommy. I was just taking a short break. My work is going beyond well. I'm working on a series of portraits, and there's a great deal of interest in them already, Mommy. I've planned for a series of 8, and expect to be finished for my showing here in New York." "Darling, that's wonderful." Phoebe Harper's eyes, deep and dark blue like her son's, lit with pride. "Where's your show? When? You know I wouldn't miss it for the world." "I'll give you the details when it's all set. You'll be my date, so Dad will just have to stand aside. Jonathan, she laughed. I'm so proud of you. Haven't I always told you that you were meant for great things? He actually felt a little tug of sentiment. You always did. You've always understood like no one else in the world. I know how much this means to you, and how much you deserve it. You've never given up on your dream. And I'm happy, my darling, to see and hear you so happy. You look a little tired, though. The art, Mommy, it's consuming, and at the same time, so freeing. I hope you're getting enough sleep, and taking time out for a break, for some self-care. You know Mommy worries. When the series is finished, I'll take some time. In fact, I could use a break after the showing. Maybe I could use the house in New Caledonia for a month or so this winter. Recharge, get out of the city, paint without pressure, soak up some tropical breezes. Of course you can. Whatever you want or need, you know that. I do. Your father and I were hoping the whole family could go down for a couple weeks after the first of the year. We'd have some time together. Then you could stay on for a few weeks after. How does that sound? Horrible. And he'd find an excuse to avoid the family gathering if possible. His sisters weren't just annoying, but competition. It sounds perfect. You're the best. I miss you so much. I could talk to you all day. But I need to get back to it, Mommy. I'm actually bringing a model in later. I'm so glad you're busy, Jonathan. I know you've had some disappointments, and I worried how it would hurt your tender heart. Now I can celebrate your success. Meanwhile, you take care of my baby boy. I love him to pieces. He loves you right back. Bye, Mommy. After setting the link aside, he rolled his eyes again. Well, that was done. He checked the time, annoyed the afternoon was getting away from him. Then he looked at the next canvas and the boy. His spirits soared again. I can give you another hour or so, then you'll have to wait. But don't worry, he added, as he began to mix his paints. You'll be magnificent when I'm done. Peabody stepped into Eve's office. Carter Morgenstern's here. Finally. He apologized. Crosstown traffic. Caught behind a fender bender. Whatever. Give me a second. Go ahead and take him to the lounge. I'll be right there. What about the brush guy? He's on his way to his shop. He'll check the records, but he does remember the order, and the translator said, young man who picked them up. Paid cash. He's going to see if there's a name on the order or his copy of the receipt. If we can't get a name, get as good a description as you can. 2 minutes. When Peabody left, Eve wound up what she was doing, sent it to Reinecke and Jenkinson, and checked the time. 6 hours, if they were lucky. 5 if they weren't. She went out to the bullpen. Jenkinson, I sent you and Reinecke the most probable from my vehicle search. I've got it down to a handful. 3 companies, 2 individuals. Add them to yours while I talk to the gallery guy. Will do. Dallas? Santiago pushed at the brim of his hat. I'm getting the runaround on the hotels. They don't want to give out guests' names. Same with the private shuttles, Carmichael put in. I'm pushing it, but I'm using up my charm. Keep pushing. She glanced at Trueheart. In mid-conversation on his link, he held up a hand, wagged it left and right. Then Baxter. No hits yet, but I'm eliminating. She left them to it and headed down to the lounge. Carter Morgenstern looked like a man who'd had it with the world. She could sympathize. He had a lot of dark blonde hair waving around a face with a solid 24 hours of stubble. His blue eyes had shadows under them, and his long mouth held in a frown. Mr. Morgenstern. Eve walked to the table where he sat with Peabody, a vending cup of coffee in front of him. Peabody, wisely, went with water. Lieutenant Dallas, thanks for coming in. I should have taken the subway. Got stuck. Kept thinking traffic would move. Damn near fell asleep in the cab, so one more apology. Not necessary, she said. The woman killed and left at your residence was, we believe, hired as a model, an artist's model sometime last night. She was a licensed companion. I don't get it. She's the third LC killed in this manner, then left at a residence, of a gallery owner, or at a gallery. In each case, the victim is dressed and posed to replicate a painting. Eve brought up the image. Do you recognize her? God. No, not her, but that self-portrait in a straw hat. I mean, to say she's dressed and posed like that painting. Why would anyone do that? We believe he's an unsuccessful artist who's been unable to place his work in a gallery. Your gallery, for one. You'd be the one, correct, to decide yes or no? Oh, shit. He covered his face, rubbed, then picked up his coffee. This coffee is terrible. It really is. Peabody smiled. Can I get you something else? No, sorry. It's fine. Detective, get Mr. Morgenstern some coffee from my office. It's a hell of a lot better, Eve added. Thanks. He let out a careful breath as Peabody left. Yes, I'd make the final decision. We normally work through agents or by recommendation, but if something comes in, makes the cut with my assistant, he'll bring it to me. Your assistant, could I have his name? Sure, Travis Berry. So Mr. Berry would be the first stop if an artist brought in a work on their own? Usually, not always. I can and have been in the gallery and taken the first look. Let's start there. We're looking for a white male between 25 and 30. Dark blue eyes, long brown hair. The other galleries we've spoken to who remembered someone with that description say his work wasn't good enough. Okay, let me think. Listen, why don't I tag Travis, put him on this? That would be great. As he made the call, Peabody brought in the coffee. Carter took a quick drink, then closed his eyes. God bless you both. This is coffee. Hey, Travis, charge up your memory banks. Aspiring artist, white guy, late 20s, dark blue eyes, long brown hair, turned him down. Well, Jesus, Carter, we might get a dozen like that a year. Maybe more. Yeah, but it's important. My brain's muddled from all this. The art was likely portraits, Eve added. He'd have been well-dressed. Rich guy, casual wear. The eyes, very dark blue, and maybe something off about them. Something that gave you a little buzz at the time. Portraits. Over the link, Carter's assistant frowned. Maybe... It could be the man. Yeah, late 20s most likely. Hair was in a bun. The eyes. Yeah, I remember that. The painting. I can't remember at all. But I do remember trying to let him down easy. I probably gave him the line that we weren't accepting any new artists at that time. I've warned you about that one. Yeah, but I'm a softie. He came in again, which proves your point, Carter. We were both out there, so you took a look. I can't remember exactly what you said besides no. It was months ago, maybe close to a year ago. But after, you said to me there was something spooky about him. That guy! Yeah, I've got it. He just gave me a bad feeling. That wouldn't have stopped me from taking a painting if it worked for me, but it didn't. I don't remember the work either. Yet you remember the artist? Yes, well, more or less. I wouldn't say I have a crystal clear picture, but I think I'd recognize him if you showed me one of him. We're working on it. Would you be willing to work with a police artist? He left a dead woman practically at my front door. Whatever you want. I might be able to sketch him myself. I'm not sure, but maybe. If you've got something I can use, I'll try. Trav, maybe you can hang with us here. You may remember something I don't. Sure I can. Let me get you something. Peabody pushed up, hurried out. I think he was a little shorter than me, Travis said. I'm 5'10". He was shorter than you, Carter, I'm pretty sure. I'm 6 feet flat. Yeah, I think that's right. Does that help at all? Everything helps. Peabody brought in a sketch pad, a pencil. Had one in my desk. Carter flipped through, stopped at a sketch of Peabody's water feature. This is pretty good. And another flip to what Eve saw was a sketch of the backyard garden. So's this. Thanks. Don't worry, I won't bring them into your gallery. Nat would flip over a garden like this. He turned to a blank page. Okay, I'll start with what I think I know. Hair in a bun, right, Travis? I know it was the first time, not sure about the second. I'm pretty sure. No hair around the face. Shape of the face. I'm just going oval because I can't really see it. Clean shaven, yeah. No beard, no facial hair. But the eyes. Not sure I remember the color, but I do the shape. There was, like you said, something off. Deep set, he muttered as he worked. Heavy lids. Smooth, no lines. Young. Pampered? Why do I want to say that? Don't know. Eyebrows. Yeah, I can see them. Darker, maybe, than the hair. Arched like this, I think. Yeah, I think. Wrong about the lines. Got one here between the eyebrows, that fuck it line. Sorry. He paused for a minute. I think about it that way. The one you get when you frown or scowl a lot because fuck it, I want it my way. He turned the sketch. Can you see it, Travis? Yeah. I wish I remembered better, but I really think you've got the eyes. Lieutenant? She glanced over, saw Yancey. Excuse me a minute. Keep going. Sorry to interrupt. The wit? She tried. I used every trick I've got, and she tried. What I got? I'm saying 50-50 at best. He took out a sketch. The eyes. Yeah, she was more confident there. And about the hair. She contradicted, second-guessed herself on just about everything else, except skin color, approximate age. Clean-shaven, and she thinks slender build. With me. Gesturing, Eve crossed back to the table. Mr. Morgenstern. Carter. Your husband's my wife's boss. I'm not sure about the nose, but I think, Carter, this is Detective Yancey. He's a police artist, the best we've got. The witness he worked with today didn't remember the suspect well, but he got this. She handed Carter the sketch. The eyes. 100% on the eyes. But there's a line between the eyebrows and they're darker. I really think so. And more arched. And I don't think... Crap. I think, unless I'm wrong, his face is more oval. That was my first instinct, and I think it's right. More oval, a little thin but oval, and soft in the chin. After a glance at Eve, Yancey sat. More like this, he said, and corrected the sketch. Yeah, I think a little leaner. I know how it sounds, but I'm going to say it anyway. He had a hungry look that had nothing to do with food. And his hair was up, bunned up, not down like that when I saw him. We saw him. Okay, let's start fresh. I'm going to leave you to it. Thank you, Carter. This is very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Barry, for assisting. It's awful, Travis said. But it's frosty, too. This is gonna work, Eve told Peabody as they left. Between what Yancey got from the other witness and what they'll put together here, it'll work. She quickened her stride. It just has to work in time. Get us a conference room, Peabody. We're on the verge in a half-dozen areas. Something's gonna fall. When she walked back into the bullpen, Trueheart raised his hand. They'd washed most of the green off him, Eve thought, but Detective Troy Trueheart was just wired as polite and earnest. Speak. I lucked into a woman working late who answered the link. In France. Doing an inventory. And she said she gets through it better when everyone's gone. And? She remembers him, Lieutenant. She doesn't have a name and can't get to any of that paperwork, but she remembers him. I got a solid description. She didn't like him, said he was impolite, spoiled and demanding. He ordered the fabric there for the costume the last victim wore. She remembers because she knows the painting and commented. He said it was none of her business and how he'd have her fired if she didn't keep to her place. He sounds nice, Eve muttered. So she remembers him. She's contacting her supervisor and asking him to access the records for the order. She said he came in the second week of March. She remembers because her friend got married that weekend. The one after he came in. This is good. If you don't hear back within the hour, call back. Nag. I got one. Rather than raising his hand, Baxter grinned. The French cheese. Kept busting out, then hit on one in Tribeca. The clerk said he's a regular. The description matches. Pays cash, but he's almost sure he lives close enough to walk. He's next to, not all the way, but right next to, sure he's seen him in the neighborhood. Peabody, have McNabb zero in on Tribeca. Jenkinson. Whittling it down. Carmichael, Santiago, push on March. Flights and rooms. Ordered the fabric then. Had to go back to pick it all up. How long, Peabody? Best guess. Jesus, the blue boy would take longer. But if he did spread out the orders, 3 or 4 weeks, maybe up to 6. If it's 3, he might just stay over there. He could pay for a rush job. It's probably more like 4, but... Peabody grabbed her link. It's the paintbrush guy. Shit. She plopped at her desk, engaged the translator. This is Detective Peabody. Thank you so much for getting back to me, Mr. Cabot. He had a mane of snow-white hair that flowed to his shoulders and a luxurious mustache to match. His blue eyes twinkled. My wife says this I must do, and since I want to make love to my wife on our anniversary, this I do. He pays in cash, both deposit and the final bill. He gives the deposit on the 4th of March of this year, yes? Sir, do you have a name? I think now this is not his true name. A joke, yes? He signs the receipt for the order, on this I insist, as J.H. Artiste. Artiste, you see. I think this is a joke, yes? Possibly. When did he pick up the brushes? Ah, I have this. The 28th of March. I charge more for so quick, but he agreed. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Now I will go home and make love with my bride. Happy anniversary! Hotels, Eve snapped. In Paris, March 4 through March 28. Try the fake name. Private shuttles, New York to Paris, same. Peabody, have McNabb run the Tribeca residences with the initials J.H. Jenkinson, J.H., boss, got it. Baxter, what goes with fancy cheese? Fancy wine. Wine shops, Tribeca, on that. I'll take my vehicle lists back, run them in my office. Time, she thought. They still had it. Computer, she said the minute she sat at her desk. Run search with current vehicle data for registrations containing the initials J and H. Acknowledged. Working. Work fast, she muttered. He hadn't hid in Tribeca. Not for victims or body dumps. Too close to home. He lived there, shopped there, likely haunted the galleries there. Search complete. Result: Justin Merrill Henry, age 29, 74 Grove Street, registered vehicle make Javelin, all-terrain, Summit, 2059, model number 45193. No further matches. Display map. Highlight Grove Street. When it flashed up, she shook her head. Not Tribeca. Close, but not. Computer, display 74 Grove Street. No, damn it. Multiple residential, no garage. Still, run data on Justin Merrill Henry of that address. Acknowledged. Working. It's not him. Just not him, but gotta cover it anyway. She pushed up, paste. Run complete. Justin Merrill Henry, Caucasian male, age 29, occupation actor, currently starring in Up to You, a situational comedy set in, forget it, cancel run. Acknowledged. Run canceled. Okay, all right. He could have made up initials, or they could mean something other than his name, or the vehicles aren't registered to him. Not personally. Money, family business. She sat again, tried vehicles registered to businesses with the initials. Nothing. Long shot. Computer. Try vehicles registered to businesses with a name beginning in J or H. Acknowledged. Working. Spinning. Just spinning. She shoved at her hair. But something's gonna pop out. Too much here, and something's going to click. Task complete. 2 results. Hyperion Car Service. 12 registered vehicles. 2 registered vehicles that meet search requirements. Make Rosari, 2058 Model Lux, all-terrain. Is Hyperion an arm of another company or organization? Negative. Financial data on Hyperion. When established, current worth, owners. She felt time bleeding away as the computer worked, then scanned the result. No, you can't cruise around Europe on that. Next result. The Harper Group, private company, global with multiple subsidiaries, including Homestyle Food, Nature's Gift, Mrs. Harper's... Hold! That's it. That's fucking it. Private. Odds are family or part family-owned. Global. Mega mucho moolah. When established, current worth, owners, send results to my PPC. She strode into the bullpen. The Harper Group. Cross-reference with the Harper Group. As she spoke, Roarke walked in. As Roarke walked in, Trueheart shot up a hand. The other held the link he still spoke into. "You've got something," she said to Roarke. "As do you, it seems. The Harper Group." He used a company card for the costumes. While his signature was largely illegible, the initials J and H. J and H, Roarke confirmed, were legible. He placed the orders in March. "Aren't you clever?" "Lieutenant, sir. J.H. Harper Group card. They think the last name starts with an E or an S," Trueheart added. "Hit with wine flight." Baxter flipped off his link. "Tribeca. He's a regular. Harper Group company card. Peabody. McNabb's on his way down. Feeney's with him. He hit on an address in Tribeca, single-family residence with garage. Harper Group owns it." She turned to see Yancey come in, Carter beside him. "I think we've got him, Dallas. The more he worked, the more I remembered. I started to see him," Carter said. "I think this is him. I really do." "Harper Group," Carmichael called out. She added a fist pump. "Company shuttle, New York to Paris, March 3. Dallas, I've got it flying to Amsterdam. Tracking... Come on. Yeah, 2 days later, Amsterdam to London. And, oh yeah, here we go, 3 days later, London to Paris. A week there. No, 8 days, 8. Then Paris to Florence, back to Paris a couple days later." Carmichael looked up. Boom! Another fist pump. "Dallas, I've got the shuttle hitting all those cities again before returning to New York on April 1. "April Fools," Santiago said. "I can't get through the privacy blocks on the hotels, LT, but I took a quick side trip. The Harper Group owns a home in Paris, a villa outside Florence. Nothing in Amsterdam, but they've got a place in London." The crack hadn't just widened, Eve thought. It exploded. "Yancey, grab a desk. Run face rec." "Take mine." Jenkinson got up. "Want a conference room, boss?" Peabody booked it. "1. Want me to go set things up?" "Do that." Peabody with Jenkinson. "Baxter, get me everything on the Harper Group. Find me J.H. Gonna be a family member, younger son, New York resident." "Actually," Roarke began. "Never mind. Looks like our civilians got that." McNabb pranced in a step ahead of Feeney. "Address in Tribeca, fits solid. Harper Group owned. The cap closed it up." Feeney shrugged. "Wife's got a girl thing going tonight. Figured I'd hang and help the boy out. I want a name. I want a face. Roarke. Jonathan Harper Ebersol. Bam! It was Yancey's turn to punch a fist in the air. "Nice work, Carter." Looking a little dazed, Carter scanned the bullpen. "Does it always work like this?" "Tonight it does," Eve told him. "Thank you very much for your help." "Sure." He shook Eve's hand. "Can you let us know when you've arrested him?" "Man, I almost wish I could go with you and see it." "Yes to the first, no to the second. Do you need transportation? I'll get you a car, Carter." He turned to Roarke. "Thanks. It's been a hell of a day." Eve counted on it being a hell of a night. Chapter 18. When Roarke stepped out with Carter, Eve turned to Feeney. "I could use the van and McNabb. We need to verify he's inside, and it may be necessary to shut down security and locks." "You can have the boy. I'll take the wheel and tag along. Sheila's gonna make a night of it." "Fine with me. The rest of you are dismissed. Good work." "Hey now," Baxter said. "We do good work and get tossed before the takedown? Come on, Dallas." "He's one spoiled coward of an asshole. I don't need a squad to take him down." "Seems like we're being punished," Carmichael put in. "Me and my hat-wearing partner dug pretty deep." "Takedowns, they're the icing," Reinecke added. "I talked about silk and straw hats with the French lady." Trueheart added his earnest smile. "You want to ride along? Ride along. Anyone else gets dead, the first up or out." "She's a stern boss, but a fair one," Baxter concluded. "Take 10, then conference room 1. She walked out, met Roarke in the corridor. "Tell me about Ebersol." 28. Youngest child and only son of Phoebe Harper and Michael Ebersol. He has 2 older sisters. One, Lauren Ebersol, is the senator from New York. The other, Olivia Ebersol, heads their health supplement division. There's a 7-year gap between the younger sister and the son. The little brother, the baby boy. Does he do anything in the company? He doesn't, no, not in a real sense. He has a substantial trust fund." "What's substantial?" $50 million a quarter. $200 million a year for doing nothing? That's above substantial. That doubles when he reaches the age of 30. The Harper Group's in its 4th generation, successful, diverse. His parents steer the ship, primarily, though his grandparents, maternal, remain involved. The family enclave is in the Hudson Valley. Upstate, sure. Somebody, it'll be his mother, paid for him to show off his art up there. He doesn't have a job. He's listed as a consultant and has another income stream as a voting member of their family foundation. He doesn't have a job, Eve repeated. Essentially, he doesn't, no. His data lists him as an artist, a portraitist based in New York. He claims to have studied in Paris and in Florence. No marriages, cohabs, offspring. "Criminal?" she asked, as she paused at the conference room door. Because she knew he'd have looked. "None that show. Financials beyond the trust fund and the bogus income streams you told me. As a matter of fact," because he knew they'd be tense, he rubbed both hands lightly on her shoulders. He inherited around $80 million when his maternal great-grandmother died about 3 years ago. For his consultant and foundation work, using that term loosely, he adds another $7.5 million annually. He pays no rent or mortgage, no property taxes or insurance, no vehicles are registered in his name, and he has liberal use of the company card. So he's rolling in it, and his family picks up the majority of his expenses. Got it. She checked the time again. We're okay. I'm going to ask Mira if she'll hollow in. If she can do that, can you set it up? I can. I got the impression, which Jenkinson verified, no one's had time to eat. Pizza's on the way. You shouldn't... Oh, never mind. I need his place. Exterior, interior, the security system, locations of cameras. With this time frame, he could be out already. He won't kill his target, not this soon, but he could already be out. We'll set that up for you, won't we? He put a hand on her shoulder again. You've managed with considerable obstacles to identify him, compile a veritable international mountain of evidence against him in a matter of days. Your team's exceptional, Lieutenant, and exceptional begins with command. 3 people are dead, and a 4th won't be. You'll carry the dead, he murmured, but don't lose sight of the ones you'll save. I want him in a cage, and you'll put him there. He's pathetic, Eve, but that doesn't make him less vicious. And he's been shielded by a multi-billion-dollar company that's not only allowed him to use their resources to kill, but, I imagine Mira will conclude, indulged him to the point he feels he's entitled to whatever he wants, including murder. All of that. It churned in her belly. Yeah, all of that. I need to update Whitney, then we'll get started. She lingered in the hallway to contact her commander. We have his name, his face, sir, and an address. And within your deadline. What do you need from me? I have what I need, Commander. I'm about to contact Rio, then brief the team, then we'll bring him in. Let me know when he's in custody. Who is he? Jonathan Harper Ebersol. His family's the Harper Group, multi-billion global company. Yes, I know the Harper Group. He'll have the best team of lawyers that money can buy. You have the evidence? Oh, yes, sir, I do. I could bring him in now, sir, but you intend to catch him in the act. He may ride a desk, but Jack Whitney was all cop. Seal it up tight. It's a risk, Commander. I think it's one worth taking. Your call, Lieutenant. I'll contact Rio. Go brief your team. Her call, she thought, and tucked her link away. McNabb, find me any other properties owned by the Harper Group in the city. I want any that could be used as an art studio. We pulled them, Lieutenant. They've got what people like to call a pied-à-terre on the Upper East, a penthouse. The cap talked to the building manager. It's used when the family or a guest or exec, whatever, comes in. Not that. Anything else? They've got offices downtown, financial district, and own the building. No residential in it. No. They've got warehouses, one in Brooklyn, one over by Kennedy. No residential. Used for housing product and shipping. That's it, unless you want us to go wide. No, that's good. And it lowered the risk. He takes his targets home. Peabody, bring the suspect on screen. The eyes, she thought. The eyes weren't quite right. Other than that, he looked ordinary enough. Not unattractive, but not striking, not especially memorable. A narrow face, soft in the chin. Carter had that right. A high forehead, with the brown hair pulled back and wound into a tight knot just behind the crown of the head. Jonathan Harper Ebersol, she began. Age 28, 5'8", 135. Rich bastard who's done nothing to earn it. Mira? She asked Roarke. She's ready when you want her. Please bring her in. It always surprised her to see Mira in casual clothes. Instead of a suit, she wore pants cropped at the ankles with tennis shoes and a flowing shirt. "Thank you for making the time, Dr. Mira." "More than happy to." Ebersol, Jonathan Harper, the youngest child and only son of Phoebe Harper and Michael Ebersol, who own and operate the Harper Group. "Ah," Mira said, "a multi-generational family company. Highly successful. They make the chips Dennis is so fond of and the organic dish soap we use, as well as scores of other things found in most households. Their family foundation does good work." He doesn't. He lives on a $200 million a year trust fund, inherited money, and a bogus consultant fee. Lives free in one of the company properties, drives, I'm damn sure, vehicles owned by the company. He has, what do you call it? Carte blanche with the company card, and has made considerable use of it in his plans to kill. He has 2 older sisters, one a U.S. senator, the other the head of one of Harper's many arms. He is 7 years younger than his second sister. Mira sat, crossed her legs. The subject is 28 years old, lives without cost in a family residence, has no employment, is not pursuing further education. And while he has an annual trust fund in the millions, he also has full use of the company card, correct? Yes. It's unlikely the subject has ever paid a real price, not just monetarily, but in any way, for any behavior or decisions, however poor. The only son, 2 successful older sisters. "Betting he was the prince in that house," Jenkinson commented. "I agree," Mira said. "He has decided he's an artist, and even though he's had no success in that area, his family, or certain members of it, continue to indulge him. That indulgence is, at least partially, responsible for his lack of conscience, for his choice to take lives for the purpose of, somehow, bringing his art into the public eyes, gaining the praise and adulation he believes he deserves as, I believe, he has always received praise and adulation from, most likely, his mother." On hologram, Mira turned from the screen toward Eve. "He won't surrender easily. No one has the right to stop him, to accuse him, to punish him. He will certainly try to protect his art and do whatever he can to finish what he began. I think we can handle that. No doubt. I'm sure you realize he'll have the best defense attorneys his family can find, and they have plenty of resources." "Understood. It's why we're going to move in after he takes his next target. I don't care how many lawyers they pull in. They can't whine innocent when he's got the next in there in costume. When he'll have the barbiturates handy. Tell me, how big a risk to the target?" "If he believes the target could somehow block his arrest, he may attempt to take them as a hostage. But harming the model? He can't finish the work, or what he's decided, as with the others, he needs before killing them. I'm betting on 10 cops and a consultant against one spoiled rich kid killer." Mira smiled. "I would too." "He'll have a male this time. Girl, boy, woman, the next is a male. For balance. He'd want balance. Male or female, once cops get there, if he tries to take a street LC by force, he's gonna have a fight on his hands. Something goes wrong, it's on me. Let's make sure nothing goes wrong. Let's see the house." She glanced around. "Where's Roarke?" He and Feeney stepped out. He got it programmed first. I've got it, McNabb told her. Eve studied the exterior first. That's all one unit? 3-story with accessible rooftop and attached garage, McNabb told her. Converted from multi to single-family residence in 2054. Entrances, garage, front, rear, and west side. We've got the security system. It's one of Roarke's. Handy. 360 cams, anti-jam shields, palm and retinal scanners, anti-hack digital locks with full lockdown mode and integrated alarm system. He's got the works squared. And we've got the guy who designed the works. As she spoke, Roarke and Feeney came in. She'd caught the scent, as had every cop in the room, from the stack of pizza boxes they both carried. She should have known. McNabb, put the interior up. Then take 5. 5, people! Grab your slice and keep the noise down. On hologram, Mira watched the stampede in amusement. And now I want pizza. Roarke smiled at her. I spoke to Dennis, and he said you hadn't had dinner as yet. Yours should be arriving any minute. Only fair, he added, as Eve's gaze tacked briefly to him from the screen. Teamwork, after all. Thank you so much. Peabody, how long has Ebersol lived at this address? As she'd just taken her first bite of a veggie slice, Peabody held up a hand. Then she juggled the slice and her PPC. Since September of 2054. When's his DOB? September 28th, 2033. They converted it for him. 21st birthday present. Highly probable, Mira agreed, which shows indulgence, but also strings. He lives there, but doesn't own it. I'll add, the level of the security system indicates they, and again I lean toward the mother, will go to great lengths to protect him. He's closing in on 30, but treated like a child. A spoiled one. I get it. Roarke handed her a plate with a slice, so she ate pepperoni pizza while she studied the screen and began to strategize the operation. How long will it take to get through his security? She asked Roarke. A bit of time. I'll need to make a few adjustments to Feeney's equipment, so I'll want 20 minutes for that before we load up. Then 5 or 6 on site to clear for eyes and ears. About that again to shut down the alarms, then the cameras. He paused, met her eyes. This is assuming you want a stealth entry. I do. Well then, perhaps, 5 minutes to undermine the lockdown option, then 2 or 3 minutes at the outside to lift all locks. So 20 here, 20 there. She took the tube of Pepsi he'd already cracked for her and studied him as she drank. Out of curiosity, how long if you hadn't designed the system? Considering, he sipped from a tube of his own. Hypothetically, if I were a thief, and a clever one, rather than a businessman and police consultant, I'd want to take several days, perhaps a week or 2, to thoroughly study the system. Then I'd need to design the tools needed to get through the various layers. This might take another 2 weeks, even a month. After that, about the same time I gave you. He ate some pizza. But, unfortunately for me, unless I were exceptionally clever, I would likely have missed at least one of the underlayers of the system, as they're designed for just that. So after that time, expense, and effort, I'd probably end up in the nick. What you're saying is he's got a system that's next to foolproof. Nothing's foolproof, but yes. It's a bloody good system. And they've added every security layer we offer, and at considerable expense. Nodding, she glanced around at cops eating pizza. It's different from when we went after Potter. I needed the whole squad there. He had a kid inside, and he had weapons. He was trained. This guy isn't trained. He's unlikely to be armed. He'll have a street LC who should know how to defend himself. But they worked it, Roarke concluded. Yeah, and because they did, we'll have him before he kills the next target. He'll feel safe inside, she added. He'll never see us coming because he won't be looking. But he's got a bloody good security system around him personally, too, and shutting that down comes after we get him. The level of wealth the Harper Group can access is formidable, and it appears they'll use it for this wayward son. You say wayward. I say shithouse, rat-crazy, murdering fuck of a bastard. Your way does sum it up nicely. Who do you need to adjust the equipment? Not to diminish McNabb, but Feeney would be the best for it. Take him. Get started. I can brief you on the op on the way. Then we'll be taking some of this pizza with us. You'd best grab another slice yourself before there's nothing left but the memory. Because she wanted one, she grabbed a second slice and continued to study the screen. She couldn't think of a word that topped indulgence, but if there was one, this hit that mark. He had a 3-vehicle garage that led into an anteroom, she assumed for coats or foul weather gear. Turn right, and you had a storage area, laundry area, the security hub, and an elevator. To the left, what was labeled an office with a full bath. Straight ahead, the living area. Come in the front, foyer, small sitting room on the left, large closet on the right, living area, half bath, game room. Open stairs led to the second floor, and behind them, a lounge area, formal dining, kitchen with butler's pantry, and, she noted, droid storage. So he likely had at least one droid in residence. Second floor, 4 bedrooms, including the main suite with its own bathroom, closet/dressing area, sitting area, outdoor terrace. Third floor, studio. Full bath, dressing area, 2 storage areas, a bar area. Then the rooftop with retractable glass roof and sides, elevator access. Windows, and they were generous and many, all one-way glass. He sees out, but no one sees in, she thought. Unless he's on the roof, lounging, painting, observing. She tagged Feeney. Working here. I want the elevators and interior locks shut down too. What? Am I stupid all of a sudden? Sense no. I need both of you to take a look at the 3rd floor interior-exterior east. His studio takes up the 3rd floor, and there's a large storage area. It looks off to me. He's got a big storage area on the main level. There's a basement for mechanicals and more storage down there. There's droid storage, security hub. Smaller storage area on the west side of the 3rd floor. So why would he need a second storage room this big in his studio? And the walls aren't right on it. They're too thick compared to all the rest. You're thinking panic room, and they didn't permit for it. Another security layer, she said. And keep it off the books, so if anyone tries to hurt the baby boy, he has the safe room. I don't want him getting in there, Feeney. We'd get him out, sure, but why spend the time? Give him time to contact his family or lawyers before we have him in custody. Or worse, drag the target in there and use him for a hostage. Feeney looked away from the screen. Eve spent the next couple of minutes listening to the foreign language of the e-geek. We'll need a few minutes to look into it. We'll block the locks if it's there, but we need time to figure it. Figure fast. She stuck her link in her pocket. All right, you've had your pizza bonus. Now take a seat, cut the chatter. Here's how 10 cops and 1 civilian consultant are going to take down one rich mama's boy murdering son of a bitch and keep his target, should he have one, safe. McNabb, exterior again. Team 1, Peabody, Roarke, myself, front entrance. Team 2, Carmichael, Santiago, garage entrance. East side entrance, Team 3, Jenkinson, Reinecke, McNabb. Team 4, Baxter, Trueheart, Feeney, rear entrance. No one moves into position until security is down and we have eyes and ears. The building has 360 cams, she continued. It also, as you see, has a serious crapload of large windows. They're all one-way glass. We're not giving him any opportunity to spot cops, so we stay out of range until EDD clears it and I give the green. Since she still had it, she drank more Pepsi. Interior, McNabb. When we move quick and quiet. He has at least 1 house droid. Storage area, as you see. She used her highlighter. Feeney will shut it down. Alternately, McNabb or Roarke shuts it down if it's not in storage. Once Team 2 is in the garage, EDD will disable the garage door. Team 4 clears the rear of the building. Team 1 moves directly via the stairs to the 3rd floor. Team 2 clears the rest of the 1st level. Team 3, 2nd level. Elevators will be shut down before we enter. Rooftop, Team 2 clears. All teams will clear their way to the 3rd floor or wherever the suspect is located. While he's unlikely to have a weapon, Mira put in, it's not impossible, and he should be considered both desperate and dangerous. Everything's a weapon, Eve said. As Dr. Mira said previously, he's unlikely to just throw up his hands and say, "Hey, you got me." There will almost certainly be a civilian present, one he may attempt to use as a shield. If Team 1 doesn't have the suspect under control by the time the rest of the house is cleared, they, which includes me, deserve an ass-kicking. In that event, I trust the rest of you can handle him. Who delivers the ass-kicking? Jenkinson wanted to know. In that eventuality, Detective Sergeant, you are the ranking officer in homicide. He gave her a sober nod, with his eyes twinkling. I'll bear that responsibility, Lou. I have no doubt you'd perform that duty with enthusiasm and skill. Meanwhile, there's another area on the 3rd floor. McNabb? She highlighted it. Enhance this room. It's billed as storage, but... Walls are too thick, Baxter said. And check the ceiling. It's lower than the rest of the floor. I dated an architect. He added a wistful smile. She was fine. Looks like they added girth to the walls, the floor, the ceiling. You sure don't need that for storage. Safe room. Did it without a permit, Carmichael said. I dated a contractor. Some palms got greased along the way. I agree, both counts. Captain Feeney and Roarke are working to confirm it. Just did. Feeney strode into the room. His basset hound eyes showed pure satisfaction. Turns out the suspect's father's brother-in-law has a company that designs and manufactures safes, lockboxes, vaults, and panic rooms. They call them secure rooms. We did a track back on the E's installed, the infrastructure. That area's loaded. Full house and exterior cams, data and communication, hardwired DNC, temp and airflow control separate from the rest of the house. Basically, it's a large vault. Roarke carried what looked like a small toolbox, but with amenities. Can you shut it down? Certainly. It would add a bit of time, but yes. She glanced at the toolbox. New toys? He only smiled. Tools adjusted for the purpose. Peabody, check with Rio on the warrants. Feeney, looks like 2 vans. Already went there. You're Team 4, rear entrance. Droid or droids need to be shut down. Roarke, Team 1, in the front and straight up. When we're clear, we go Q and Q, quick and quiet. We clear, we secure the suspect, and we provide safety for any civilian who may be with him. She turned to Roarke. How much additional time to shut down the panic room? I'll do better there once inside. It's on a separate system, of course. So the same 20, we'd say, for eyes, ears, shut down, and to gain entry. Then it would take 1 or 2, possibly 3, to shut down that accessibility. If he goes for it, manages to get in before you shut it down, same answer. With what I have now, 1 to 3 to shut it down, open the door. He won't be able to hide for long, Lieutenant. She thought, solid, then looked back at the screen. McNabb, bring the suspect up, full screen. There he is. He doesn't look like much, but he's killed 3 people in 3 days. He spent months planning it, and he's not finished. We're going to make sure he's never going to finish. Any questions? There were a few. Good cops always had a few questions, she thought. When she'd answered, she scanned the room. Every one of them could have been kicked back watching the game, drinking a brew, and every one of them was exactly where they wanted to be. Warrants came through, Dallas. Okay, then. Garage, level 1. Jenkinson, drive the first van with McNabb, Santiago, Carmichael, Reinecke. Feeney at the wheel of the next with the rest of us. Everyone run checks on your earbuds. Once in the residence, we go silent. Hand signals or clicks only. Eve, I can come in to observe once you bring him in if that's helpful. It may be, she said to Mira. I'll keep you informed. Thank you for your input. She turned to her cops. Let's go get this asshole. She started out, headed for the glides. Chapter 19. As they started down the glides, Roarke touched her arm. What worries you? Plenty. That he has an escape route we can't see or anticipate. I don't see how, but I'm not going to eliminate it as impossible. If he gets out and runs, he's got access to the kind of money that can zip him off where we can't get him back. I worry that he'll find a way to use or harm the civilian, and if so, that's on me. I decided to wait, seal it up by catching him with his next target. She hissed out a breath. I know we've got him cold on the evidence, but catching him with his next target puts a lid on it. It goes back to the goddamn money again. I know they'll bring in a team of lawyers who'll push hard and with skill. They'll delay, pick apart every piece of evidence. You have a great deal of that evidence. Yeah, but I need a confession, and it won't be straightforward. He doesn't take blame. I have to hit him over the art, and he'll have that team of lawyers shutting me down as much as possible. He could make bail. He shouldn't, but even with the lid on it, he could make bail unless they convince a judge he's a runner. And he fucking is. If they set bail, his family will pay it, whatever it is. And he'll run. He'll not only run, they'll help him. It gnawed at her and grated against every molecule of her sense of justice. They'll help him get out of the country and live his life in luxury somewhere he won't have to worry about extradition. And when they do, he'll kill again. He'll kill again, she repeated, because he sure as hell has a taste for it now. She shrugged it off her shoulders. I have to put all that away. First, we take him down. Then I'll worry about the rest. Step by step, she told herself. You go in the front with me and Peabody. We head straight for the studio. You get that safe room shut down. Don't worry there. She briefed him on the rest as they worked their way to the garage and the vans. She'd intended to make the arrest with a team of 6. Now she had nearly double that and thought, considering the size of the building, the security features, including a panic room, she could use them all. Better this way, she thought as she climbed in the van. And better, too, the show of force. Shake him up some, she decided. Let him see he had nowhere to run. And after? Step by step, she thought again. Out of cam range, Feeney. I got the memo, kid. When Feeney pulled the van over, Eve shifted aside so he could climb into the back and work with Roarke. She set the timer on her wrist unit to 20 minutes. Just across the street, McNabb said in her ear. I'm about to start coordinating with the Cap and Roarke. Copy that. She studied the building on screen. Security lights on. Lights glowing behind the windows, 1st and 3rd floors. Was he up there? Had he started his work? Another layer on the shield. That's the upgrade, Roarke said to Feeney. I factored it. It's a bit of a worm crawl, then cloning the code. Miss that. The internals read intrusion, so that crawl under first. Nearly there. 4 minutes gone, she thought. 16 to go. There we are. Now... Hold it open, nice and wide. I got that, Cap. I see it, I can hold it, McNabb told him. You slip through. Eyes and ears on your mark, Roarke. Hold it steady, Ian. That's the way. And mark. Motion detected. 1st floor. No heat source, Feeney added. Droid. Kitchen area. Ears aren't picking up any sound. No other movement. Wait, rooftop. No heat source. He has 2 droids, minimum. Eve shifted closer. I don't see any heat source. No heat sources throughout. He's not inside. Hold everything. Don't shut down the cams, the locks, nothing yet. She paused her countdown. We wait. It was his lucky night. So Aaron Pine thought as he walked down the block. Some rich dude wanted to paint him? Hell, for $2,000, half of which already resided in the zip pocket of his skin pants, the weird guy could paint his ass, his works, his whole damn body. Pick your colors. He'd hit a rough patch, and the $1,000 in his pocket was more than he'd made all week. and another at the end of the night, he'd be cruising. What he really wanted to do was act, but after 3 years of rejection, he'd realized he'd end up sleeping on the street if he didn't change his aim. So he walked the streets instead. And, to his mind, it was just another kind of theater. Like right now, pretending interest in the rich dude's painting when he couldn't give the tiniest shit. Did you always want to be an artist? It's what I was born for. I really admire artistic people. I wanted to be an actor, but I just couldn't get launched. Aaron paused and felt his spirits reach even higher when Jonathan, he remembered, clicked the code on a sleek black two-seater. Wow, this is some mag ride. Your art must really bring it in. Jonathan's voice turned as cold as his eyes. Art isn't about money. Yeah, I used to think that about acting. Absolutely delighted, Aaron slipped into the passenger seat. But a man's gotta eat. So tell me, Jonathan, what are you looking for from me? What mood? What emotion? I've never modeled before, but I think I could be good at it. Jonathan flicked him a glance. You're at your ease, at home. A sensual, elegant man. A man of confidence, an educated man. A 19th century man. 19th century? Historical. Like snagging a plum part without the audition. Frosty. I want full length. I have your costume. And we'll need to fill in your facial hair a bit more. 1,000 in the pocket, 1,000 to come. Whatever you want. Aaron shifted, grinned. So, what am I wearing? You'll see soon enough. When Jonathan made the turn to the garage, Aaron's mouth dropped open. Wow! Your place? XL Alt, man! I'm gonna have to try my hand at painting. There he is. We wait, Eve said again. Give him time to get to the studio. I don't want to rush it. He could check cameras before he gets started. 2 heat sources in the garage, Feeney announced. He's got a target with him. They're on the move. Eve watched as they walked through the house. They didn't take the elevator, but continued through. A pause, one source circling. Targets taking it all in, she murmured. Suspects showing off. Yeah, this is all mine. Up the stairs, 2nd floor. We hold, we wait. Let him get set up. 3rd floor. More lights on up there now, McNabb said in her ear. Yeah, I see it. One's wandering around. That's the target. Ebersol's crossing the room. What's he doing? Opening a bottle of wine, Roarke said after a moment. Pouring it. He doesn't dose him yet. Just keeping it friendly. Relax, have some wine. Both sources moving toward the bathroom dressing area, Feeney observed. Checking out the costume. That's what they're doing. Target sitting down. Baffled, she watched the screen. Suspect's fooling with Target's face. What the hell's he doing? Facial hair? Peabody leaned closer. Maybe adding facial hair. A beard? You said Target would be male, and he's taller than the target. He might need facial hair for the portrait. Yeah, that works. It has to be as close, as detailed as possible. Impatience gnawed at the base of her neck, and Eve mentally swatted it away. Taking his time, Roarke observed. Getting it right. Yeah. He steps back, studies, moves in. Adding a wig? Yeah, see how his hands move? A wig, facial hair. There, that's got it. Target's getting up, patting at his face, now his head, reaching up now. And suspects moving back into the main room. Target stripping down, changing into the costume. Feeney nodded. Yeah, that tracks. Suspects. Mixing paints. He's mixing paints, Peabody repeated. As soon as the target comes out, start taking security down. Wait for him to come out. Wait until the suspect's focused on him. He thinks he's safe, Eve murmured. Invulnerable in his glass palace. The rich prince who can do whatever he wants to anyone he wants. Looks like the target's checking himself out in a mirror. He's coming out, McNabb added. Coming out now. Start the clock, Eve ordered. Take it down. They drank more wine. Eve could see it from the gestures. Chatting? Explaining what he wanted to the person he intended to kill in a matter of hours? Setting the glasses down. Looks like the suspect's posing the target. Feeney glanced at Eve. Target's standing up. Left hand on left hip? I can't tell on the right. Just looks like it's bent at the elbow. Not quite perfect, not quite. A little more this way, a little more that. External alarms deactivated, Roarke said. Mixing paints again. Peabody? Yeah, that's how it looks to me. Now I think he's started painting. Facing the target, turned to him, which puts his back to the studio door. Cameras down. All teams into positions. EDD members join after full shutdown. Into positions and wait for the go. Peabody, I'm with you. They climbed out, moved down the block. A handful of people strolled along the sidewalks, taking in the clear September night. A few couples, hand in hand, a group of women laughing as they strolled by. If he looks out the window, Peabody commented, looks down, he'd spot us. He won't. He's focused on the art now. But we'll edge closer to the building. Then we're just standing out of the way of pedestrian traffic, having a conversation. Team 2 in position. Hold there. Team 3 moving into position. And hold there. You know, they gutted another building for that garage. Peabody gave it a good study as they approached where Santiago and Carmichael waited for the go. Then what they did? Took out the walls between the two buildings to expand the second and third floors. It's kind of mag to notice that kind of thing now that I've been all the way through a major rehab. Yeah? And it's sure fascinating to hear about the possible rehab of the murdering bastard's lair. Just having a conversation, right? Team 4 in position. Hold that position. Scanners off. Locks disengaged. And security system offline, Roarke added, with what came through clearly as satisfaction. EDD joining teams. You go, McNabb, Feeney said. Slick work, Roarke. Slick and smooth. Though she'd learned to expect no less from him, Eve reminded herself not to take it for granted as she watched him move like a cat, slick and smooth down the sidewalk. Team 2, go. Secure garage. Start clearing main level. Quick, quiet. Team 3, go. Team 4, you're go when you have Feeney. Team 1's moving in. She turned to Roarke. Internal locks? Elevators? When inside, it'll be quick, it'll be quiet. Then we're go. They moved up the 3 steps from sidewalk level. Eve drew her weapon as Roarke put a hand on the doorknob. At her nod, he nudged the door open. She went in low, Roarke and Peabody took high. They swept left, right, then moved in. Garage, Carmichael murmured in her ear. 2 vehicles, the 2-seater and a cargo-style AT. Team 4 complete, Jenkinson said. Moving in. As they went up the stairs as a unit, Roarke gave Eve the all-clear signal. She gave her communicator 2 clicks to signal the same to the others. At the 2nd floor, she held up a fist for hold. She stopped. Listened. Not a sound. Not from inside, not even the slightest hum from traffic outside. Once again, she signaled go. Halfway up to the studio level, she heard voices. Hold the pose, please. Your hands. Don't move your hands. I need them perfectly still. Doing my best, Jonathan. I have to tell you, these shoes are killing my feet. So damn tight. I'll work on them next. Then you can take them off. No, just... She heard a heavy sigh. Wait. She didn't, but moved in fast. The target, wearing a long red robe, stood facing the entrance, while Jonathan's back was to her as he stepped toward his model. The man in the robe said, "What the living fuck?" Jonathan whirled around. "Police! Jonathan Ebersol, put your hands up!" Instead, he spun behind his target and held to the man's neck something that looked like a pie server. For an instant, Eve just stared at him. Really? You're just that stupid? I'll slit his throat. Back off. Get out of my house this minute, or I'll slit his throat. And then what? Next step, Jonathan. You try to cut him when I'm standing here with the stunner, and you're standing there with, what, a spatula? I win. Your house is surrounded. You're going nowhere. So, and it's my first time saying this, put down the spatula. She saw his eyes cut to the safe room, and saw him realize he'd have to go through her to get to it. I'm walking out of here, with him, or his blood's on your hands. I'm defending myself. I'm defending my home, and I'm defending my art. The man in the red robe said, just fuck this. Eve watched as the LC delivered a damn good back fist. And when it struck Jonathan's nose, it turned out his blood was on the target's hands. Step away from him, please. No, Eve said quickly. Don't kick him. Tempting, I know, but just don't. Step away from him now. I knew it was too good to be true. Good shit's always too good to be true. Shoulders slumped. Aaron moved back. Jonathan Harper Ebersol, you're under arrest for... He charged her. She had an instant to think. Moron. Then, as he lifted the thing in his hand, point toward her, she decided against stunning him. Since her legs were longer than her arms, she kicked him in the balls, and he went down, gasping. Peabody, get the spatula. It's a palette knife, Dallas. But fighting a grin, Peabody stepped on it. Whatever. Roarke, see to the witness, would you? To repeat, Jonathan Harper Ebersol, you're under arrest for the murders of Lisa Culver, Robert Wren, Jeanette Withers. Murder? Aaron sat down hard in the chair Roarke led him to. Further charges include dosing them with barbiturates without their knowledge or consent, and trespassing on private property to dispose of their bodies, as well as the attempted murder of, what's your name? Aaron. His golden tan faded as he went pasty white. I'm Aaron Pine. The attempted murder of Aaron Pine and the attempted assault with intent on a police officer. Was he gonna kill me? Eve cuffed the blubbering Jonathan, then looked at Aaron. Don't you listen to media reports? Why? He lifted trembling hands. Things are bad enough without hearing about more shit. Hard to argue. Suspects in custody. We heard. Baxter strolled in. This is some excellent place. I guess I'm relieved of ass-kicking duties, Jenkinson added as he glanced around. Who are you supposed to be? He asked Aaron. I don't know. Some guy from history. Dr. Potsy at home, Roarke supplied. John Singer Sargent. Dr. Potsy was a 19th century French gynecologist. Seriously? Was Jenkinson's response, as Aaron just put his head in his hands and moaned. Also reputed to be quite the ladies' man, in non-professional ways. Can I get you something, Aaron? Can I have the rest of my glass of wine? It's not dosed, is it? He drank some too. I saw him pour both glasses from the bottle. Don't touch anything until you seal up, Eve told Roarke, as she hauled Jonathan to his feet. We need some field kits from the van. You broke into my home! Jonathan's voice wheezed a little, but carried plenty of venom. I'll have your job. You have no right to break into my home. Got a warrant. Curious, she looked at the portrait he'd begun. Man, that's a lot of red. I know somebody with fingers like those. Spider fingers. She glanced back at Aaron. Yours don't look like spiders. It's not finished! I'd barely started! Maybe they'll let you finish it in prison. I really doubt it, but maybe. Who wants to take him in? I don't get to kick ass. I might as well get some satisfaction. Me and Reinecke have him, boss. We'll get him all nice and settled. I'm not going to prison. That's ridiculous. You have no idea who I am. Well, you start with jail, but yeah, you are. And I know exactly who you are, you dumb fuck. I didn't finish reading The Dumb Fuck Is Rights, Detective Sergeant. We'll take care of that. Hey, dumb fuck, you have the right to remain silent. Get your filthy, disgusting hands off me. I washed up. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Jonathan looked back at Eve with those eyes that weren't quite right. My family will ruin you. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I've got all the ideas. He bared his teeth and said, Lawyer. Yeah. Eve nodded as Jenkinson and Reinecke hauled him out. I knew that was coming. Step by step. Here's the next. Peabody, get Aaron's statement, then arrange for his transportation home or wherever he wants to go. Can I keep the money? He gave me 1,000 and... Shit, why did I tell you that? Aaron pressed his fingers to his eyes. I think I'm in shock. It's helpful you did, and I'll see what I can do. Everybody else, seal up, and let's take this place apart. Paintings, costumes, barbiturates, wire, glue, pigments. Bag 'em all. EDD, get into the E's, find travel, correspondence, anything that applies. We've got airtight, but let's put a big shiny bow around it. She took a field kit from McNabb, sealed up. She walked to a draped canvas, uncovered it. She thought the colors were close to the portrait she'd studied, but without the light that sort of hit the senses. As far as the face of the girl, to her eye it didn't come near the same universe as the original, and not much closer to Lisa Culver. I'm no art expert, but I'm pretty sure I know crap when I see it. After handing Aaron his glass of wine, Roarke walked over, stood beside Eve to study. "He killed to do this," Roarke murmured. "It's bollocks. Absolute bollocks." Meaning, in this case, crap? Complete and utter crap. Since his hands were sealed, he undraped another and shook his head at Jonathan's version of the Blue Boy. Quite obviously, his ego far exceeds his talent. He has no feel for human expression. Eve dragged off the third drape. He didn't get very far on this one, of Chablis. But Christ Jesus, what's done is poorly done. Look at the brush strokes, the proportions, how clumsily he's painted her hands. She didn't have to look at Roarke to see the anger, but she looked anyway. It's pissing you off. Bloody well right it is. Rourke's eyes had gone to ice-cold lasers with furious heat burning just behind. He killed 3 people, bastardized great works of art. He took their lives to feed his inflated sense of importance when he's less than an amateur. He had every advantage in the world from the time he drew his first breath, and he chooses to do this? Would it matter if he'd painted masterpieces here? Would that change the fact he killed to do it? She watched Roarke take a calming breath. Of course not. No. But it somehow grinds down to my soul. He's not just a monster, and a spoiled git with it, but a talentless one who insists he's gifted, who's murdered, and would have continued to, because he thinks that will bring him the accolades he deserves. She was strict and careful on the job, but she gave Roarke's hand a quick squeeze. That's how we're going to put him away. That, as much as rock-solid evidence, is why he's going to spend the rest of his life in a cage. And, she added, with a glance back at where Peabody spoke with a visibly shaken Aaron, you helped save a life tonight. His, and however many Ebersol planned for after him. Also, he won't be finishing these crappy bollocks paintings. I suppose that's something. Feeney and McNabb can handle the ease. For now, anyway. Maybe you can hunt up any other costumes. You'd recognize the paintings he cribbed from quicker than any of us. We tie a bow around it, she repeated. Roarke took one last disgusted look at the paintings. I'm more than pleased to help fluff that ribbon. Peabody walked over. Pine's changing into his own clothes. He gave me the cash. He had it on him. It's bagged. I gave him a receipt. I've called a cruiser to take him home. We should be able to give the money back to him at some point. It was payment for services. Got the drugs, Dallas. Baxter held up 2 bottles. Prescription barbs, pill form. 2 different kinds, 2 different doctors. Both stored here inside a locked drawer behind the bar. Neither one's full. Got some uppers here, too. I'm guessing personal use. And a 3rd doctor. Eve smiled. I'm liking the shine on this ribbon. Flag for the lab. They'll match it. Peabody, go ahead and contact the sweepers. There's no rush, but we'll want them to process when we're done with the initial search. It's nice not to have to contact the morgue. Yeah. Aaron. Eve stepped to him when he came out of the dressing area. We have your transportation downstairs. Thanks. Really. It looks like you saved my life, so thanks. You helped. Nice back fist. He smiled a little, rubbed his face where the spirit gum had stuck a little too well. You shouldn't work the stroll if you can't defend yourself. Good thinking. Detective, why don't you escort him out? I'll contact the sweepers. Come on, Aaron. Let's get you home. As Eve pulled out her link, Roarke came back. You may want to have a look. I found more costumes, wigs, props in one of the bedrooms, stored in garment bags. Can you ID the paintings? I believe so, yes. Baxter, Trueheart, carry on. She went with Roarke, started down to the second floor. He won't kill again. He won't even start those paintings. I'm over it, he told her. And because he felt she'd tolerate it, just this once, brushed his lips over the top of her head. I'm well satisfied to help tie this bow around him. She glanced at her wrist unit. Right about now, if Mira's right, he's going to be demanding his call, and that's going to be to his mother, because Mira doesn't miss. His mother will call in a fucking battalion of lawyers. So, she took a breath. Let's tie that bow real pretty. Chapter 20. In the end, Eve decided they needed a very, very long ribbon. Considering himself invulnerable in his glossy urban castle, Jonathan left behind a mountain range of evidence. The paintings, of course, and the costumes, those worn and those waiting to be filled. The drugs he'd used to render his victims unconscious before killing them. They found the wire, the glue, boards identical to what he'd used on the second victim. He'd painted the background for the third victim, which he'd decided not to use, and yet another, so much red, for Aaron Pine. He'd taken photographs of his victims, in the costumes, in the pose he'd directed. He'd taken more of those victims and the others he'd chosen on the street. He'd labeled them with their location and the painting he'd planned to create. He hadn't bothered to dispose of their clothes, instead storing them, in an orderly fashion, in the closet of another guest room. Between them, Feeney and McNabb found an ocean of digital evidence. Various files contained data on each painting, those begun, those planned, with contacts for the fabrics, the costumers, the tatters in Ireland, the dates of his travel and appointments. Each separate file contained his extensive research on the individual painting, the pigments employed, the techniques, the history of the artist, and anything known of the model. He had files on the galleries, the managers, the owners that included his personal notes raging against them. And more damning, the name of the painting assigned to each. He'd opened another for media reports on the murders. In yet one more, he'd started to write his autobiography. He'd titled it, The Artist, The Gifted Life of Jonathan Harper Ebersol. Though he'd yet to reach beyond his own childhood, he'd written his own foreword. I was born to create art, to realize my vision with pigment and brush. This is both my gift and my curse. To be filled with this vision, this talent, this purpose, demands sacrifice, even suffering. Every true artist faces the brutality of rejection, the cruelty of criticism, and worse than these, more brutal, more cruel, apathy. How many of the gifted, through the ages, have been driven to suicide by the apathetic, by those who blithely consider themselves lovers of art? While I sacrificed, while I suffered, while the blades of apathy cut deep, I determined this would not be my fate. I would live. I would paint. I would humble those who turned their backs on my gift. Some will condemn my methods, but they are less than nothing to me. Those who truly understand greatness know the power of art supersedes all else. With my gift, with my art, I have bestowed immortality on those who were no one. Their life beats its pulse in the series I call The New Master Emerges. While my greatest works to date, these will not be the last. In the following pages, I will take you on the journey of a life dedicated above all else to the God of art. When, at last, Roarke drove home, she sent memos to Rio, Mira, Whitney. I need Mira to observe, but right now, I'm coming down solid on legally sane. Crazy? Oh, fuck yeah, but not over the legal line. He knows right from wrong. He just doesn't give a damn. He used an alias on a cash receipt. His actions throughout? Carefully, systematically planned. He chose LCs because he considers them no one, and easy to lure, and he considers himself above the law. He sought to humble, his words, people who'd said no to him. I'd lay a healthy wager he's rarely heard the word no. You'd win that bet. Eve scrubbed her hands over her face. I get some satisfaction at knowing he'll spend the night in a cell, waiting for someone to ride to his rescue. Next steps tomorrow. I need verification from the lab on the drug, on the fibers from the back of the AT, on the victim's clothes. Now she rubbed the tension in the back of her neck. I think he kept their clothes to use later. To use? Yeah, costumes. Besides the ones he had made, he had other stuff. The shawl-type things, hats, fake jewelry, a couple of fancy dresses, and all that. We saw some of it in his other paintings around the house, in the studio. And in those works, those previous works, there was at least a dull glimmer of talent. Pedestrian. Yeah, at best, but the ones he killed for? No glimmer at all. He drove through the gates. You were right about the costumes. The paintings he planned to copy with them. It's all written out. Yet you worry. You have all the evidence. You have evidence in his own words. He held a weapon, such as it was, to his intended victim's throat, then tried to attack you with it. And yet you worry. Yeah, I do. She got out of the car, walked to the door with him. He'll have money, influence, and power behind him. Hell, surrounding him. If you read his data, it's clear he's never done a single hard day's work in his life, never earned his own way on anything. She looked over at him as she walked into the house. He grew up exactly the opposite of us. Pampered, indulged, spoiled. Plenty of others are and don't turn into psychopaths, but it's a factor in his pathology. He slid an arm around her waist as they started up the stairs. You worry he'll wiggle out on an insanity defense? Some, yeah, but I'd take it. He'll still be locked up. As plush as the Harpers could manage, but locked up. Nobody else dies. It wouldn't be just, and still, I'd take it. I worry because I know they'll throw everything they've got at getting him out, getting him off. Eve, I can't believe, Even with the depths of the Harper Group's pockets, they can overcome the amount of evidence you've compiled against him. And what's on your recorder during the arrest? He was shocked. People broke into his house, had weapons. He snapped, he panicked. They'll try that. And you'll counter it. I'll place another wager then, won't I? And it's all on you. She leaned against him a moment as they walked into the bedroom. It's still step by step. I can get a confession out of him, but I can't get a confession out of him if the lawyers zip him up, and they will. They'll try anyway. We'll have to work through them to get to him. I'll need Rio there. You'll have her, and Mira, and a bloody Mount Kilimanjaro of evidence. Add an egoist, a malignant one at that, and one you'll skillfully goad into bragging about everything he's done and planned to do. He slipped the jacket off her shoulders, laid it aside, then rubbed at the knots. Because it helped to hear it, she nodded. I know what buttons to push if I can get to them. After removing her weapon harness, she sat to pull off her boots. You'll get to them. They'll delay, toss up obstacles. And still. She rose, began to undress as he did. Summer's nearly over, right? You wouldn't know it by the weather, but it's waning, yes? Let's have a barbecue thing. He turned, studied her. You're very tired, aren't you now? Not altogether lucid. Actually, worrying's got me, I don't know what. But I mean it. Or right now I do. They all dived right in. Put in a full day, but dived right in. Including you. He's off the street because they did. You did. I know in my gut I'd have gotten him eventually, but it might not have been tonight. Without the help, I might be going to the morgue again in the morning. I'd be briefing the feds tomorrow. So we'll have a barbecue. She shrugged. You like them. They like them. Summer's almost over. And tonight, Jonathan Harper Ebersol sleeps in a cage. We'll plan for Saturday then, or Sunday if that works best, including the Miras, the Whitneys. Yeah. She slid into bed with him. Galahad rolled over from his sprawl and curled at the small of her back. Nadine and Jake. We haven't seen much of Charles and Louise of late, so we'll see if they're free. Mavis and family, of course. See, this is what happens. You decide to do something nice, and it balloons on you. Then the balloon pops, and all the gunk inside spills all over you. Let me worry about all that. I'll enjoy it. He would, she thought, which was part of the why she'd said it. She'd be okay with it, but he'd love it. As the cat curled against her, she curled against Roarke. He brushed his lips over her forehead, and he stroked her back as he often did when trying to soothe her into sleep. But her mind wouldn't rest. She lifted her mouth to his. Help me out, will you, pal? I don't want to dream tonight. So his mouth took hers again, gently, while his hands stroked her back, and murmured to her as those hands slid under the nightshirt she'd tossed on. She heard the cat give a kind of annoyed grunt before he rolled away. If you dream, dream of me. Dream of us. Dream of this, he said, and took her mouth again. Again tender. So tender and so warm. She laid a hand on his cheek. His hands, his lips didn't just stir desire, but beat in her heart as well. Worry began to fade in wonder. That he was hers. that he wanted to be hers. She answered tenderness with tenderness, understanding, as she never had before him, that when love surrounded desire, it meant everything. With him, she had everything. He felt the tension fade away as she softened against him. His fierce cop let go for him. Let the day, the night, all that came before this moment go. He took his time, hands gliding rather than demanding, so she could drift, just drift before the rise. And he, lost in her, could drift with her. She allowed herself to surrender, needed to surrender, could surrender because she knew he would cherish. And with surrender, she found peace. With peace, she found pleasure. All tangled together in a slow, quiet blooming. He soothed and seduced, tending to her body inch by inch, drawing out her emotions to join with his, patiently, so patiently layering sensations that she slid to peak, slid over like water poured from a cup. Then he was with her, inside her, bodies joined in a slow, easy rhythm that spun out time, so slow, slow and sweet, they climbed to peak and spilled over together. She didn't dream. And when she woke, felt incredibly grateful for that single, simple fact. More gratitude filled her when she saw Roarke in his perfect dark suit with his perfectly knotted tie in the sitting area with the cat across his lap and the stock figures scrolling by on the muted screen. The familiarity of it, the quiet routine of it kept worry at bay another few minutes. It wouldn't be an easy day, she knew. She had to prepare for long, for hard. But to have this to start that long, hard day? A gift. "You slept well," he said without looking over. "I haven't moved a muscle." "How do you know I'm awake?" "I can hear your brain working." "You know that's not possible." And yet. Now he looked over, smiled that smile of his. "And as your brain's working, I'll suggest you wear something formidable today. Black if you must, but with punch. My brain can't worry about clothes before coffee." She rolled out of bed and went straight for coffee. Drinking that first life-saving sip, she studied him. "You helped me out last night. I reaped considerable benefits." "Damn right, but I'm going to give you a little payback anyway. You pick out the formidable. I expect to deal with the obscenely rich. You qualify there, too. Just add intimidating to formidable. First a barbecue, and now this." His clever fingers scratched at the cat as he studied her. "Where's my wife?" "She's right here, so don't get used to it, Ace." With that, she went in to shower. More routine, and exactly what she needed to fortify for the day ahead. Hot jets, steam rising, then warm air swirling, all giving her time to think, to begin to strategize. When she came out, he'd laid clothes on the bed, had 2 domes on the table. He hadn't gone for black, she noted, but the dark gray of an angry thundercloud in the trousers, the jacket. He'd paired that with a thundercloud vest with thin lines of dark, deep bronze. A simple T-shirt and the buckle of the gray belt picked up the bronze, as did the 3 chunky buckles on the over-the-ankle gray boots. Formidable? With you in it, oh yes indeed. Take off the jacket when you're in Central. Show them your weapon and those well-toned arms. Show them who you are. Okay, then. The diamond studs. The small ones. He nodded toward the dresser. Oh, but the obscenely rich will recognize the quality. You'll forget you're wearing them. They won't. She'd think about it, she decided, and walked over to join him. With the cat now stretched on the floor, Roarke took the domes off. Waffles. Never wrong. Waffles and berries and bacon. Add more coffee, and the day began perfectly. She drowned the waffles in syrup. Do you have a plan of attack? I'm juggling plans, since I don't know how they'll push on defense. I do figure they can keep him quiet for a while. That doesn't mean I can't bring him into the box with his attorneys present. They'll file briefs, but that's Rio's deal. I can goad and insult him all I want. He might stay silent through a round of that. Then it's back to the cell. He'll have to sit through arraignment and take what Rio throws out. It'll wear on him. That's just right. Maybe it'll take another round, maybe 2. I'd say 3 at the outside. Add a second night in a cell, he'll break. She ate waffles, switched to bacon. He'll break, she repeated. I just have to get to the buttons and keep pressing them. If I'm pressing the wrong ones, Mira will tell me. I don't care how much they pay the lawyers, how good they are. Nobody will be able to shut him down once I punch the first crack in the wall. As I said before, my money's on you. She looked over at the clothes on the bed. Pretty much literally. Eating, she considered. What would you do if I started shopping for my own clothes? After I'd been treated for shock, I'd implore Louise to give you a full medical workup, including a brain scan. Ha ha. I used to shop for my own clothes. He leaned over, kissed her cheek. I'd say it was more bought them than shopped for. And I do treasure the button that fell off the hideous suit you wore the day we met. Sap. A smart-ass and a sap. Well, I'm going to go put on your money, get a little jump on the day. I'll wake Rio up, if she's not already up, on my way downtown. I think we need to meet before it all starts. She got up to dress. I'm figuring the legal wrangles may take a couple of days. If he has to spend the weekend in jail, he'll crack like an egg on Monday, if he lasts that long. As she put on the trousers, pulled on the t-shirt, Roarke carried the plates and domes into his closet. Amused, she watched him come out, firmly closed the door as she buttoned on the vest. Really? He needs to learn not to lap at dishes. Next, you'll put the breakfast stuff in your closet safe, if needs be. She strapped on her weapon harness, frowned at the small studs. I want to say cops don't wear diamonds, but I've got a big-ass one under my shirt. The studs are a subtle statement, and won't go unnoticed if you deal with any of Ebersol's family today. I expect to. Someone's gonna come to protect the baby boy against the big bad cop. She put them on and decided to do exactly what Roarke had told her she would. Forget she wore them. So she sat, pulled on her boots, and from her vantage point, watched the cat manage to open the closet just enough to squeeze his bulk through. Roarke. He glanced over where she nodded. Well, fuck me. He marched to the closet, came back out with the disappointed Galahad. Banishment it is, then. As he put the cat out of the room, Eve's lynx signaled. Looks like Rio's tagging me first, she said as she picked it up. Dallas, how soon can you get to the courthouse? I'm leaving here in a minute. Why? Jonathan Ebersol has Kopechne, Addison, Wright, and Wu as his counsel. Which means they're who defense attorneys want to be when they grow up. On screen, Rio used both hands to somehow pull her fluffy hair into a smooth twist. And he's got a bail hearing at 9. What? Nobody works that fast. They do. Arraignment and bail hearing at 9. He won't make bail. She worried there, but not with these charges he won't. He's a flight risk. Dallas, they maneuvered somehow and got Judge McEnroy. Shit. I'm on my way. Tell me what it means, Roarke asked as she grabbed her jacket. It means they managed to get the judge most likely to set bail. Not a slam dunk, not with these charges, not with Ebersol's money and connections that scream flight risk, but not impossible. It should be impossible. If he gets out for 5 damn minutes, he'll run. His family will get him out of the country, set him up, and... She had to take a minute, and a long breath with it. They'll put a tracker on him. McEnroy's big on trackers, but... I need a favor. Of course. 10 minutes later, she jogged down the steps. Roarke went with her, stopped her at the door by taking her shoulders. I expect you to take care of my cop and keep me updated. I'll do both. Thanks. Maybe I won't need the insurance, but I'm not gonna gamble. She kissed him, then dashed to the car. As she sped toward the gates, she hit lights and sirens. She flicked her wrist unit to contact Peabody. Get to the courthouse, 15th floor. Ebersol's being arraigned at 9 and there's a bail hearing. At 9? How did they... Money, Peabody. Get there. When Eve spotted a knot in traffic ahead, she punched vertical. She didn't have time to waste. Her in-dash signaled. She nearly ignored it when the readout told her Nadine first. Then she calculated. I'm on my way to the courthouse. So am I, or will be in 3 minutes. If you want a one-on-one, you've got it, but it has to be fast. Make that 1.5 minutes, Nadine said, and clicked off. APA Cher Rio didn't allow herself to pace outside the courtroom. Pacing here would make her look weak and nervous. She was, by God, not weak, but plenty nervous. She had no doubt in her mind, with the evidence in hand, and whatever else could be gathered, she'd get a conviction. For Christ's sake, the NYPSD had caught him with his next victim, one he'd threatened to kill, on record. They had the paintings, the costumes, his own words, the drugs used, the wire, the damn glue. They had it all. And none would matter if he got out, got away, riding and hiding on Harper Group money. She'd make that case, and she'd push it hard. But... She sprang up from her bench, shoving files aside as she spotted Peabody. Where's Dallas? She was on her way when she made contact. I'm closer, but she'll be here. How the hell did this happen so fast? They pulled all the aces from the deck, including getting Judge McEnroy on the bench. That's not good. But still, bail's not gonna happen. I want the judge to see NYPSD in the courtroom. I want, if I can wrangle it, a chance for him to hear the arresting officer's statement on that arrest. I barely had time to prepare. They got the jump on me. And here they come. Peabody glanced back to see 4 people striding down the wide hall. 2 men in suits, one woman in a suit, and a second woman she recognized as Phoebe Harper. She thought the three lawyers looked just like a vid version of slick and successful attorneys. On the other hand, Phoebe Harper looked quietly elegant in a long-sleeved black dress, her golden brown hair waving to just above her shoulders. She was thin and petite, makeup subtle, jewelry understated. And she looked, Peabody gauged, about a dozen years younger than 67. The tallest of the lawyers, the one with silvery hair that formed wings at his temples, leaned down toward her, murmured something. Peabody watched Phoebe's gaze shift, and as they zeroed in on her and Rio, deep, dark blue eyes, like her son's, went hard. The female lawyer guided her to a bench on the other side of the courtroom door. She sat, crossed her legs, folded her hands in her lap, and stared straight ahead. The tall man walked to Rio, held out a hand. Ms. Rio. Mr. Kopechne. My co-counsels, Alan Addison and Carleen Hammett. I don't believe we've met before. No, we haven't. I know you by reputation, of course. He smiled charmingly. I can say the same. You've traveled a long way in a short time. The flight from California gave us time to begin to review the case against our client. He went into the courtroom, followed by his associates. Hammett accompanied Phoebe inside. Where the hell is Dallas? Rio muttered. I've got to get in there. Look, I'll tag her, get an ETA. As Peabody started to, she saw her partner exiting the elevator. Rio strode straight to her. What took you so long? We have to go in. I had to make a stop. I'm here now. The lab's putting a rush on the drugs, the wire, glue, all of it. We've got to go in now. I want both of you seated right behind my table. Ebersol's got 3 attorneys at his, and his mother will be right behind them. His mother. Mira scores again. They'll point out his family support. I don't see that as a weight on his side. And I'll turn it around. They'll also use the fact he has no record, no violence. I've got ammo, Dallas. But if the court springs him, I need him under watch. Trust me, already set up. Rio nodded. It just had to be McEnroy, she mumbled, then went into court. You didn't say anything about making a stop, Peabody said. Some insurance, just in case. I'll explain if we need to use it. They went inside, sat, and Eve took the opportunity to study Phoebe Harper. Some resemblance, she thought, in the coloring, but where Jonathan's face had a kind of bland softness to it, his mother's was honed. Maybe from DNA, maybe from what money could buy, but either way, she had a sharp, striking look about her. And when the woman turned her head, met Eve's steady gaze, Eve saw the cold, hard steel under the striking. Used to having her own way, too, Eve decided, and damn determined to have it regarding her son. And damned if she didn't see Phoebe's glance flick to the earrings. Roarke scored again. Though amused, Eve kept her face impassive, her gaze steady. A way of letting the woman know she was equally determined justice got its way. Phoebe looked away first as they escorted Jonathan into the courtroom. His mother had brought him fresh clothes, she noted. The suit, the crisp shirt, the tie, the shine shoes. He'd knotted his hair up. He gave his mother a look of sorrow with just a hint of tears. She touched her hand to her lips, then extended it to him. Moments later, The bailiff ordered all to rise. Chapter 21. Judge Gerald McEnroy entered, beefy in his black robes, his hair tightly curled around his wide, deep brown face. Eve let the preliminaries go by, focused on the defendant and his mother. She studied Jonathan's profile, his body language, as McEnroy informed him of his trial rights. Not nervous, Eve concluded. Pretending to be, a little, but not nervous. Smug. To her eye, he came off smug. His mother kept her hands clasped tightly together on the knee of her crossed legs. Some nerves there, Eve thought. She carried them for her baby boy. Jonathan's shoulders hunched a bit when they read the charges against him, outlined the probable cause. But not nerves, Eve concluded. Insult. Mr. Ebersol, do you understand the charges against you? He started to speak, then the lawyer with the silver hair leaned toward him, whispered something. Jonathan rose politely. Yes, Your Honor. How do you plead? Not guilty, Your Honor. Thank you. And sat. Rio rose. Your Honor, the prosecution believes the charges against the defendant are heinous and show a disregard for human life. We contend, and have substantial evidence to prove, that Jonathan Harper Ebersol intended and planned to continue his killing spree. In addition, the defendant has access to great wealth. His family owns property and homes in several countries. He has access to private shuttles and poses a serious flight risk. We request he be remanded until trial. Your Honor, Kopechny rose. The defense contends denying bail until the trial is concluded would be undue punishment. It will take several weeks for his legal representatives to mount a defense, given the unwieldy and circular route law enforcement employed to the arrest of my client. Your client took an unwieldy and circular route to murdering 3 people and attempting to murder another, Rio snapped back. We're not trying the case today, Ms. Rio. Your Honor, the Harper Group is a multi-billion-dollar company with global arms. The record of the arrest clearly shows the defendant threatened Aaron Pine with a weapon, the same weapon he attempted to attack Lieutenant Eve Dallas with in his attempt to escape arrest. This shows a propensity for violence. It shows, Kopechny argued, a young man shocked and frightened when his home is invaded. He held up a hand, or so he believed in the moment. He has never exhibited violent behavior. He has no criminal record. He has his family's emotional support and deep ties to New York. Your Honor, McEnroy slapped his gavel. Just hold on, both of you. I repeat, we're not trying this case today. This is a hearing regarding bail. The defense is entitled to build that defense. Due to that, and the court calendar, this trial would begin. He checked his calendar, nodding, frowning. On February 18th of next year. He sat back. While I understand the prosecutor's desire for remand, I am disinclined to incarcerate a defendant for 6 months before that defense can be given. Ms. Rio. McEnroy held up a finger before she could protest. During this period, and throughout the trial, the defendant will be confined to his home. He is not to step foot outside those walls and will submit to wearing a tracker to ensure same. He will surrender his passport. Bail will be set at $50 million. Your Honor, that's an egregious sum. McEnroy lifted his eyebrows at Kopechne. "I believe it's well within the means of the defendant to post, and will serve as a deterrent against flight. Mr. Ebersol, do you understand the terms of your release on bond, and that said bond will be revoked, and you remanded to jail if you break those terms?" I... Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The prosecution could not object more strongly. Understood, Ms. Rio. But we are still a court that adheres to innocent until proven guilty. In addition, the residence in which the defendant lives, rent-free, where the prosecution and the evidence contends Mr. Ebersol murdered 3 people, is still being processed. It's not possible for him to enter those premises. Your Honor, the defendant's family owns another property in New York, an apartment in a secure building which the defendant may use until his own home is cleared. Very well. State the address for the record. McEnroy nodded his way through that. Mr. Ebersol, do you agree to the terms of house arrest at this location? Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. So ordered. This hearing is adjourned. All rise, the bailiff announced. Jonathan sprang up and all but fell into his mother's arms. Eve heard him say, "Mommy," and though he made sobbing noises on her shoulder, he sent Eve a smug smile. Gonna wipe that off your face, she thought, and real soon. She didn't speak until she and Peabody left the courtroom. It'll take some time to post the bond. Then he'll need to go to Central, pick up his personal effects. We'll have him tailed until he gets to his new home. Jesus, Dallas, you know he's gonna run. Yes, I do. She waited for Rio, who came out steaming. God damn it. I hope McEnroy can live with it when that murdering asshole gets somewhere we can't touch him. I hope he can live with it when he kills someone else. Fuck that. No, I don't. I hope he can't live with it. Nadine's going to be outside, on the steps. She'll want to talk to me. She'll want you, too. Just what I need. After she does what she does, I need you in my office. Dallas, I don't have time to... Yes, you do. I figure at least 2 hours, maybe more. Peabody, book a conference room. There's not enough space in my office. Let's get going. It'll take me a chunk of that 2 or 3 hours to explain. Start now, Rio demanded as they walked to the elevator. No. Stay pissed. It's a good look. I don't know what the hell you plan to pull out of your sleeve, out of your hat, or out of your ass, Dallas, but it better be good. It's the best I've got. As they rode down, Eve turned to Rio again. Tell me this. If he breaks the terms of his bail, will Kopechne's firm still represent him? I don't know. Weary, Rio ran a hand over her hair. Their rep is sterling. I can't see them being any part in aiding him to rabbit on this, and I think if he does, and he damn well will, they'll be as pissed then as I am now. Good. Mommy's gonna have to find new fancy lawyers. As expected, Nadine waited on the courthouse steps. Not alone, Eve noted. Plenty of other reporters lined the way. Ignoring them, she walked to Nadine. I heard. Tough one, she said to Rio. You've got 5 minutes, Eve said. 5 with me, 5 with Rio. Hey! Then you need to stay ready. Nadine's cat's eyes narrowed. For what? Keep your camera on call, was Eve's answer. Make sure you have good transportation. And be ready. Take your 5. Nadine signaled to her camera, rolled her shoulders, brushed at her camera-perfect hair. This is Nadine First on the steps of the New York City Criminal Court. I'm speaking to Lieutenant Eve Dallas, the arresting officer of Jonathan Harper Ebersol. Mr. Ebersol is charged with 3 counts of murder in the first, as well as other charges. Lieutenant Dallas, how do you feel about Judge McEnroy's decision to set bail at $50 million and ordering Mr. Ebersol to house arrest? The New York City Police and Security Department gathered substantial evidence which led to Ebersol's arrest last night for the premeditated murder of 3 people and, on record, the attempted murder of another individual. We believe we took a dangerous and violent man off the streets. My personal feelings regarding Judge McEnroy's ruling don't matter. We did our job and will continue to protect and serve the people and the city of New York. She answered more questions, keeping it dispassionate and very restrained before stepping aside. Rio's responses held a great deal more passion and fire, and Eve thought that was just fine. Eve checked her wrist unit. That wraps it. Rio, you should ride with us. Nadine, stay ready. Keep your camera on call, she repeated. Tell me something, Rio insisted as they walked down to the sidewalk. I need to tell the boss something. I'm gonna go through it once, all together. But I'll tell you, I'm not letting that sniveling, slimy, snickering son of a bitch out of New York. Not today, not tomorrow. Not until he's on his way off-planet to Omega. She waited until she got into the car, got behind the wheel, then banged her fists on the wheel. The judge is a fucking moron! In the back seat, Rio threw up her hands. Finally! And he's gonna look like one. The Harper Group could piss $50 million in a bucket and not miss it. She won't wait. She'll make her move today. She'll already have everything set up. Who? Mommy, Eve said, and pulled away from the curb. I really want to hear this. Then Peabody grabbed the chicken stick as Eve hit lights and sirens again. In the garage, Eve didn't bother with the elevator, but headed straight up the steps, then out to the glides. How about a hint? Peabody asked. A clue? You'll get the whole shot in a few minutes. Tag Feeney. I need an E-man in now. Bullpen. As Peabody made contact, Eve stuck her hands in her pockets. She believed in the system, but sometimes the system needed a kick in the ass. It'll take some time for them to deal with the paperwork. Then he'll need to come here, get his stuff, then go to the penthouse. She'll be with him every step for that. If she's going to help him run, why go to the penthouse at all? And yeah, she's going to help him run, Peabody added, but they'll have to ditch the tracker. That's why the penthouse first. I won't say they're 100% effective, Rio began. Nothing is, but they're damn close. That much money buys expertise. How about the lawyers? Would they conspire on this for a big fat payday? Rio didn't hesitate. Absolutely not. They've earned their reputation, and this would ruin them. Good. I didn't think so. She hopped off the glides and strode straight into the bullpen. Court, Baxter said, gesturing at Jenkinson and Reineke's empty desk, then at Carmichael's and Santiago's. Follow-up. On their way back. She decided the hell with the conference room. You and Trueheart, soft close. Officer Carmichael, pick 2 officers. I want you and them on surveillance. Visibly on surveillance. Peabody, give them printouts of Ebersol and Harper's ID shots. I want you seen. I want you obvious. Yes, sir. The woman comes and goes as she pleases. If you spot or believe you spot Ebersol leaving the building, contact me. Do not move on him." "How's he going anywhere?" Baxter demanded. "He's in custody." He made bail. "What the—" She cut Baxter off with a look. "Soft close," she repeated. "I don't want you seen. You're fucking invisible. If you see or believe you see Ebersol, contact me. Do not move in. Follow. Be prepared to follow a vehicle." "Sir, Lieutenant," Trueheart said. "They didn't let him out without a tracker. I mean, with all we had." "They didn't, but he won't be wearing it when he leaves the building. And he will leave the building. If they have to exit the building on foot, they won't leave together. She'll go out first. He'll be disguised. He'll either have a car waiting or walk a short distance to where a car's waiting, with her in it." She shook her head. "Watch for that, but they'll have a better way." When Feeney walked in, face stony with anger, she nodded. "I feel the same, but we need to set this up fast. Use Peabody's unit and get this on screen." She handed him a disc. "The better way. The building has underground parking. The slickest way out for him, use the penthouse's private elevator all the way down to the waiting car. Has to be a car, as the building doesn't have roof access for air vehicles." "How'd you get all this so fast?" Feeney asked as he studied the blueprints on screen. "Some help from the consultant. I'd like McNabb, or whoever you assign, to ride with Baxter. I want to know how many people are in the penthouse at all times." "I'll get you McNabb." "Good. The Harpers have a private airstrip in their compound upstate, but that's a long way to go and they're in a hurry. We factor for that, and we have a jet copter and pilot on call, but best bet is private shuttle. Bring up the map on there, Feeney." When they had, Eve used her pointer. "Here are their options. Facilities for private, long-distance shuttles. The Harpers have their own private shuttles. They have 6 of them. One, the one Phoebe Harper used to travel last night, is already here. They won't use that. Too easy to trace, but we factor. This station." She highlighted another. "It's the closest to the penthouse. Bring another in. Have it ready to go." Feeney nodded. "A lot of options to cover, kid. If he's managed to ditch the tracker, no way to be sure. You're gonna need more men. He won't be wearing the tracker, but he'll be carrying one." The consultant had one on hand, one used in covert ops. Feeney's face began to light up. "Damn right he did!" "I made a stop on the way to court. She may have bought him some new ID, though he won't need it, since she'll take him somewhere without extradition. He's got a real nice wallet to carry it in, if so." "You put the tracker in the wallet." Now Feeney grinned at her. "It's small, thin, almost transparent. I've got the code to activate. She'll have gotten him a new link, the new ID most likely, a new passport, but why would she buy him a new wallet when he's already got one with his initials engraved on it?" "She had to work most of the night on all this," Rio put in. "And I agree. A new wallet wouldn't be a priority. It had to take hours and an extraordinary amount of money to do what you think she's done since his arrest. He's her baby boy. Whether she ruined him or he came out ruined, the result's the same. 3 people are dead, and with this, she's as responsible as he is." Eve thought of the long, measuring stare they'd shared in court. "We'll be making 2 arrests today." She checked her wrist unit. "Surveillance teams, get moving. Pick up McNabb and get me how many bodies are up there. Feeney, you're gonna need a portable. The van's too slow. You'll ride with me and Peabody." So will I, Rio said. I need to update my boss. So do I. Let's make it fast. Peabody, while I report to the commander, inform Mira that her presence in observation is vital when we bring Ebersol back in. She watched the clock as she reported to Whitney. Gauged the time as she tagged Nadine. She would. She swore it. Sew Jonathan Harper Ebersol and his mother up, and sew them up together. And add another big shiny bow. She waited until Baxter checked in. Ebersol and Harper just arrived. They're going into the building. McNabb reports 2 other people already in there. Stay invisible. Stay ready. She walked out to the bullpen. Suspects entering the building. 2 others already in the penthouse. Were moving. Already tracking him. Feeney tapped his portable. Signals clear and strong. Let's keep it that way. Since Santiago and Carmichael were back at their desks, she nodded to them. Mind the store. She glanced at the elevators, then at Feeney. Can you make it go straight down? No stops? Not supposed to, but in this case... Inside, he used a swipe, then keyed in a code. We'll set up close, Eve continued. Not too close, but close enough. People already in there, waiting for them. If he doesn't move inside 2 hours, she shook her head. We've lost him. We're not gonna lose him. Feeney stood, resolute in his baggy shit-brown suit. We're the long arm of the fucking law. Why is it 1 arm? You need both to be long, or at least the same length. It only takes 1 to grab some asshole doing the crime. Then you don't need long to cuff him. You know what would be frosty? Peabody held out her arms. If cops could stretch their arms like Mr. Fantastic. Who the hell is that? The Fantastic Four, Dallas. Superheroes. But what would be even more iced? Having invisible capabilities. Like right now, Baxter and Trueheart could literally be invisible. Then they could stand right outside the penthouse door, follow Ebersol out, down to the car. I'd rather have super speed. The older you get, Feeney told them, the more you appreciate super speed. Like the Flash. He's not one of the Fantastic Four, Peabody explained. I'll make a note of that. Eve got out of the elevator. I'd be Wonder Woman. Rio shrugged when Eve gave her a baffled look. She has an invisible plane, Peabody pointed out. I wouldn't care about that. I'd want the lasso of truth. And the outfit. And the body to rock that outfit. But the lasso would be priority. Rio settled in the back with Feeney. I don't get to go on busts with the long arms of the law often enough. But if I did, I'd bring my lasso. Feeney. I've got him, Dallas. He's in the penthouse. Tracker's moving around a lot, but in that area. He's inside. I might shoot for the web slinger. Oh, Spider-Man! In the front, Peabody shifted, looked back at Feeney. I had a serious crush on Peter Parker when I was a little girl. And now, come to think, I've got my own sort of Peter Parker. I might try for Black Widow. The outfit and the body again. No superpowers, but a totally mag ass-kicker. Wouldn't you have to kill Peter Parker first to make Widow? The minute she asked, Eve ass-kicked herself for letting them suck her in. She's not that kind of widow. It's a code name, like the poisonous spider. You should probably take her, Dallas. You'd fit. I could go with the Scarlet Witch. That one's got some issues, Feeney reminded her. Yeah, but I'd overcome them. I'd make a totally extra Scarlet Witch. Now that that's settled, maybe we can all focus on stopping the evil villain and his mommy from escaping to Planet Zero. Peabody, keep tabs on the court-ordered tracker. I suggest using technology rather than your imaginary superpowers. I've got him. Wallet tracker's still moving around, Feeney added. So's the original. Eve pulled into a loading zone a block from the apartment building. Baxter, Officer Carmichael, we're in position. McNabb, still 4 heat sources. Okay. Wallet tracker's holding steady now. So's the original. Like he's maybe sitting down or at least standing still. Sitting, McNabb said. Looks like sitting from here. One source beside him, very close, one across from him. One looking on, I'd say. They're starting work on the tracker, Eve muttered. Roarke said it would be slow, tedious work to do it right, to keep it going and remove it undamaged at the same time. She flicked a glance in the rear view at Feeney. Estimate 30 to 40 minutes. For Roarke? Feeney smirked just a little. For an exceptional E-man who could bypass it. Either one already on the Harper payroll or a freelancer. One who's also willing to face prison time. Aiding and abetting, accessory after the fact. Works for her already if he knows the score, Feeney concluded. Freelancer if she didn't want the tie-in. Still holding steady. Some loyalty, maybe. And a big fat fee either way. Add an escape plan to anywhere the E-man wants to go. That's not gonna happen. McNabb, when Ebersol and his mother move out, you switch and stick with Officer Carmichael's team. I want you on the 2 others. Do not arrest. Don't move in until we have Ebersol. I'm getting you backup. Don't lose them. You're sure they'll leave first? Rio asked. No, playing the odds. She wants her baby boy safe. The court tracker needs a heat source and pulse to monitor. One of the other 2 have to wear it until they're away. Otherwise, hell, just cut it off and go. Can't risk that with cops very visibly watching the building. That's right. She'd never risk that anyway. She'd want time to get him out of the building, into the shuttle and gone. Even if he got away, we'd have her. Rio shook her head. We'd trace all this afterward and we'd have her. Maybe she's willing to go to prison for him. Maybe she figures she has enough money to beat the charges. Or the desperate mother defense will hold up. I can promise you it wouldn't. Juries don't like people who use their billions to escape justice. She'd do time, one way or the other. It's going to be one way, and that's our way. 30 minutes crawled by, then 5 more. At 38 minutes, Peabody said, "Wait!" There was a flicker, just a flicker. I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't been looking right at it. The dot, the court tracker, just flickered for a few seconds. He got it off. All heat sources standing, McNabb reported. Wallet monitor moving. All heat sources moving. 3 separating, same direction. 1 remaining. The court monitor's remaining, Dallas. And the wallet's heading down. Elevator. McNabb, keep on the penthouse. Switch to Officer Carmichael's team. Baxter, Trueheart, follow, but keep your distance. We're monitoring. We'll direct you. Feeney, you're the navigator. Copy that. Still heading down, and just past street level. Parking garage it is. Out of the elevator now. Walking, walking. Holding. Moving, faster. In a vehicle now, heading toward the exit. Pausing. Exiting. Coming out on the street. We see him, Trueheart reported. Black town car, New York license 356 Kilo Papa Echo. Give them a block. I'm moving. McNabb? Heat source still in the penthouse. I'm gonna guess he's having a drink. Car's moving steady west. Stay invisible. Peabody, coordinate with McNabb. Give him the go when I tell you. Turning north on 8th, Feeney said. North, 8th. Eve brought the map back into her head. Then, because she didn't want to risk a mistake, tossed it up on the windshield. Closest for private shuttles, long range. Got it. Baxter, continue to follow. I'm moving ahead. She went vertical, punched it, and heard Rio's, "Oh, sweet baby Jesus." As she flew, Eve tagged Roarke. Lieutenant. West Side Shuttle Station. I need you to clear me, then Baxter's vehicle, right through the gate for the privates, and tag Nadine. Consider it done. We're kind of busy here, so can you find out what privates geared up for takeoff to one on the list of locations I gave you this morning? 2 minutes on that. Take them down. Can I ask how he can clear you through like that? Now she flicked a glance at Rio. He keeps a couple of privates there. She muttered the rest. And he might actually own the station. That would do it. Heat source and monitor still holding at the penthouse location, Peabody reported. We hold there, too. Baxter, when you get through the gate, lock it down, then back us up. They're a couple of blocks behind us now, kid. We want more room than that. How long can this thing stay up here? Rio wondered. As long as I need it to, Eve hoped. You got 3 blocks now. This is where they're going, and you've got 3 blocks on them. One more, Eve murmured, and pushed for it before she dropped down and answered Rourke's tag. Venezuela, specifically Caracas. The shuttle's on the tarmac outside Hangar 303. It's a Harper Group shuttle, a JZ-15, tail number Delta Echo 5491. Would you like me to delay the takeoff? No need. Arriving there now. I'll get back to you. She drove into the station, swung toward the private gates, and barely slowed before they opened for her. Box them in, she murmured. Rio, you keep covered. The driver may, and probably does, serve as a bodyguard. He may be armed. You don't really think? No chances. There's the shuttle. Dallas. McNabb says the source in the penthouse looks like he's kicked back and watching some screen. Kicked back, anyway. Not for long. She drove straight into the hangar and had the startled pilot running in after them. The woman wore a formal uniform and moved fast. You can't! She stopped, frowned at Eve's badge. What's the problem? I've got passengers coming in. Who's on the shuttle? Rio stepped out, held up her ID. APA Cher Rio, you really want to answer the lieutenant's question and quickly or be charged with obstruction. Well, Jesus, I just fly the shuttle. Miss Harper, Phoebe Harper and Marcus Solo, they're bound for Caracas. They're bound for prison, and you'll want to stay out of the way. Listen, I just fly the shuttle. Holding up her hands, the woman backed away. Feeney, give the portable to Rio. Rio, stay out of the way. I have no problem with that. They're through the gate, Feeney said, as he handed the portable to Rio. Move in, McNabb. Block the gate, Baxter. And let's give mother and son an NYPSD welcome. From the hangar, She watched the car pull up beside the shuttle. When the driver got out, opened the rear door, she stepped out, flanked by Peabody and Feeney. "This is the police. Put your hands where I can see them. Reach under that jacket, pal, and you're down." The driver put his hands up. "Thinking about running, Jonathan? Nowhere to go, but I'll be more than happy to stun your ass if you try." "Mommy, do something!" "How dare you threaten my son? Jonathan, get on the shuttle." "It's not going to Caracas or anywhere else, but try it and you're down." Phoebe's jaw hardened. "Get on board, darling. I'll handle this." Instead, he did exactly what Eve expected. He ran. "Got her, Peabody?" "Yeah." "I've got the driver. Go, kid." As she raced forward, Phoebe rushed to block her path. Eve just knocked her aside. He ran fairly well, Eve noted. Not well enough, but not bad. She calculated overtaking him in about 30 seconds, then called out one more warning. "Stop, or I will deploy my weapon." When he didn't stop, she kept her word. His body jiggled, danced. From behind her, she heard his mother scream. She glanced back long enough to see Peabody restrain her, Baxter assisting. Trueheart broke off and raced after Eve. Jonathan dropped, shook, then as she stood over him, lay shuddering. "Hey, Jonathan." She pulled him up to sitting, snapped the cuffs on him. "Nice to see you again." His nervous system, still jolted by the stun, caused the word to garble some, but she recognized it. "Mommy!" "I'm your mommy now, and you're grounded for the next few lifetimes." Chapter 22. While Trueheart dealt with Jonathan, Eve walked back to Phoebe, glanced over at the raw scratches on Peabody's throat. "Give you some trouble, Detective?" "I gave her more, sir." Due to the struggle, Phoebe had more than a few hairs out of place now, and the cold look in her eye had gone to blazing fury. "You think you can attack my son, manhandle me, and walk away from it? My attorneys will destroy you, all of you." "I bet not. Not only is this entire arrest on record," she tapped her lapel, "but," and pointed up, "see that chopper? See the Channel 75 in big letters on it? They're live. Your son's attempted escape, with your assistance, broadcast as it happened. On screen, on their website, on all their social media." "The boys got the E-Man," Feeney added. "And your tech who removed the court-ordered monitor? In custody. I bet he'll trade some time off his sentence for telling us how you hired him, how much you paid him. Doesn't matter. Either way, you're done." And it felt incredibly satisfying. "Phoebe Harper, you're under arrest for aiding and abetting a fugitive from justice, for conspiring to facilitate his escape, for conspiring to remove a court-ordered monitor, for obstruction of justice, for assault on police officers, for resisting arrest. We'll be adding creating and/or procuring false identification, arranging for international transportation using same. And the icing I really think I'll have a chance to enjoy? Accessory to murder after the fact." "You have no idea who you're dealing with." "Funny that your dumbfuck son said the same thing to me." Here's the same answer. I do. I really do. And you're dealing with me now. You have the right to remain silent." When she finished reading Phoebe her rights, she sent them to booking in separate cars. Rio strolled over. Well, that was exciting. And you may enjoy knowing that Kopechny saw the live feed. A little bird tells me he's already filed for withdrawal as counsel. He won't touch this. His firm won't touch this. She'll get another. Yes, but not of that caliber, Dallas. It matters. She won't be able to get representation at that level, not after this. Having Nadine record this, broadcast it live? Genius, she said, and held up a hand for a high five. Another layer of insurance. Peabody, get a picture of those cat scratches before you use a healing wand, and let's go roast their asses. On the way to the car, she contacted Roarke. They're in custody. Thanks for the help. Delighted. Will you interview soon? In a few hours. They need to be booked, processed. I want to write it all up, nice and pretty. We'll take the low-hanging first, bodyguard, the E-guy. Then I need Mira, and I'm going to toggle between them if necessary. Hit him first. He's weaker. If I can, I'll come in to watch. It's been a long week, and I could use some fun. See you if I see you. She pocketed the link. Rio, we're heading out. I can write it up nice and pretty, Peabody said as they got in the car. Yeah, you can, but I want this one. You write up your part, including those scratches. They really sting. Been there. Eve rolled her shoulders and thought it amazing just how much weight had dropped away. How about you run that low-hanging fruit so we can see what we've got? I've got the bodyguard already. Micah Jessup, age 40. He's head of Phoebe Harper's personal security team and has been for 9 years. 15 years with the company altogether. No criminal. Divorced, no offspring. Loyalty. How about the tech? McNabb reports Sean Yee. I'm running now. Okay, age 26, freelance tech. He's done some work for the Harper Group as a subcontractor. Single. A few minor bumps here. Money. He'll flip and fast. Jessup will stick. We'll take money first. Your lead. Hot dog! What'll you offer him, Rio? He's more windfall than low-hanging fruit. Dump it down to misdemeanor, 6 months. Immunity's possible, depending. We want the payment to wrap around Harper. We want her instructions and so on wrapped too. I can live with either, Eve decided. He's nothing. A tool, nothing more. Agree. With the bodyguard, I also agree he'll be stickier. If he flips, gives a full statement, testifies, 3 to 5 years. If he sticks... Calculating, Rio lifted her shoulders. He'll do twice that. If he had a part in hiring the tech or in procuring the ID, 20 to 25. What about Harper? Well, doing some math, adding up the charges? Smiling, Rio ticked off on her fingers. Let's call it 50. Yes, I believe 50 works well, though I'll start off higher considering the heinous nature of her son's crimes. If she gets a really good lawyer, we might deal that down to 20, but I'm not inclined there. And she won't get bail, not after this. She also forfeits the $50 million she posted for her son. I can live with 50 inside. Eve answered her in-dash. Commander Whitney. Lieutenant, good work. I need you to meet with Kyung for a media conference in 1 hour. Sir, I have APA Rio with me. We're strategizing before the interviews. We have 4 to... The live feed from Channel 75 was a thing of beauty. Beauty costs, and that cost is full media access at this point. 1 hour. Yes, sir. She waited until she ended the call. Fuck it. Good work. Here's your punishment. Fuck it. You don't need me in the box with the first two. Oh, what? Peabody lost all color. You want me to go solo? But why do I get punished? I could say because, but take McNabb in for the tech. They speak the same weird language. You can pull Jenkinson for the guard. If he's not available, Baxter. I don't get to be bad cop, do I? Use your bad cop on the tech. McNabb's more sympathetic. Same language, she repeated. For the guard, you want to sympathize and relate to his sense of loyalty and service. He won't break for bad cop. Jenkinson will know that and play it so you can contrast. Loyalty and service are your strengths. Use them. She pulled into Central's garage, just sat a minute. And I was feeling pretty damn good. It was still genius, Dallas. Rio gave Eve a pat on the shoulder before she slid out of the back. That feed in court? Private shuttle waiting? Ebersol running? Harper trying to stop you? Swiping at Peabody? It's diamonds and gold. And I'm betting Nadine's commentary added more shine and sparkle. Blah, blah, bollocks, blah. She went straight to her office, and with coffee, wrote up her report. Nice and pretty. Peabody stepped in. They're bringing up Sean Yee. Any advice? Hit him out of the gate. Aiding and abetting a serial killer in an escape. There's precedent for one who aids and abets receiving the same sentence as the accused. 3 terms of life, no parole, off planet. Put that thought in his head, he'll give you everything you need, and it'll save time. Eve pushed up. Get every single detail. How she contacted him, what she paid, what she offered, what she told him, what they discussed in the penthouse. You're tying her up more than him. I've got that. I've got this. Yeah, you do. Instead of hearing those details firsthand, Eve went up to meet Kyung. Tall, smooth, and elegant, the media liaison extended a hand. Congratulations, Lieutenant, on a virtually surgical bust. 2, actually, considering last night. I understand you have important work yet, but a name like Phoebe Harper draws ratings and clicks, as does preventing the escape of an alleged serial killer who happens to be her son. Blah, blah, bollocks, blah, Eve thought again. I want to keep this brief. Also understood. May I say you look particularly well today? She gave him a narrow-eyed stare. I've always thought you're not an asshole, Kyung. Don't make me change my mind. He just smiled at her, then gestured her out to the packed media room. She got through it, but could only think she'd never get that 20 minutes back. Still, since he'd kept it to 20, despite more shouted, repetitive, and often, to her mind, stupid questions, Kyung retained his status of not an asshole. She swung into observation, noted Rio had joined the interview, which meant they'd made a deal. She listened briefly as the tech and McNabb spoke in their native tongue. She went back to her office, and thinking of Roarke's morning advice, took off her jacket. At her desk, she did deeper runs on Micah Jessup, then Phoebe Harper. When Peabody came in, she glowed. We got reams of details. She contacted him personally, told him his previous work for her company had been exemplary, and she needed just that again, and immediately. He claimed she gave him a whole line about persecution, false imprisonment, planted evidence. He admitted he didn't much care either way, because she transferred $5 million into an account for him up front, and he'd get another 5 after, along with a private shuttle to his choice of Palawan. Where? Palawan. I had to look it up. It's an archipelago in the Philippines. The $10 million and island life, she also promised him a villa, seemed like a mag idea. Rio ended up giving him the 6 months. He has the receipts, Dallas. He was to stay in the penthouse with the monitor until she contacted him to say they were in the air. He listened to conversations in the penthouse, how they checked the plans, arranged for the shuttle, how Jessup was to drive back after they took off, park in the garage, leave the car. He saw Harper give Ebersol the new ID, including the passport. She already had a bag packed for him. She gave him a new link, promised to stay with him until he settled in Caracas, and quizzed him on his new background and name. She'd already opened an account for him in Caracas under that name, seeded it with $100 million, just to get him started. Peabody took a breath. Dallas, she told him she was buying him his own gallery along with the villa. And she expected to get away with all of it. Just go back and pick up her life as usual. Some people have too much money. And I know how that sounds coming from me. No, Roarke's the most generous person I know. He's not selfish, self-serving, and screw it. He has honor. Phoebe Harper just doesn't have honor. No, she doesn't. She has to know, Dallas. She has to know Ebersol killed 3 people, planned to kill more. But she'd set him loose. Not get him help, but set him loose. Set him up like a fucking king. Those people! Not glowing now, but fired up, Peabody pointed at the board. Their lives are nothing to her. She's worse than her son. She's worse. You're right. She's worse. Do what you can with Jessup. Then we'll take Ebersol. Do you know if they've lawyered? The last we heard, Harper's working on it, or has her husband working on it. Rio was right. A lot of top firms won't touch this, especially with the live feed out there. Jenkinson's with me. McNabb's writing the tech interview up. I can follow most of the geek speak, but some of this went over my skill set. Eve gave it an hour, then took a turn in observation. Jessup sat without counsel, and sat resolute to her eye. Not gonna break. Jenkinson hit hard. He had crime scene photos of the victims on the table. He used their names. He pushed, snarled, and looked fierce despite the mutant, bug-eyed fish swimming over his tie. In contrast, Peabody spoke of loyalty, of how it could be misplaced or exploited, of the victims as people with hopes and dreams. Rio stepped in, watched with her. He'll do the 20. Eve nodded. Yeah, he will. Good look, Rio added, after a quick up-and-down study of Eve. Damn good look. Weapon on your side, biceps cut, and glorious little diamonds in your ears. I was going for formidable. Oh, you passed formidable, cruised by intimidating, and hit dead-on scary. Even better. Eve used her communicator, texted Peabody. Wrap it. He won't budge. We can try again after we interview Harper, but he's Rio's now. I'm sending for Ebersol. Good. He's still without counsel. Not only has word gotten out, but that feed. They'll have to settle for someone hungry enough for the fee. My impression is they've been advised to work a deal, but so far she's not willing. That's why he's first. Eve rolled her shoulders, circled her neck muscles. I can break him. Counting on it. I'll be here, wishing I had popcorn. Mira? She'll be here. Once Jessup was taken back to a cell, Eve met Jenkinson and Peabody. He's got a thing for Phoebe Harper, Jenkinson told her. I think a mom thing, not a sex thing. Sex thing we could crack, but a mom thing? He shook his head. It's a tougher nut. We don't need him. And he earned the 20 he'll do inside. Just one more life in the shitter. I'll write it up. Hey, I hear we're having a cookout at your place Saturday. Correct, and it's casual. No ties. He just grinned. I got a shirt that's killer. She couldn't imagine it, and decided as he strolled back to the bullpen, she didn't want to. Ebersol and Mira both on the way. Do you want a break? No, I'm rolling. Coffee, my office. I'll tell you how I think we play this. They'd put him in an orange jumpsuit. In addition, he wore restraints on his wrists and ankles. Eve saw fear and could smell it, but he covered it with arrogance. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, Peabody, Detective Delia, entering interview with Ebersol, Jonathan. She read off the various files, including those pertaining to the aborted escape. Then she sat, smiled. Well, Jonathan, you're completely fucked. I don't have to talk to you. I have nothing to say to you. I want to speak to my mother. No, you don't have to talk to us. Detective, remind me, is speaking to Mommy included in the prisoner's rights? No, sir, it's not. I didn't think so. Your mother's in a cell, Jonathan, and she's going to stay in one for about a half-century. He smirked. No, she won't. When our lawyers get here, we're out. You might end up in one, though. You understand your bail's been revoked. You're now remanded into custody until your trial, through your trial, and with what we have, for multiple lifetimes thereafter. He pressed his lips together, but tried a careless shrug. We'll pay another bond. You won't keep me in here. As if surprised, Eve sat back. You actually believe that? Let me tell you something Mommy won't. You removed a court-ordered monitor, accessed false identification, arranged for a flight to a country without extradition to the United States, and were, when recaptured, about to board a private shuttle in order to escape. She couldn't help herself. The long arm of the law. Those actions negate any possibility, I mean any, for a reinstatement of bond in any amount. Whatever it is, my mother will pay. Jonathan. Now she leaned forward. Listen to the words. There will be no bail hearing. You have forfeited the right to any consideration thereof. You have added a whole new list of charges. Serious charges. Your mother also faces a list of serious charges, and as she has proven herself to be a flight risk, with the means to procure what she needs to do so, there will be no bail for her in any amount. Mommy will very likely die in prison. You don't know her. She'll beat you. She always wins. Your lawyer has withdrawn from your case, and she's unable, so far, to find a replacement. I'm already winning. She opened the box she'd brought in. Fake ID, including passport. She tossed them on the table. A new link, registered to the fake ID with Mommy's private numbers already loaded in. Cash, 10,000 in Venezuelan bolivars, the documentation to your bank account in Caracas under your fake name containing 100 million. You've got a hotel suite booked under the fake ID. Just until the sale's completed on the villa she bought for you. Oh, and here's the monitor she paid to have removed. Sean Yee's been very cooperative. All this is cut and dried, Jonathan. You're both going down. Does it bother you at all to know your mother's going to spend the rest of her life in a cage? On a sniff, he looked away. I don't have to talk to you. I think it doesn't. Not really. Because you first, right? Always you first. As Jenkinson had in the last interview, she tossed the crime scene shots on the table. Slowly, in this case, one at a time. And she watched the pride and excitement light in Jonathan's dark blue eyes. I guess it's not much to worry about when you'll already be caged for taking the lives of these human beings. He sat back, tried to cross his arms. When the restraint stopped him, a bit of panic flickered. Then he shrugged. Peabody, why don't you do the honors this time? Happy to. Peabody began to unload a second box. We have the barbiturates used to dose Lisa Culver, Bobby Wren, Jeanette Withers. Those are my prescribed medications for anxiety. Oh, he couldn't help but talk, Eve thought. They're also what you used to incapacitate the 3 people you killed, Peabody said, and continued. We have the wire you used to pose their bodies after you strangled them. Wire? I'm an artist. It's wire to hang paintings. Glue used again on the bodies of your victims. Please. He let out a snort of a laugh. What household doesn't have glue? These were taken from your residence. So what? And they match exactly what you used on the victims. We have these, the clothing, the other personal effects of those 3 victims, also found in your apartment. Planted by you. Not only was the entire search recorded, but how the hell did we get the clothing each victim wore on the night they were killed? Peabody demanded. I'm sure my lawyer will figure that out. We have documentation for your travel to France, the Netherlands, Italy, England. I enjoy traveling. He stared up at the ceiling as if bored. It inspires my art. Where you purchased the fabrics and engaged costumers to create the costumes you had your victims wear, as well as costumes you planned for others. Prove it! For Christ's sake! Eve exploded. We found several in your residence. Woman with a parasol, Monet, self-portrait with gray felt hat, Van Gogh, The Crystal Ball, Waterhouse, The Desperate Man, Courbet. You know some art, Jonathan interrupted. How surprising, considering I often provide costumes for my models. We have your own words, Peabody continued. Your autobiography in process, your own documentation of the victims, when and where you selected them, where you decided to leave the bodies and why. I'm an artist, he said again. I've been toying with adding fiction writing to my scope, writing about an artist, and I often walk around the city looking for inspiration. All of this is clearly circumstantial. Now he's a lawyer, too. Eve sat back. We have your paintings, Jonathan. Paintings of the 3 victims dressed and posed in the costumes they died and were dumped in. Girl with the pearl earring, Lisa Culver, Eve said as Peabody laid down photos of the paintings. The blue boy, Bobby Wren. Self-portrait in a straw hat, Jeanette Withers. Painted purely from my own imagination. That won't fly, Jonathan. I mean, look at them. Sure, the photos don't show the real light, the exceptional detail. If you hope to go that route, you shouldn't have painted them with such skill. I've seen the portraits. And the fact is, I'm fortunate enough to have married into an amazing art collection. I do know art. He didn't look bored now, Eve thought, but riveted. She kept pushing the buttons. I can recognize great art when I see it. You have far too many details of your models to claim you just, she flicked her fingers, made them up. Those paintings are alive, so maybe I get, to some extent, what you decided to prove to the critics. I get why you needed to prove you could not only match the masters, but exceed them. They are extraordinary. With the fingertip, he pulled Lisa Culver's portrait closer. Of course, they're not finished, but this is nearly. You can see the brilliance. I put my heart and soul into this work. He looked at Eve now, with those eyes that weren't quite right. As an art collector, you have some sense of the sacrifice the artist makes to create. But unless you're the creator, you only have a glimmer. Years of study, Eve said, of practice, of dedication, the pain of rejection, the insult of criticism by those who won't ever understand, won't ever suffer, won't ever create. You needed to show them, and you have. You did. You can't betray yourself now by refuting your work, the brilliance of it, how you planned out every detail, down to the smallest point, to create masterpieces, to make these people immortal. Yes! Tears of joy sprang to his eyes. Yes, yes, you see! At last! They were nothing. Common whores. I made them icons who'll live forever. With my own hands, I took their light, their life, and with my own hands, I poured that into my work. I had a duty to my art. I had a vision that couldn't be denied. I was entitled to take what I needed and to give it to the world. And you have. Tell us how. The world needs to know every detail of how you went from concept to execution. So we told them. Every detail. When they had it all, Eve took the next step. Why did you deny all of this? Why did you hide your process? To avoid all this. To keep some law that cares nothing about art from stopping me, punishing me. I refuse to go to prison because some judge, some jury, puts the lives of nobodies above me and my art. So you ran. I knew my mother would take care of it all. She always does. And she will. She'll take care of all this nonsense. Of course. If you'd made it to Caracas, what then? Obviously, you'd continue to paint. Would you continue to kill? To create the immortal? Genius does what it must. It's above common laws and mores. I won't be restricted in what I need to create. My mother understands this, supports this as no one ever has until now with you. Eve took an extra beat for the unexpected gift. You explained all this to your mother? Yes, I felt I must. I'd always intended to tell her when I'd completed the series of 8 so that she could arrange things. What things? A show in New York. Whatever legal fees required to circumvent any legal matters. The show itself would, no question, supersede those matters, but people had to see the art first. I'm an artist, but she is a businesswoman, and would know what to do to protect me, who to pay off, and so on. You told her, as you've told us, you killed Lisa Culver, Bobby Wren, Jeanette Withers, had planned to kill Aaron Pine and 4 others. I don't remember their names, for God's sake! Why would I? Why would you? Eve agreed. But you told your mother you'd killed 3 people and had planned to kill others. Yes, I told her the method I'd found to lift my work up. She told me not to speak of it. No one would understand, and she'd fix everything so I could live free. And continue your work. Your art. Of course continue! How could I go back now that I know what I need? I took their lives with my hands, and with my hands transferred that life to the portraits. I gave them immortality and created brilliance. Now that you understand and appreciate, I want to talk to my mother. I expect the lawyers will work out some sort of deal, and we can all go back to our work. Jonathan, in the beginning of this interview, I explained to you what would happen and what wouldn't. But that was before I explained, before I knew you fully appreciated and understood my work. And now that you've explained, I can promise you'll spend the rest of your life in a concrete cage off-planet. Your mother may, probably will, serve out her life on-planet, but she'll have a cage too. You can't mean that! Look! Look! When he pushed at the photos of the paintings, Eve rose. Yes, I see. I see 3 people you killed with your bare hands after you rendered them unconscious, so you could try to copy great art, and all for your own ego, your own sense of importance, because you think money you never earned, makes you better. And your art, Jonathan, is crap. It barely reaches the level of crap. Interview end. Peabody, see that this piece of shit is taken back to his cell. With pleasure. You can't do this! I want my mother! I want my mother now! Fuck you and your mother, Eve muttered after she stepped out. Epilogue. Mira stepped out of observation, and before Eve saw it coming, took both of Eve's hands. It takes a lot to chill people in our line of work. He managed. She squeezed Eve's hands. Well done. Very, very well done. He wanted someone besides his mother to tell him what a genius he is. That's all I had to do. Tell me he's legally sane. I can and will tell you just that. You worked that out of him as well. He knew right from wrong. He considers himself above all that. Ego doesn't make him legally insane. He's a malignant egoist who's been pampered and indulged and given whatever he likes, so he believes he's entitled to take what he likes, including lives. I'm taking his mother next. I'm taking her now. I'll stay for that. She created him. Eve glanced over as Roarke stepped out. Rio's on her link with the attorney Phoebe Harper's just managed to engage. Lieutenant, while his work is crap, yours rises to genius. I was here from about halfway through that. He'd have kept killing. She knew that. He couldn't have stopped, wouldn't have stopped, and she knew it. Mira moved aside, so Roarke took Eve's hands. She thinks, as he does, her money, her position, will buy them both out of this. You'll prove her wrong. Rio came out. Decent firm, nothing special. Solid enough to understand their clients are in a hell of a fix. They want to talk deal. 10 years for him, in a facility, a nice plush one, for therapy and treatment. 2 years of community service for her, and a $10 million fine. And you said? How about no? Absolutely, unequivocally no. I'd have dealt on her, to a point, until I heard that last bit. He told her everything. She knew he'd killed and intended to continue. She intended to get him away, despite that. Not even for help, but so he could do as he pleased. Hold that line, Rio. You hold yours. Rio gave Eve a decisive nod. I'll hold mine. I'm bringing her up. Let her attorney know. I'm begging for coffee. I'll see to it, Roarke told her. Charlotte, coffee or tea? I'll go for the coffee, and thanks. As Roarke started toward Eve's office, Whitney stepped off the elevator. They exchanged a few words before Whitney continued to Eve. Interview end? Yes, sir. We got a full, detailed confession. He also implicated his mother as accessory after the fact. I've just gotten off the link with the governor. His eyebrows lifted when he saw Eve's eyes go flat. Relax, Dallas. Yes, they've gone to him. The Harper family, which he tells me didn't include the senator. He also viewed the live feed. He'll take no part in this, and wanted to assure me of same. Dallas. He laid a hand on her shoulder. I'm going to apologize in advance, but when you've completed your work here, you'll need to address the media again. Well, Christ. Sir. He laughed at that. A sincere apology. If it helps, I'll have to address them as well. It really doesn't. Roarke and Trueheart came down the hall, both of them carrying coffee, which told Eve he'd probably provided coffee for the whole damn bullpen. I'm gonna have a quick sit-down with Harper's attorney. It's Mallory Feld's, Dallas. Solid, but no Kopechne. And I'll hold the line. 10 minutes should do it, Rio said. Peabody, my office. She went straight there, straight to the window. She opened it, leaned out, breathed. No sympathy for her, none. I don't feel any. Good. She doesn't deserve it. What would your mother do if you killed someone in cold blood and had no problem doing so again? She'd do everything she could to get me help. She'd visit me as often as possible in prison. I would have broken her heart, but she'd tell me she loved me and visit me. And if she had more money than God, exactly the same thing. That's exactly it. This isn't love, it's obsession. It's a sick kind of pride. We don't give her an inch. Two bad cops. Two damn good pissed-off cops. For them. She pointed at the board. She's as responsible as he is. We stand for them, and we take her down. Do you think we can break her? She's already broken, so it doesn't matter. Confession, no confession, it really doesn't matter. What we're doing? Eve closed the window, turned. We're spitting in her eye. For them. For them. Let's go spit in her eye. Eve didn't see fear this time, but absolute arrogance. Though they hadn't shackled her, they'd exchanged her designer dress for inmate orange. Beside her, her attorney wore a dark suit, had her glossy brown hair in a twist smooth like Rio's. Rather than confidence or nerves there, Eve thought she sensed resignation. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, Peabody, Detective Delia, Rio, APA Share, entering interview with Harper, Phoebe, and her counsel of record, Felds, Mallory. Eve recited the rest, then sat. Ms. Felds, you'll state for the record that your client has been read her rights and obligations in these matters and fully understands them? I will. Ms. Harper, you engaged the services of one Sean Yee, a freelance technician, and agreed to pay him $10 million, half on agreement, half on completion. You further contracted to provide him with transportation to the Philippines and purchase a home there for him. In exchange, he would undermine and remove from your son, Jonathan Harper Ebersol, the court-ordered monitor he was charged to wear as a condition of his release on house restriction pending trial for 3 counts of first-degree murder and other related charges. Is this true? Lieutenant, my client does not deny those actions. In an emotional state after her only son's arrest, my client led with those emotions in an attempt to protect her child. He's 28, shortly to be 29. He's not a child. Ms. Harper, did you access false identification, including a passport for Jonathan Harper Ebersol, in the name of Marcus Solo? Lieutenant, as I said, Ms. Harper will not refute these charges. Her maternal instincts— Eve whipped her head around to Felds. I will have the charges and her statement verifying them on this record, Counselor. Did you provide Jonathan Harper Ebersol, arrested and arraigned for 3 counts of murder in the first degree and related charges, with transportation to Caracas, which has no extradition treaty with the United States? Did you additionally provide him with lodging in Caracas, with funds in cash, and in an account under his false identification? Do you have a son, Lieutenant Dallas? Phoebe demanded. Not children, Eve noted. A son. No. Then you'd hardly understand the need, the duty I felt and feel to protect my son. Is that a yes to the question? Yes. I did what needed to be done to protect my son, to get him to safety. That would include assaulting 2 police officers and inflicting harm on a police officer. Appearing completely composed, Phoebe folded her hands on the table. For a mother guided by a mother's love, her child comes first, and no true mother would fault me for that. You really think you can get off with that? Eve glanced at Rio, who just smiled slightly, shook her head. Your head of security, whom you dragged into this, will do 20 years in prison. He doesn't matter to you either. He's a grown man. He made his choice. Jonathan's a grown man and made his. We will submit to the court that my client took action in a desperate and emotional state, that she got a hell of a lot done in a desperate and emotional state, Rio said. You can try it, Ms. Felds, but we both know the chances are slim. Maybe I don't get the full 50, but I'd lay odds on a minimum of 30, and that's not all. Lieutenant, did Jonathan Ebersol confess to you that he had killed 3 people? People he lured to his studio with the promise of payment for modeling? She saw it then, that first flicker. Not of fear, not really fear, but anger. Did Jonathan Ebersol explain to you his motives for doing so? To bring their life into his art, as that art had been rejected over and over as ordinary. At best. Did he explain that he needed to take lives to continue to create his art? My client won't answer that question. It's purely speculative. It's not. It's fact. He told us, Phoebe. He couldn't help himself. You've made him believe he's too important to be denied anything. He told us he explained it all to you. You told him not to discuss it. You told him you'd protect him, get him away where he could live free, and do whatever he needed to do. My client will not respond to— Eve rose, leaned in. You knew. You knew what he'd done, why he'd done it. You know what he is. You knew what he'd continue to do. If things got too sticky in Caracas, you'd just move him somewhere else. Lives taken, they don't matter. Only he matters. He's my son. He's my child. He's your monster. Created by you, nurtured by you. You shut your mouth about my boy! Phoebe rose, leaned in so they were all but nose to nose. Miss Harper, please sit. Please leave this to me. This interview is over. You're not in charge here, Phoebe. You're never going to be in charge again. Your baby boy's going to prison, off-planet, forever. He won't serve a day. I'll destroy you if you try. You think because you wear diamonds with your weapon, it puts you on my level? I'll ruin you for what you've done to my son. Give it a shot. You? You're never getting out of a cage either. Your baby boy made sure of it. You coerced him. You've twisted his words. Didn't have to. All I had to do was play you. Tell him he was a genius, that his art was masterful, when you know as well as I do it's crap. Eve saw the slap coming. Let it land. And there's one more, she said, as the attorney sprang up, tried to control her client. Assault of an officer, on record. You made him what he is, Phoebe. Now you have to live with it. So do your 2 daughters, whom you haven't mentioned once. For your knowledge of Jonathan Ebersol's actions, for your knowledge of his intentions to continue his murderous spree, you are additionally charged with accessory to murder after the fact and conspiracy to murder before the fact. How long there, Rio? She'll get life, no parole. I'll give you on planet, counselor. That's it. Now Felds looked more desperate than resigned. We will take this to trial. I look forward to it. As a proven flight risk, we both know your client will be remanded. If this is the best you can do, Phoebe snapped, you're fired. I'll engage more competent counsel. Miss Harper, I need to consult with my client. The one who just fired you? Eve asked. Enjoy. You? She looked back at Phoebe. No, you'll never be in charge again. And that goes down as one of the biggest accomplishments of my life so far. Peabody, arrange for an officer to wait outside and escort the prisoner back to her cell after she speaks to her former attorney. Now, interview end. You think because you married wealth and power, you understand what it can and will do? Eve paused at the door, glanced back. I think because I've spent my career dealing with monsters, some who make even you look small, I know what I'll do to stop them. And I've done it. Stepping out, Eve shoved both hands through her hair. She clocked you pretty good, Peabody told her. Your cheek's still red. On record. Will she get life, Rio? I'm gonna promise you that, and I don't make that kind of promise lightly. She's wrong about a jury. Any true mother will see what she is. You wrapped her for me, Dallas. I'll tie the bow. She waited for the rest to come out of observation. Mira laid a cool hand on her hot cheek. You baited her. It didn't take much. No, it wouldn't. At first pass, I'd call it borderline personality disorder. She can't be wrong. Must be the center. Her son has all her love, as to give it to others takes from him. He, at least, gives her the pretense that she's the center for him. I think she'll continue to believe for some time that her money and position will override all of this, and she and her son will walk free. She won't, Rio said. She will, most likely, insist on a trial, and why not, since we won't entertain a plea that lets her out in this lifetime. But at trial, we'll bury her. I swear it. I need to update my boss. See you Saturday. I trust you'll have plenty of wine. You closed the lid, Whitney told her, then surprised Eve by giving her a light punch on the shoulder. She swung for the fences. You didn't even flinch. Well, I saw it coming. Didn't even flinch, he repeated, and smiling, walked away. Saturday. Mira touched her lips to Eve's cheek. We'll drink plenty of that wine. I could use some now, Eve murmured when Mira left them. You'll want to write it up first. Eve nodded at Roarke. I want to close it out. Lid's on, yeah, but I'm gonna lock it down. Peabody, go home. Go bask in your happy kitchen, bake something, build a sofa, play with a kid, whatever. No, sir. I'm locking my own lid first. He took the lives, but... She's worse, Eve finished. She started to her office. Peabody peeled off at her desk. Under an hour, Eve told Roarke. Take the time you need. Like Mira, he laid his lips on her cheek. I saw it coming as well. I believe I flinched. Since that made her laugh, she hugged him. Under an hour. Close it down, lock it up. Then we'll go home, take a walk to the pond, have some wine. Since she'd taken off her jacket, as he'd suggested that morning, he tapped her weapon harness. You did look formidable, Lieutenant. Every inch of formidable. Tag me when you're ready. Roarke. He paused at her doorway. I'm glad you were here for the end of it. Now we don't have to talk about it tonight. We don't have to give them a minute's more time once we walk out of Central. Just you, me, and the cat for the evening. Sounds good. Real good. When he left, she stood a moment, rolled her shoulders. As before, she marveled at the weight lessened. Duty done. Justice served, she thought. Then she sat to close it out and lock it up.
The publisher of this audiobook does not authorize the use or reproduction of any part of this audiobook in any manner for the purpose of training artificial intelligence technologies or systems.